place unnoticed on a desolate land. Silence all around. A cold figure walks through that sky. The shadow growing closer. Hands wrapped in white bandages now stained red. Trying to seal the wound with his hands. Blood ceaselessly seeping out. Hak Hien Thuong carrying Kim Dan Diap. One hand covering the bleeding wound. Moving forward, recalling his face. His eyes glowing with strange purple light. With immense power, he dragged and sat. Leaving a blood trail, he sneered. Not bad. Back came. Outside the inn, crowded, people coming and going. Inside, he, Thang Nhan, and Quach Van Din walked down. He glanced at the scene below, surprised. Quang Dong Trin also looked over. Huh. Thang Nhan in female form. Stared at the scene below, stunned for seconds. That group. Long Vu Than saw them and smiled, waving his hand. Oh, I didn't know you were all here. Too. He laughed and joked. Oh my, what a coincidence. So glad to see you all again. The group beside Long Vu Than looked at them, feigning helplessness, clenching their eyes, not daring to move, trying to vanish into thin air. Leader, please stop. So embarrassing. And the surrounding group looked on helplessly. He seemed to understand something. Looking at Long Vu Than askance. He looked at him and laughed heartily with praise. Haha, looks like you're famous now. Truly more talented than I imagined. Hearing Long Vu Than's words, he looked at him confused. Famous. Long Vu Than pursed his lips. Huh, brother, you don't know. He chuckled, pointing at him. Bak Keem is the name the martial world gave you. Finally, a rising figure is emerging. Thang Nam was startled by these words. Damn it. These people are fast. Who knows how far the rumors have spread. Looking at the man before her, Thang Nan pondered. Leader of Thiek Quan Hoi, Long Vu Than. They're a group of assassins who kill for money. Even they know these rumors. Seems it's reached Van Trung Thien. Who knows, the news of him being Bak Thien Mon's bloodline might have spread. Long Vu Than approached. Him, smiling. Anyway, it's really good to meet again. Tran Vu Nguyen replied expressionlessly. Did you get what you needed from Bai Quine Hoi? He waved his hand dismissively. Not really. Bai Quine Hoi caused a huge chaos. We got driven out of there too. After you left, we finished negotiations, but then a group claiming to be Van Trung Thien's investigators suddenly appeared. I heard the chaos was also caused by Bai Quine Hoi. That was the first time I witnessed such a massive massacre. And everything is truly complicated. Annie. Tran Vu Nguyen didn't know what to say. Sighed wearily. Thang Nam behind him. Thought, but in the end it succeeded. So you quickly realized that based on the current situation, Tran Vu Nguyen is on his side. Right. He looked at Long Vu Than with disdain. Shameless. Thiek Quan Hoi cares for nothing. And more than profits. He stared at Long Vu Than in silence. Night fell over the large house. Inside, a fat man lounged, waving tiredly. Hand. Oh, it's so hot. Van Trung Thien. Before him at that moment, Trieu Thien Vu radiated killing intent. His figure exuding pressure, staring at him. Damn Lao, you want me to sit still? People throw your weight around. He spoke softly to appease. Come on. Sweating, fearful but trying to speak. When did I, Hua Dong, ever say that? I wouldn't dare offend a legend like you. I just mean you should relax. That's all. The number of innocent people killed in Gok Than has reached hundreds. Cries of grief reaching the heavens. This time you've overdone it. Holding power over Van Nam, you chose to destroy everything. Don't be greedy. Trieu Thien Vu's face darkened, retorting. That's how I exposed the truth that Tinda is behind everything. I deserve a reward. Of my efforts. Hua Dong heard this and spoke. Q Thien doesn't think so. Leader, you shouldn't use force like this. Concentrating power might lose the balance. You have. Hua Dong spoke while sweating cold. Trieu Thien Vu's face darkened at Hua Dong's words. Damn fat man. Van Trung Thien, so this is, you plan to deal with me. There, thinking this, Trieu Thien Vu angrily clenched his hand, shattering the chair's armrest. Power and fame I tried to build, but Quine Hoi has risen to such fame. This is humiliating. As General Manajobin, thinking back, everything is because of that newcomer who dragged me into this. Remembering General Manajobin's respectful demeanor then, gently speaking sweet words. Don't worry, my lord, this is why I follow you. Master, focus on our bright future. Society. I'll handle the other details. That fakes made Trieu Thien Vu angrier. The more he thought, that useless bastard, Tint Chu Thien. They give themselves the highest positions and hold all the power, while I've fought Tinder my whole life. What must I do to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me? On the opposite side, Huadong looked at him silently, his body uneasy, frowning. Ba Qianhui, they've committed such a great sin. I know they won't repeat it, but they're rampant, fearing nothing. For Van Trung Thien, it's not too bad, it helps them get a handle on one of the Bat Thien to Hung. At that moment, Trieu Thien Vu laughed. Right. Spread the order, close the doors, stay silent for a while. Hearing this suggestion, Trieu Thien Vu was startled. His anger could no longer be contained. Exploding, he shouted furiously. Are you saying that's no different from destroying the sect I built with my own hands? How dare you, you fat bastard. Mia, damn it. There, Trieu Thien Vu was barely holding on here. Huadong immediately softened his tone to soothe Trieu Thien Vu's anger. Leder, think of the bigger picture. You must have noticed Tinda is starting to act again. Then you can use that as leverage. Huadong forced a smile, offering benefit to calm Trieu Thien Vu's anger. It's not that hard, right? After all, you're one of the Bat Thien to Hung who fought Tinda for years. He suddenly stopped, observing Trieu Thien Vu's expression, seeing his hesitation. Huadong happily continued. Forgive me. After all, this isn't impossible. Right, Leader Trieu, if you thwart Tinda's schemes. Then Van Trung Thien and the entire martial world will worship Ba Qian Hoi immediately. There. Oh, I told you, the only one who can fight Tinda is Trieu Thien Vu. That's what they'll say after you succeed. Drash. On this side, Trieu Thien Vu silently listened to every word he said. Outside, Trieu Van Qian's face darkened with some grievance. Why did father decide everything on his own, without discussing it with me? Am I just a useless child? If you think you're the strongest in this world, then why are we in this? Trieu Van Qian heard the information. A piece of information. Huadong spoke with great implication. When there's a chance, you could send your son to Van Trung Thien. This suggestion startled Trieu Van Qian, but then his smile faded as Trieu Thien Vu retorted to Huadong, you want to take my son as a hostage? Huadong heard and turned serious. Mind your words. How dare we commit such a heinous act? We'll handle the Ngok Then matter now. My trusted subordinate, Sifu, will handle it directly. You needn't worry. As for Tinda, Van Trung Thien has already begun preparations. To defeat Tinda, we must gather. Is forming an ambush team. More ambushes. The greater the strength. These will be talented individuals from various regions, and the most outstanding one will have the chance to become the leader commanding the entire ambush team. Trieu Van Qian, hiding behind the door, heard the entire conversation, his face growing. Trieu Thien Vu's mood wasn't better. Hearing Huadong's words, he gritted his teeth. You bastards, using the excuse of recruiting people, you really want to take him as a hostage. I am Trieu Thien Vu, the leader of Ba Qian Hoi, the fist demon Trieu Thien Vu. If I surrendered, why did I betray Bak Thien Mon in the first place? Thinking this, he crushed a corner of the chair's armrest. You just wait and see. Chu Thien Van Trung Thien. Van Trung Thien, that brat who interfered. In Ngok Then it's all because of that bastard that the plan failed, making me suffer unprecedented humiliation. Bak Kiem, I must see with my own eyes who this person really is. Watching a bird spread its wings and fly across the sky. He, Than Yan, and Quach Van Ding gazed sky. Behind them was Long Vu Than's group. He and Than Yan exchanged glances. his face expressionless. He spoke. How much longer will you follow? Long Vuthan was surprised, his smile stiffening. Me following you. Don't misunderstand, our paths coincide. He coldly stepped aside, gesturing forward. Then please, go ahead. There. Long Vuthan immediately replied. Sure. Long Vuthan's subordinates behind him heard his words, their faces all turning red, each thinking their own thoughts. Sure. Finally they couldn't hold it in. One of them carefully stepped forward, bowing. Please forgive us, Brother Tran. Apologies for our leader's rudeness. I know it's shameless to say this, but right now Thiet Quan Hoi doesn't know who to trust besides Brother Tran. Our business with Baquayan Hoi has been voided. Not only did it waste our time, we couldn't investigate further. I dare to guess that Brother Tran had some leads, which is why you arrived in Gokthang a few days before us. We didn't know you were a master. I'm deeply sorry for my behavior toward you before. I beg you, please help us. Tand. He respectfully bowed, seriously speaking these words. He silently pondered, unable to say anything. Long Vuthan saw the awkward atmosphere and immediately came over, putting an arm around each of their shoulders, smiling at him. That's right. This is good for you. Once friends, always friends. He stared at him and spoke. You have some reputation now, and in the future you'll surely be even more famous, so I just want to help. That's all. You need protection too. This is an honor for Thiet Quan Hoi. We're trustworthy, we all see the same gun. Not to mention, you need travel expenses on the road, right? If you ever feel lacking in material needs, you can count on Bak Longdon's support. We need to keep money in our pockets. Behind them, the Bak Longdon members just mentioned also looked confused at the two. He turned and walked quickly forward, saying, We need to hurry, wasted too much time. Heading to Tucson, Vongdong. Long Vuthan smiled softly. What an innocent man. Turning to look at him, he was suddenly surprised to see Than Nhan. Hey, pleased to meet you, miss. I haven't introduced myself yet. He confidently spoke. I'm the leader of Thiet Quan Hoi, Long Vuthan. I saw you at the inn. What's the matter? Why did you choose this dangerous path with him? Than and looked at Long Vuthan while he was on the opposite side. That big package, what's that? And I'm better than him. The group didn't see him approaching. Turned and shouted in shock. Leader, what are you doing? Let's get moving quickly. He was still in shock, saying, It's really huge. At an inn. People inside moved about normally, the scene seeming very familiar and ordinary, but hidden behind that peaceful mask was an undercurrent flowing strongly. A dark figure walked upstairs. The man in black bowed slightly. The other man waved his hand, opened the door and entered. The man respectfully called Commander. Inside Van Trung Tin Bin. The pursuit and ambushed him. Commander Timo Thuong turned his head to look. The subordinate stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. I've submitted the report to the investigation, Tim. We also received a letter from them mentioning that Baquayan Hoi is closed. Timo Thuong was slightly startled by the report. Looking at the map, he pondered. Closed. Van Trung Thien, one of the Thien Tu Hung, Trio Thien Vu. Could he be brought down so easily? Thinking, he smiled contentedly and ordered. Enough. Even the slightest movement. I want to know. The subordinate replied. Understood, Commander. Watching the subordinate before him, Timo Thuong pondered. Have you eaten yet? Surprised by the strange question, the subordinate was taken aback. Not yet. I haven't eaten. But, before he could finish, he tossed him a large bag of silver, saying briefly, Go eat. The subordinate heard this and, watching him leave the room. Now alone in the room, Timo Thuong silently thought, 7 years ago, at Tainan of Van Trung Thien, a big man drenched in sweat. Gasping, said this stubborn man. Insists Tran Vu Nguyen is dead. Back then, Do Mo Thuong, covered in wounds, blood streaming. He struggled. I confirmed it with my eyes. He was surely burned to death. I never saw him escape the fire. That man, he said, that night, the first to report, was your leader, Truong Boy's son. From his words, we found Tu Xuyên Tu Tuyệt Tân Vu Ngoin, Salmongia, Tu Môn Hoa and Vất Dạ Houghton, Dam Tu Thien, all in danger. Thanks to that, we found them and the fleeing soldiers. But you're different. You survived without a scratch. How could you alone get through that time? Tô Mộ Thượng, hearing these accusations, said in a low voice, how many times must I say it? Deputy leader under Truong Boy's son of the squad then happened to be on patrol. I also sensed something strange at the guard's port, so I ran to them. But I found an utterly empty sight. Horrifying see, that's when I saw those monsters. When I returned to Bac Thien Mon, the battle had already stopped. Unfortunately, I dared not join the fight, knowing I wasn't strong enough. I survived to the end. At least to report this to my superiors. He raised his brows with effort. As a man of Vân Trung Thien, I knew that was the best way. That bastard Truong Boy's son, the leader, abandoned his comrades and fled. The man, hearing this, sighed and said, "You've been tortured yet insist on that answer, so I'll believe you." Tamo Thuong breathed a sigh of relief. Truong Boy Sin was our leader, but also our lonely ghost, a worm of Vân Trung Thien. My anger, traitor. My master was different. At such a young age he endured countless tortures yet still focused on martial arts training. Truly unlucky, so I'll do everything to endure. No, I must endure. Keep enduring until the day my master appears. That's why I joined Vân Trung Thien. Someone who can fully support him. I'll do anything to gain a useful position of power. That was how I became a low-rank soldier at the Tai Nine branch. Though a low-rank soldier, I trained, observed, no different from a slave with no future. Refusing to give up, I trained persistently through 3 years of life. At night, I endlessly practiced countless martial arts to later help my master. By day, I pretended to serve the Tai Nine branch commander, Duong Man Xish. Without rest, I shed blood, sweat and tears for 3 years to dispel their suspicions. To be recognized, I became Duong Man Xix's right-hand man. One day while working for him, Vân Trung Thien sent intelligence about someone coming to support the Mat Tin Bain Tim. He promoted me. Duong Man Xix didn't let me leave easily, but that was the journey from soldier. A member of Mat Tin Bin, so I quickly rose to commander of the Mat Tin Bain Tim. Mat Tin Bin is one of the secret forces quietly working for Vân Trung Thien, a group responsible for investigating and gathering intelligence and enemy movements. My job was to report to the investigation team, so I spread rumors about the death of Chen Vu Nguyen and continued spreading favorable rumors for my master, though I rarely visited because of the distance. I checked on old Hong and ensured happened to him. Seems he's doing well. No one suspects anything. Those old men of Vân Trung Thien will never know, because they're always busy sleeping in victory, still believing the world revolves around them, until the day they won't know how to clean up the mess they made. But that's good too. Thanks to that old Hong didn't fall into their sights, letting him move freely. No longer worry about my master. Old hack, keep up the work. Fire. Back to the present. Long Wu Tang pondered. A year since I visited old Hong. Didn't expect him to get caught up in this trouble. Old Huang, looking at the map before him, he thought, this is the path my master chose, starting from Cam Ta, heading to Tu Xuyen, then Van Nam, where Tenda first appeared, Ba Quan Hoi, Di Triu Thien Vu. If I followed my heart, I'd have left the elite troops long ago and returned to support my master. But now isn't the time. I don't know his training yet, but his current martial arts surely aren't weak. Until he's strong, I'll protect him. We'll meet again soon. Ding Zha and Vân Trung Thien are still gathering intelligence and forces. Once they're done, war will break out. He walked to the door, gazing at the scene outside, pondering, I serve only one master, so no matter what, I must hold this position. On this side, Chen Vu Nguyen raised his brows at the scene before him. So, the Tiosun operation. At dusk, The group descended the mountain. Behind, Long Wutang spoke up. What a unique place. The mountains here are magnificent, not a place for ordinary people to set foot. Long Wutang turned and spoke. Commander Hong, from now on. The mist emanating from those mountains is somewhat unusual. We don't know what dangers lie ahead. Please forgive me. Everyone has come this far. After the group, he continued, but the backlong caravan should return. Old Kong hesitated. Long Wutang said seriously, I promise to do my best to rescue everyone. Rest assured and return to prepare. Feast to celebrate. Old Kong replied in confusion. Fine. If so, we'll do as you say. Be careful. Safe travels, everyone. The desolate mountains, birds flying. A cry rang out. Wu Huang, someone replied. Deet, leader, let's begin the search. Trung Levu spoke. Senior brothers take the lead. Because their tracking skills are excellent. Lam Tran Heap thought. Let's see. The one named Hong thought. This isn't an ordinary mountain. Wu Huang seriously added orders. Guarding the flanks will be Tu Trin and Kong. Du Trin thought. Understood. Gong is. Trung Li Wu Huang added. Finally, defense duty goes to Then Juat. Diet they. Then Juat thought. I don't care about being here. I just want to go home. Dieti licked the sharp blade in his hand, silently wondering, did you deliberately put me last because of this crippled left leg? Right. Long Wutang thought, I must have seen wrong. Diet. Impossible for her to have something that big. The girl in purple spoke up. What are you staring at? Kid. Don't let your guard down. Quet Vending was surprised. Someone spoke up. It seems something is hidden behind these mountains. Person next to Chen Wuyen said, you're truly an interesting person. He wondered. Tai Nyak Lan added, sometimes you're straightforward, or rather stubborn, she said seriously. But you also know compassion for others. Harmless outside, but inside holds great power. Enough to affirm the name Bak Kiem in the martial world. Chen, compared to before. Now you're much more famous. So, stop letting yourself drown in those ambitions. She looked at him and continued, don't let it consume you. Otherwise, you'll be hurt and others too. Many people around you. Nyak Lan finished and turned away. I think you'll be fine. Wu Nguyen said nothing, watching her walk away. Chen Wu Nguyen lowered his head and replied, thank you for the advice, Deputy Leader Thai. On the towering mountains shrouded in mist. Someone's voice. This is it. Long Wutang spoke. Over there is probably the entrance. The aura is much stronger than before. Chen Wuyen continued. Tio Sun is known as a place always filled with yin energy. Seems it exceeds the rumors. Trung Li Wu Huan spoke up. The fog all gathers at one point. If I'm not mistaken, this is an illusion formation. Wu Tian wondered. An illusion formation. Can we break it? I remember you have talent with illusions. Right. Wu Huan replied. This is a combination of a maze formation and a night field formation. He hesitated and continued. We need people at the northwest and northeast. And find a symbolic object that acts as a key. While breaking the formation. Don't wait. We must distribute our forces properly. Maximum effect. Night fell. Trung Li Wu Huan ordered. Move over a bit. All right. He pointed and said. Sister, don't move until I signal. He lifted the stone. And said, hurry up, you bastard. Wu Huan raised both hands and took a breath, then exhaled. He poured out sweat with all his might. Chen Wuyen standing behind thought, this is taking longer than I expected. He tilted his head in thought, looks simple but is really hard to solve. Wu Nguyen told off Ha Chen Nguyen, a maze formation, he'd easily get through. I have a feeling I'll need his help. Chen Wuyen lowered his head and thought, wonder how he's doing now. We suddenly, unexpectedly. Trung Li Wu Huan breathed heavily, the cave opened, they entered the massive cave. Wu Nguyen stepped inside, thinking, this. Long Wutang exclaimed in confusion, what kind of damn place is this? Long Wutang led the way, a loud voice cried out, we don't know what's ahead. Everyone stay alert. Inside was pitch black. Long Wutang suddenly spotted a path. He shouted, seems there are people over there. Everyone wondered, a Buddha statue. One of the followers wondered, why do I keep feeling like ghosts are around here? There's a canopy. Long Wu-Tang stopped. A pile of people stacked up. He spoke. This is Chen Wu-Nguyen behind thought. These are all the kidnapped people. He recalled someone crying and saying, Tiêu Sơn, vọng động, please, go there. He looked at that person and added, there are many people from the same caravan. There. That person continued, I truly hope your uncle is still safe. Wu Nguyen thought, his words are all true. Back to reality, Chen Wu Nguyen rubbed his chin. These are all the missing soldiers and people. Thank heavens. Seems they're all still alive. Long Wu-Tang asked, what happened to them? He replied, they are in the process of transforming into madmen. Long Wu-Tang looked confused. He continued, I heard those madmen become bloodthirsty and attack like wild beasts, but these people haven't fully turned into beasts. Wu Thien repeated in confusion, madmen. Madmen inside the cave crawling around. Long Wu-Tang wondered, who could be so cruel as to do this? Someone said, I can suppress the poison with Tam Dun technique, but I've reached my limit. Seems, lay the others, I'll go mad, eventually becoming neither human nor ghost. The martial arts taught by the sect master. Tam Dun technique, is this the final trial? Huang Chiet, until the moment of rest. I'm still just a useless failure, someone said. Someone cried out, Uncle Huang. Huang Chiet laughed, at the brink of life and death. I'm having hallucinations again. Huang Chiet opened his eyes in confusion. Sect master. Chen Wu-Nguyen reached out and spoke. Uncle Huang, this half-human, half-madman is Huang Chiet, he cried out. Young master. Chen Wu-Nguyen rushed over and hugged him. He looked at him in confusion and asked, Young master. Chen Wu-Nguyen said in self-reproach, Forgive me, Uncle Huang. I hope it's not too late. He continued, Lately I've been so careless. That's why you ended up in this situation. Huang Chiet asked, Why did you come here, young master? He looked at him and added, You suddenly disappeared. How could I ignore that? He wondered again. I thought I'd never see the young master again. Is this not a dream? Chen Wu-Nguyen reached into his pocket and spoke. Here, Uncle Huang, eat this quickly. This is the Bạch Quỷ Hồn Đan, made by Bách Độc Nhân Đường. Huang Chiet was surprised. Bách Độc Nhân Đường. How does the young master know such a figure? He didn't answer and continued. This is a pill that counteracts poison. It also boosts your internal energy significantly. So, Chen Wu-Nguyen added and asked, Do you know what happened, Uncle? Besides you, no one kept their sanity. How much time has passed? My memories are a blur. All I remember is the time in Yunnan. When the group was suddenly ambushed and captured. When the group was suddenly ambushed and kidnapped of unknown origin. Someone behind spoke up, announced to all the prisoners here. Those who become complete puppets will be released. As for the rest, he continued, those not yet transformed, lock them in a separate place. But that man with messy black hair, a man sat with his head down. The man added, those not yet transformed, lock them in a separate place. But that man with messy black hair, he was Hong Chayet. He added, luckily, I didn't lose sensation by blocking blood flow in time, slowing the poison's spread. But if I move forcefully again, the blood vessels continue flowing. The poison spreads even faster than before. Dear. Hong Chayet pressed on his acupoints, then clenched his fist. He continued, so I had no choice but to endure. The only way was to use all my strength to practice the Tam Dun Thuk, which kept me alive until now. There. He sat silently. Tran Vungoyan knelt down and asked, Isn't Tam Dun Thuk created by Tone Chan sect to counter demonic power? Shh, he replied. Date. It's thanks to it I didn't transform into a beast. Hong Chayet, half puppet, added, but I'm about to give up. I've reached my limit of endurance. Vungoyan's face showed sympathy. Uncle Hong continued, I never thought I'd meet you again, young master. He teared up as he spoke. Sect Master Tran Hao saved, and now you've saved my life too. I, Hong Chayet, can die without regret today. Tran Vungoyan looked at him, thinking, so the Tam Dun Thuk really did protect you. Dear Uncle Hong. Then he replied, Don't say that, Uncle. Quickly take this medicine, Uncle Hong. Yeah. He bit down and replied, Thank you, young master. Hong Chiet called out. He turned around and added, This is the third master of Bak Long Trading Company, Dun to Min. I did everything to slow the spread of, so his condition isn't much different from mine. But the poison is about to take over. Duran Tran Vu Nguyen replied, so this is the third master of Baklong Trading Company, Doan to Min. I also blocked the blood flow and hid him behind. That's the little I could do. Tran Vu Nguyen's face showed sorrow as he spoke. You did well, uncle. Even in such dire circumstances, you managed that. Quach Van Din behind Chap. Oh my god, old Hong. Quach Van Din approached, spreading his arms wide. Are you okay? I can't believe it. I'm so glad you're safe, uncle. Uncle Hong turned to look, surprised. Oh my, who's this? Isn't this the sect master? You little brat, you're here too. Hoang Chayet thought, sect master. He looked at Quach Van Din, who was about to cry. You've really grown up. Quach Van Din asked. This person isn't. Inside Vong, Vu Hong shouted. Led along. We found them. Long Vu Than shouted, even though the third master is poisoned. I think he can still recover. The rest, separate them based on their clothing to two groups. The guards and the trading company people. As he ordered, then line them up and take them out. Rewards based on strength. He clapped and added, all right, let's get to work. Scene change. Tran Vu Nguyen turned and asked, Uncle, how do you feel? Can you move? Uncle Hong replied, most of the poison is pushed back. Probably fine now, but I must say this. The medicine you gave me is extremely rare. Thank you, young master. Tran Vu Nguyen smiled. It's nothing, Uncle Hong. This is for all your help before. Once we leave, I'll remove the remaining poison. He thought of someone and continued. I know someone very skilled at treating poison. They're preparing an antidote in Gok Than. Vu Nguyen added. Meeting them, you'll have a chance to fully recover, as well as the others from Baklong Trading Company. There, sect master, give Uncle Hong the sword we bought in Gok Than. Hoang Chayet thought. Oh, how can I ever thank you enough? Young master. Old Hong turned and asked, what is it? Practicing Tam Don Thuk was just a coincidence. This sword caught my. I saw it on the black market. I'll reforge it if I have time. He smiled softly and replied, really, thank you, young master. I can only express my gratitude. Quach Van Din smiled at Tran Vu Nguyen, thinking, so that's why you told me to buy this sword. That purple clay. Dan. Tran Vu Nguyen frowned and asked, what did you say? The man beside continued, there's toxic gas inside. An ordinary person exposed to this gas will feel dizzy and faint. Nguyen asked, is that so? The man replied, this could be the cause of everything. Then he took out a small stone and spoke. We don't know yet. I'll take some back for Hak Noit to investigate. Vu Nguyen asked worriedly, are you okay? The man replied, no need to worry. This pouch is from a musk deer dried for 100 years. Just kidding, actually, I don't know the material of these pouches, but if sealed tightly, it'll be fine. At that moment, Tran Vu Nguyen held a wrap box, walking with the purple-clad girl. When suddenly a group in white blocked their way, Tran Vu Nguyen looked at them, confused. Then at the two people inside, an old man and a young woman asked, Master Duong and Miss Duong. Long Vu Than standing nearby also didn't understand. Hey, what's going on here? Old Duong inside spoke up. Ahem, how have you been, young Master Tran? These people are from Van Trung Thien's investigation team. The leader introduced. I am Xifu, from Van Trung Thien's team. Fair. Tran Vu Nguyen replied, just call me Tran. And Xifu smiled softly and continued, an honor, young Master Tran. An honor, young Master Tran. It's truly an honor for me to witness a legendary master in person. On behalf of Van Trung Thien, I express deep gratitude for what young Master Tran has helped. Unexpectedly, the situation in Gok Thang was resolved so quickly. He added, now, please allow Van Trung Thien to handle the rest. And not ordinary at all, but these matters aren't something one person can handle alone. Not to mention it involves Tinda as well as Thiet Quan Hoi. I know you're all incredibly skilled, but I believe you realize you need more manpower. Han Jiang raised a hand and spoke, so please, we'll clean up from here. Please go rest. on. Young Master Tran and Thiet Quan Hoi have done so much. Van Trung Thien won't forget today's favor. Kong Chuang raised an eyebrow, confused. What the hell? You people suddenly jump in. We're the ones who did the work, aren't we? Damn it. I worked so hard just for you to jump in and steal the credit. Tran Vunguyen asked. So do you know how to cure the puppets here? Xifu replied. Actually, even before seeking help from Master Duong, we were still finding a cure. Us, old Duong spoke up. Deske, seeking help, my ass. He continued. Let me confirm we're about to find the antidote. It's just a matter of time. Trust me. The man pointed at the box and asked, Wait, may I ask what's in that box? I sense quite a bit of toxic gas coming from it. I think the answer lies inside. Right. Xifu waved his hand, signaling, You can leave that here. We'll investigate it ourselves. Tran Vunguyen said nothing. Old Duong also looked at him. He waved his hand dismissively, thinking, Forget it. If they want it, give it to them. Tia. Then Tran Vunguyen calmly replied, Then I'll leave it to you. I hope your investigation succeeds. Xifu spoke. Young Master Tran. We are Van Trung Thien. Let me repeat once more. Van Trung Thien. Trung Li Vu Hong stepped forward and spoke. I am the deputy leader of Thiet Quan Hoi. Vu Hong. Allow me to express my respect to Van Trung Thien. We will comply and leave. But he added, However, I want to bring the third master of Baklong Trading Company with us. Our mission is to rescue everyone, including the soldiers, but most importantly the third master, Tren, he added, to complete our mission. I ask that you make an exception and allow us to take the third master with us. Xifu frowned and replied, Unfortunately, that's not possible. There. Old Duong suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Leave it to me. I'll help you take care of him. He continued, from the start. The reason Master Duong entered Ngoc and still hasn't left is for a personal reason. I wanted to observe the puppets more closely myself, so I'll leave immediately and ensure the third master's safety on the way home. He turned and asked, So, Master Duong's legendary mission is to trap enemies. Can't you even accept such a small request? Damn, Xifu was silent, then replied, Fine. If you insist on providing further assistance, then everyone needn't worry. Just hand him over to us, Van Trung Thien. Old Duong chuckled wryly, crossing his arms. Further assistance. You'll be the ones coming to me for help. Just wait and see. And Tran Vunguyen walked away, saying, Then next time. Xifu also replied, This is no small matter. We'll temporarily take over your current affairs. However, since you're involved in the Ngoc Than incident, you'll be investigated eventually too, young Master Tran. He looked over and continued, Well then, see you next time. Wishing everyone a safe journey. Tran Vunguyen didn't respond to him. He watched them leave, then quietly. The white-clad group holding torches, Xifu commanded. What are you waiting for? Search everything, don't miss a single detail. Make sure to prepare for transforming these people tonight. Hurry up. That night, he thought angrily. That night, we were one step away from Van Trung Thien. This isn't right. Not right at all. He personally dealt with those bastards from Tin Da, but also rescued the hostages today. Van Trung Thien should have been the organization to handle this matter, and it would have boosted our trust and reputation in the martial world. Xifu looked at the box, thinking, At least I still got this final rescue mission. Back Keem. Once I'm done here, I will definitely investigate. I will uncover every detail about your background. He whispered. Tin Da, truly laughable. Who knew that bastard would end up dragging us into all these troubles? And in a dark place, there was a boat, skulls scattered all over the ground. Scene change. Someone opened the door, revealing a hand. The man sitting asked, This is Dan Diep. You above. He presented something. I came. Too late. The man sitting below replied, Finally, a corpse lying in his palm. Here, he said, for my ideals. My disciple. Who dared to treat my Dan Deep lie? This mysterious man spoke. Tran Vung, the lost bloodline of Bac Thien Mon. The old man below continued, Of course, Bac Thien Mon. I never thought fate would still bind us together. Introducing this old man. Banam Tu Than, an elder of Tin, named Nan Thien Ngoc. He said, I demand everyone assemble. Ensure all 4 great demon kings are present. in a snowy region, everywhere covered in snow, trees unable to grow, several men running swiftly, all of them losing their heads to a ring of snow. A woman controlling the snow rings. Those men fell by one blow. The remaining two shouted, "Run!" 2 rings chased behind. They gasped for breath, shouting, "We must get out of here quickly." There. Both were struck down by the snow rings. The two fell. The others lying sprawled on the snow, one man still struggling to run. She moved her arms continuously, then struck again. That man still had strength to run. The thing was approaching him. It was closing in. He suddenly saw it near his ear. A burst of blood sprayed out. The white-haired girl exhaled. All those men lay on the snow. One man lying beneath, still barely breathing, spoke. "Kill the disciple of Bhaktadauko." There, he added, "That's what we, Danho sect, were hired to do. We soon realized we were no match for you, so we ran." He asked, "Do you really have to be this ruthless?" There, she looked at him and asked back, "Why not? Whether you decided to kill me or fled, why should I spare you?" That man tearfully begged, "Please, can't you spare my life? I have many family members depending on me, my children. Please, spare me." She raised the ring and shouted, "Enough." She smiles as she watches his head roll off. Someone shouts, "Young master," and she turns around. A masked man appears, and the white-haired girl speaks. "Oh, it's Sarang," she asks. "Are these the assassins you hired to hunt me?" I thought I made myself clear. Can't you find someone stronger?" Sarang replies, "I think it's just that you're too strong." There, he adds, "The master is calling for you." In a snowy wasteland, someone stands high on a tree branch. Moonlight shines on them. The white-haired girl flies up. "Master, you called for me." The woman speaks, "You've finally arrived. It's only a matter of time before you reach the absolute peak. Now, the title of White Knight's emissary is almost yours." She continues, "Hasil. This beautiful girl is Silent Knight's White Knight emissary." Hasil. Cut to a massive fire that has wiped out a village. Thiengok speaks up now. "White Knight, come take a look." Someone approaches and asks, "What is it?" Thiengok replies, "I sense the aura of a boy and a girl." "Am I right?" The one called White Knight replies, "Deet, you're right." Thiengok smiles and says, "To think they're still alive in this desolate place. Their vitality is fierce, but I sense something else too." The two children are hugging each other tightly. The old man continued, "Their eyes are deep as hell, filled with death, beyond the will to lie. They are empty. How pitiful." Tieske. The old woman, White Knight, looks down silently. He continues speaking, "As a man, I find this truly pathetic. They've done nothing wrong. It's just their misfortune to be born in such times. Would you two lie to come with me?" White Knight watches, then turns away, startled. A tiny hand is clutching her clothes. She looks down. She sees a small girl grabbing robes. Thiengok lets out a laugh. "Look at that. She has no fear, daring to grab White Knight emissary's robe." She looks down at her coldly. Thiengok says, "Nothing in this world lasts forever." There, he gestures. "You need a disciple to pass down. Indra, the ice crystal silver sword arts. Right. Then, I'll take this boy and teach him myriad soul arts." The little boy's eyes are lay an abyss. The old man says, "Until we meet again, take good care of the girl." And he laughs and leads the boy away, calling out, "Let's go, kid." She silently looks at the tiny girl at her feet, then calls, "Seirayang." Seirayang leaps from shadows. "Deed, master." White Knight instructs, "Take care of this child, take her inner potential. The harder the trials, the better it is for us. However, if she endures and survives till the end, only then will I take her as my disciple." "Be understood, my lady." White Knight gives orders. Her memories seem completely blank, but to ensure our safety, it's best to erase all her memories. Seirayang replies, "As you wish, my lady." He speaks up, "What about her name?" She replies, "Hasil." "Good, let's use that name." Back to the present. White Knight asks, "Hasil, do you despise me?" Hasil replies, "How can I, a mere disciple?" Say such things. Hasiel hasn't finished when she interrupts. All right. I was once just you. I used to hate my master. Then, who forced me through harsh training. No matter what, the higher I climbed, the more my hatred grew. Therefore, there are times you'll wonder if you're even human at all. She looks serious as she continues. However, never doubt yourself. Losing ordinary emotions doesn't mean you aren't human. She continues. Never forget you are the White Knight emissary. Hasiel replies moments later. I will always remember your words, Master. She suddenly speaks up. We just received a summons. White Knight calls out. You know that. Once a summons is issued, the fate of our silent knight reaches a turning point. We only have months left before returning to the Central Plains. She murmurs thoughtfully. It seems we're about to plunge into chaos. White Knight continues. We might have 3 months left. Until then, we must prepare thoroughly. After that, even a shred of feeling brings immense danger to our enemies. You are the White Knight emissary, a title that will cling to you until death. You have endured without rest. Then White Knight turns to look at her and adds, This is the first and last time I tell you this. Consider it my gift to you. In the icy land, Hasiel stands alone, talking to herself, taking time for herself. She continues, aside from Master, Sarayang, and the Ice Crystal Silver Sword arts, training and killing, what else do I have? I can't even remember my childhood. Hasiel whispers, since I started the Ice Crystal Silver Sword arts, I can't remember much, even recent events. Time slowly passes. She mutters to herself about those distant memories. She thinks of someone, then says, whatever. The girl closes her eyes and continues, I hope Master finds me a more skilled assassin. Killing people, takes real effort to be fun. Hasiel asks herself, how am I supposed to enjoy my time? This is a really hard task for me. She recalls the moment White Knight told her, we will soon plunge into chaos. She repeats the word, chaos, then flies away. Hasiel flies off and continues, all right, I suppose I should visit the Central Plains. I'll be the one destroying it with my own hands later. The full moon hangs bright and round, silent in the middle of a dark sky. Vu Nguyen gazes toward the moonlight, staring at it in a daze. Suddenly, the door slowly opens. Hearing the noise, Vu Nguyen instinctively turns. A few days ago, based on Poison Master Zhou, past events unfold. Although the youngest daughter of the White Dragon Caravan, young Miss Dune, was overjoyed to find her brother, she was quickly overwhelmed by fear. Fortunately, Poison Master used his venom expertise to promise he would cure him. So his symptoms subsided. Poison Master stands there, informing Miss Dune and the old martial artist, as guard Huangqiu arrived just in time to block blood circulation with a chaotic silver demon pill, thus preserving his current condition, followed by the young lady's astonishment as she wonders, Huangqiu that, Continuing from the old Poison Master's excitery, I gradually understood the current state of affairs. Under the present circumstances, having the Poison Master's help is extremely lucky. However, what surprises everyone is he resisted it himself. Yet, a few days ago, while I was investigating the maniacs, the final conclusion pointed to poison ore. I will formulate an antidote based on this poison. Unfortunately, I need the item from the wooden chest. The old monk recounts as he rests his chin in thought. The thing that the Heavens sect took away. Although I promised to cure the third elder, without the primary component, I can't brew the antidote. Hearing this, Vu Nguyen whips his head to look at the woman beside him. Seeing his reaction, she blurts out, why are you staring at me like that? Her expression instantly freezes. With sweat on her face, she stammers in reply, no, wait, I have to take this back to the leader. His gaze grows fiercer after hearing this, making her anxious as she tries to refuse. No, really, you can't do that. Look at the box. He wouldn't give it to you anyway. We're on the same side now. But I still have a mission to complete. Vu Nguyen manages to get the item and hands it to him. Poison Master. This is the piece I retrieved from the wooden chest. It's just a small piece. I hope it's still of use to you. He murmurs amidst the disgust of the victim robbed. You bastard, if I knew martial arts. Damn it. Seeing this, the old poison master turns back, exclaiming, Really? Wow, you're so smart. Terrific. This unpleasant aura radiating from it. This is exactly what I need. Give me a little more time, and I'll definitely have the antidote. He says this as he reaches to take the pouch. Understanding the crisis is about to be resolved, the young woman beside the poison master gratefully thanks him for his assistance. Thank you, Master Jin. Meanwhile, on the fist sect side, the old monk hurries over to report. Leader Long, may I have a word? The madman imprisoned at the Hegemony sect is a member of the Iron Brigade. This is followed by his astonishment as he asks, What? Could that person be Tracker? The answer is promptly delivered as well. He has already fully transformed into a madman, so we had no other choice. I'm sorry, but thanks to his sacrifice, research got this far. Even though he's from the Iron Brigade, Wu Nguyen recounts what happened over the past few days. It seems he caused trouble for Tutor Jin, so the White Dragon Caravan suspended all operations to fully assist Master Jin in brewing the antidote. It's going to cost us a lot of money. Then again, finances aren't the main issue. Thinking of this, a sudden voice pulls him back. Young master, what are you doing out here? Seeing the familiar figure walking toward him, Wu Nguyen speaks up. Wu Nguyen replies, You too. Uncle Huang, you should be resting inside. Huang Qiu quickly approaches him and says, Thanks to the spiritual pill you gave me, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I know it wasn't a complete cure, but thanks to the special formula, the symptoms stopped acting up. My inner energy has recovered quite a bit. It truly is a rare and precious elixir. Anyway, after being trapped for months, regulating my breath to survive in that dark cave, I wanted to come outside and get some fresh air. After hearing his heartfelt words, Wu Nguyen shifts the topic as he looks at the moonlight. All right, let's enjoy the scenery, Uncle Huang. Hearing this, Huang Qiu asks in return, Enough about me. I want to know more about what the young master has been up to. When did you leave Mount Xiao? Amidst the chirping of crickets, the two walk and chat. I see. Then, Huang Qiu's surprised tone rings out, followed by Wu Nguyen's question. Are you hurt anywhere, uncle? Walking past the tree branches, he rambles on. Come to think of it, all of this happened because of me. Please forgive me, young master. It was my negligence that forced you to stop training. I am truly so. Hearing that, he replies with a reassuring smile. It's not your fault, uncle. You're more important to me than my own training. Hearing this, he begins to confess. I realized this a long time ago. The young master is a martial arts expert hidden from the world, but from the last time we met, you seem to have improved a lot. These words make him unable to hold back a smile as he says, Is that so? Glancing around carefully, once he's certain there's no one else, Huang Qiu whispers to Wu Nguyen, I've always wanted to ask about this, but I never dared to pry into your personal matters, young master. If I remember correctly, you said the Northern Heavenly Sect. No, the entire martial scroll was destroyed years ago. How were you able to keep practicing all these years? Hearing his lingering doubts, Wu Nguyen replies as calmly as can be. You wanted to ask about that. You should have asked sooner. The entire Northern Heavenly Sect. No, the entire martial scroll. I just memorized it all. This answer is truly unexpected, leaving Huang Qiu standing there dumbfounded. Not stopping there, Wu Nguyen continued. I would continuously recall the teachings that I had memorized during those 3 years. One day, I realized I remembered everything, even though I didn't really understand it. That's why I locked myself away in a place cut off, to continue my training and put it into practice. For the simple moves I couldn't understand before, I kept thinking back to make up for my shortcomings. That's how I spent the last 7 years, tirelessly practicing the techniques I remembered. It's all thanks to that. Huang Qiu listens quietly from behind, feeling deep admiration as he looks at him. Truly. Naturally, of course, because, however, of course. Oh, really? It's actually not too far from this place. Let me lead the way. Neither of them expects that far off in the distance, A group of ruffians is bullying a young girl. Stop lying. Their threatening words catch his attention. The young girl is terrified, pleading with them in a trembling voice. What do you want? I've already handed everything over. Please let me go. Hearing this, the leader has no intention of letting her go and replies, how do I know if the young lady handed everything over? We have to search you. All right, let me check. Sure. Just as his hand is about to touch her body, Huang Qiu suddenly rushes in from afar, blocking right in front of them. With his hands raised, just as his finger was about to touch her. Setting, Wuxia Historical Martial World Address Forms, Tiao Jia Huang Tuk, Zhen Huingde, Tiao Chu. All names properly transliterate. Hey, hold on. I think you all should stop now. You've already stolen quite a lot anyway. His sudden move quickly startled the leader. He angrily asked back as he saw his prey escape. Old man, who the hell are you? Damn it, he got away. Hearing the question, Huang Chit announced himself. I am a guard of the Back Long Tuangduan. Forgive me if I've done anything wrong, but this is far enough. Without mercy, the leader shouted harshly. If you're a guard, you should know some things are better left alone. Don't meddle in others' affairs. In the end, old man, you want to block my path. Damn it. Do I look that harmless? He yelled and quickly threw a punch at him. Contrary to what the man expected, Huang Chit easily dodged and touched his body, startling him. With agile hands, Huang Chit pressed his palm against the leader's chest before unleashing his inner strength, sending him flying 10 meters back. His body slammed into a tree before the stunned underlings. Meanwhile, Huang Chit was surprised by his own force, thinking he only pushed lightly. Wu Nguyen, watching from afar, was equally amazed. Not stopping there, two underlings decided to risk a simultaneous attack, shouting, Die! Ah, really? Huang Chit, alone, used his lightning-fast sword to counter the opponent's strikes, successfully pushing both of them back, their bodies crashing hard onto the ground, leaving him standing there, confused, with countless questions in his mind. Wait, I just raised my sword to scare them. What's going on here? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Wu Nguyen's call. Uncle Huang. He applauded. Wow, your martial arts have improved beyond my expectation. Your inner strength must have increased quite a lot. It seems you've finally broken through that barrier. Huang Chit didn't quite believe it and replied, Impossible. It's probably because those guys were too weak. They were weak, but your inner strength has grown significantly. Since it took time to protect your heart meridian, you couldn't control your power output. If you keep training diligently, becoming a master is just a matter of time. Allow me to show my respect. Master Huang. These words made Huang Chit blush. With embarrassment, he waved his hand. Oh, what are you saying? You're making me shy. Amid the treetops, a strange man had been watching everything below. He sat leisurely on a branch, thinking. An ordinary guard of Bakhtian Mon, Huang Chit, recently working for Back Long Tuangduan. Zhen Wuyen has gained a powerful ally, turning disadvantage into advantage. He's truly very lucky. The next morning, at Vân Tien Trung, sunlight shone on the red-tiled houses. The lake was crystal clear, and so was the figure in it. The owner of this luxurious place spoke up. You're here. Good. It was none other than Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa. Lien To, along with Huệ Linh, stepped forward to ask Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa. She called, Thẩm Công Tử. Then Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa turned around, greeting with a smile. Oh, finally here, Tây Môn Tiểu Thư. Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa asked, Where's Tu Thien? Didn't you two come together, or is he training like crazy again? Huệ Linh replied, Did. He's still in closed-door cultivation. Did. He's still in closed-door cultivation. Really? That stubborn guy. He's been like this for years. Tell him to rest and mingle with the outside world. How much stronger does he want to get? He only listens to you. Why don't you two sit down and persuade him together? Huệ Linh said helplessly. Thẩm Công Tử, you know how determined he is. There. Legend says undefeated, Tulthian, the 100 battle god, for 7 years. After his first defeat at Bakthian Mon, he swore to himself that he must become strong, standing above all. Long Thangvul promised, as a key figure in the Than Long Hoi, I cannot show any weakness. Su Thi and Su Huing of Thang Long Hoi, I'll rely on you too for now. Once I'm strong enough, I'll return. Tum Wing said seriously, of course, I know that. The terrible thing that happened at Bakthian Mon that year was where my sister Tune lost her life. Outside the palace, a furious voice cursed. You useless son, beaten so bad, and you still have the face to come back. The Bloodzimon Emperor Tum Mokhai was consumed by rage. He kept cursing his severely injured son. Have you ever done anything worthwhile? Useless trash, relying on me, acting arrogant but really just a fool who only causes trouble. I entrusted my daughter to you, and you couldn't protect her when she died. Where were you? You truly embarrass me. How could I have such a useless, talentless son? At your age, I had already climbed to my current position and earned the trust of Gu Tian. What about you now? Not to mention this incident, and it happened at Bakthian Mon, the place we Gu Tian destroyed with our own hands. Now you stir up trouble there, you damn fool. You should have died with her back then. At least, you wouldn't have brought me the shame of having a cowardly son. It's all your fault. Now I have no face to face. The people of Gu Tian, look at yourself. How pathetic you've become. Already devastated by his sister's death. He couldn't help but break down, recalling the scene of her accident. His emotions surged, and he was at his weakest. Tears fell uncontrollably, and with a gasp, overwhelmed by pain over his sister's death, he fainted. Wetling watched Tum Wing drowning in grief over losing his sister. She thought, if I remember correctly, he must have been in agony back then. Luckily, a servant stopped him from attempting suicide. After a long time, he gradually got used to the pain. Recently, he's returned to normal, seemingly thanks to his hatred that helped him recover to this state. Tum Wingia is also known as Tian Buthao, a genius, young, a member of the Thang Long Duan, and the only son of the Bloodzimon Emperor Tum Mokhai. Not only does he have the necessary strength, his family's power is also formidable. Finally, he's willing to face the harsh reality. She spoke up. Tum Gongtu, I think you've heard the rumors. It seems we're about to welcome a new storm. A chaotic era, the forces that have been hidden deep within Van Trong Thien will also start to act. This is the destiny we've always been preparing for. He continued, well said. This time, there will surely be even more deaths, but sacrifices necessary to achieve great accomplishments. We must thank those who died in the massacre at Ngok Tang. Thanks to them, our era has finally begun. Turn correct, but don't forget to stay vigilant, you understand. Wetling S, by the way, have you heard of the man who single-handedly handled the Ngok Tang incident? He replied, what do they call him? Bucks, something. Yeah, he's Buckium. I only gathered a bit of information that his name is Chun. Can you see anything? There, Tum Wingia replied, not exactly. From the north, Buckium, Chun. There, a name flashed in Tum Wingia's mind, surprising him. They both answered simultaneously. Bakthian Mon's Chun Vu Nguyen. There, the two continued talking. Didn't he die that day? There. That's the result we received from Van Trong Thien's investigation team. We thought the same. It's time we tested ourselves. You should send someone to investigate this. Tum Gongtu. Everything we've been through stems from that bastard. Once I find out where he is, I'll tear him into 100 pieces. And she asked further, I think you've heard of the Phúc Đội by now, right? If you become a member, not only do you join a group of strong people, but you also have a chance to compete for the top commander position. The conditions are quite attractive. If you gain control of them, you'll be stronger than Gu Tian. Phúc Đội. I didn't expect the old men of Trong Thien to resort to this. Daring to use old ways. It means they're afraid of Dingza's current power, or they're trying to minimize losses by gathering young talents. Recruiting is easy. Fools who want to prove themselves. Well said. They'll quickly choose what benefits the Thang Long Duan. Not just anyone who wants to join, but those whose strength brings us benefits. Besides us and Hati and Putvi, who else? We're all top martial geniuses. There's one genius even more deserving of that title. That is, Gong Du. You should call him to our side soon. Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa asked, who is that? The three-eyed scholar, Ha Zhenwei. He's the only one who can beat my intellect. I tricked him 5 years ago. Surprisingly, I had a chance to meet him at a celebration. We debated on astronomy, the art of strategy, and military tactics, but I was quickly defeated. From the outside, from personality to looks, we're opposites. But one thing I realized, he's the one worthy of the title of greatest genius. I felt threatened, but how could I let it be? If I spare Ha Zhenwei, he'll surpass me. So I wanted to use my family's power to make him fear me. I used every method, Tề Vạn Phương Chiến, stay of tactics, and defeated him in a battle of wits. A prodigy like him always prides himself, because they always think they're the best in the world, so his first defeat was hard to accept, especially being defeated by Vạn Phương Chiến. He would suffer a tremendous mental blow, because after that encounter, I heard he started to go mad. But he's still a prodigy, so by now, after a moment of silence, what if we can't recruit him? Wetling replied, then we eliminate him. If he won't join the Than Long Dawn, I won't give him a chance to oppose us. Night fell, the night scene of a river or lake, moonlight shining on water, creating sparkling ripples. In the distance, a full moon hung in the starry sky. Chen Wuyen strolled with Huang Qian. Suddenly he stopped, spotting something interesting on the lake's surface. He chuckled awkwardly. What is that guy doing? Then, Huang Qian also peered over and asked, who's that madman? Is he someone you know, young master? Here, in the distance, Ha Zhenwei sat on a board. He raised his hand and began to roar, as if revealing his true self. Late at night, a guard noticed a figure stepping up the stairs, complaining, damn it, what kind of place is this? Is he really at this Tanghua Tu Guan? There, the doorman raised his hand to stop him. State your name and purpose. The large figure shouted. What? Get out. Do you know who I am? Who sent me here? You dare block my path? He ignored the obstruction and barged through the door. Damn it, get out of my way. Tô Mộ Thượng Tuân Tô Lộc, frowning in annoyance. It's him. Tô Mộ Thượng remembered. 7 years ago, the commander of the Tin Ho mercenary team was dispatched to Bắc Thiên Môn. When everyone there, his own comrades, were slaughtered that night, he was the first to abandon them and flee. The large man said boldly, Deputy Commander, long time. Tô Mộ Thượng was annoyed to hear his name, Trương Bồi Sơn. Trương Bồi Sơn mocked. Rumors are true. I heard you're now with Vân Trung Thien, commanding the elite investigation team. Not a bad position. Tô Mộ Thượng retorted, and you're a dog. For Thiên Bất Hảo and the Daimon family. Trương Bồi Sơn was furious. What? You dare compare me to a dog? And you dare say my name without respect? Have you lost your mind, Tô Mộ Thượng? A dog lie you knowing I'm the commander. Must have been told by your master. So what are you doing here? Trương Bồi Sơn reached for his sword. What? You bastard. You've lost your mind, haven't you? Look how arrogant you've become. You dare. But his movement stopped when he saw many people in the shadows reveal themselves. Trương Bồi Sơn panicked. What? What? Tô Mộ Thượng stepped toward him. Trương Bồi Sơn backed away in fear. Tô Mộ Thượng leaned close. Trương Bồi Sơn thought, when did he become this formidable? Tô Mộ Thượng whispered in his ear. Trương Bồi Sơn, am I still the same Tô Mộ Thượng you once knew? Tô Mộ Thượng threatened. If it were your masters, Thiên Bất Hảo, maybe not, but for a lackey, doing their dirty work, I just need to act quickly and find some excuse to fool the outsiders. He continued, your existence, along with the name Trương Bồi Sơn, I can make disappear from this world. Tô Mộ Thượng taunted. Do you think your masters will care about the sudden disappearance of a foolish servant? Of course not. A useless coward who only runs away will be easily replaced. They'll just find someone new. Tô Mộ Thượng threatened. If you don't want that to happen, Then quickly reveal your purpose and get out of my sight. Chung Boy Sun trembled. Ah. He suddenly bowed respectfully. Taimunja Swetlin, the young lady of Taimunja, summoned you, commander of the elite team. Do Mo Tuong raised his hand to signal those behind him. Swetlin of Taimunja. He thought to himself. This must be related to my master. I think they're gradually becoming aware of his existence. There, on the other side, Ha Chunwiet stood on the boat, controlling water droplets around him as he frowns. Damn it, I don't know anymore. Damn it, I don't know. Jin Woonguin lands on the boat. He says, still as crazy as ever. Ha Chunwiet notices movement behind him and turns around. He wonders, hold on. You haven't left Jade River City. Jin Woonguin smiles. Right, not yet. Ha Chunwiet sighs. Ever since you broke my illusions, I knew you weren't ordinary. Then, but I never expected you to tangle with the Fist Fiend and Iron Fist sect. He wonders, you truly exceed my imagination. Can you fly or use magic? How did you reach me? I'm right in the middle of the lake. Ha Chunwiet shrugs. Oh well, I guess the martial world's nickname for you, Northern Blade, has its reasons. Reason. He smiles knowingly. So getting here is just par for the course, right? Northern Blade. Northern Blade. Jin Woonguin scratches his head. I didn't think I'd be known by so many folks down here. Ha Chunwiet crosses his arms. Natural when a big shot doesn't care. About surrounding rumors. There are plenty of people chatting about what you've done. There, on the calm, flowing river, a flask of wine and 2 cups are neatly set down. Ha Chunwiet says, last time I offered you tea. Let's drink wine this time. Let's drink wine this time. Ha Chunwiet cheerfully adds, drifting along like this. Wine is the best. Jin Woonguin replies, you didn't come out here just to drift around, did you? You didn't come just to drift, right? You've seen right through me. Jin Woonguin looks at the fish swirling around their boat as the center, creating a whirlpool. He wonders, did you use an illusion to gather all the fish in the lake? Into one spot? It's as if you're a giant net. To catch them all. Jin Woonguin feels the massive school of fish gathering beneath the boat, feeling quite impressed. Ha Chunwiet takes a sip of wine. Impressed? What's there to be impressed by? I'm just playing around. Suddenly, he falls silent. Ha Chunwiet asks, are you Jin Woonguin, the 5th generation sect leader? And of the Northern Heavenly Sect. Ha Chunwiet clicks his tongue. Seems that's right. No wonder you couldn't care less about the rumors. Couldn't care less. So what are your next plans? Vengeance against the 4 Northern Masters and Central Heavenly Alliance. To rebuild the Northern Sect. He raises his hand excitedly. Or defeat everyone and rule the martial world. Jin Woonguin pours a fulp of wine. He drinks it all down, wiping his mouth. This wine packs a punch. Both sit quietly on the boat. Jin Woonguin muses for a moment before saying, you probably all think I'm dreaming big. But truthfully, I don't have an ounce of ambition in my head. I simply want to lie a fool. Just a hip high life. Bore, he asserts. However, one thing I guarantee is I will never betray my own voice. Betray my own voice. Ha Chunwiet looks confused. The sound I hear from deep within my heart. I've decided to follow whatever my heart tells me. He raises his head. If it tells me to take revenge, that will be my path. Or if it's to rule the world, I'll follow that too. He holds his wine cup with a smile. Do I look like a fool to you? Ha Chunwiet looks astonished. He laughs aloud. So you have your own principles after all. You bastard who knows how to joke. You bastard who knows how to joke. He takes a sip of wine. If living by desires makes me a dreamer, then I guess I am. Deep down, Ha Chunwiet still believes, even if it sounds like a daydream, I think he'll actually pull it off. He's different from those daydreamers. The gap isn't just earth and sky. It's more like heaven and hell. He looks at Jin Woonguin. Because he has real strength. Sure. What he says sounds simple, but his words carry unmatched confidence. Unmatched confidence. He looks at his reflection in the wine cup. Or is it because I've juggled too much? That I'm in this muddy swamp. Ha Chunwiet chuckles. I suppose as time goes on, you should still lie a true man. Just lie that. Looks lie. Hatch and Wit have grown too tired. Let's finish this wine. This is the moment for me to loosen up and relax a bit. Hatch and Wit breathes out. Ever since he appeared, the signs in the sky have started changing too. Started changing too. He looks at the moon. No one knows what this signifies. Hatch and Wit reaches into his robe to grab something. Whether he'll be a hero leading the younger generation. Or a villain who wants to destroy everything with his own hands. Hatch and Wit ties his hay. I'm curious which path he will choose. He calls out to Jin Wuyen, "Hey, Northern Blade." Hatch and Wit tightens his top knot with an excited smile. I'm starting to get excited. We're the same, both carrying debts. Let's head straight for the Central Heavenly Alliance. Jin Wuyen. Jin Wuyen is surprised. Hatch and Wit stands up and laughs heartily. Right, I should lay by my heart too. That sounds good. He points forward. I, the three-eyed scholar Hatch and Wit, decide to become a subordinate. Under Jin Wuyen, 5th generation leader of the Northern Heavenly Sect. The place that destroyed the Northern Sect. Where the greatest martial masters, the 9 skies, reside. Central Heavenly Alliance, the core jade of the entire martial world. A place many young martial artists aspire to join. Central Alliance. Come to think of it, so much has happened. The nickname Northern Blade is gradually becoming well known. Soon, the curtain on my identity will be lifted. This is a destined path. This is a destined path. Jin Wuyen thinks. Seeking them out gives me the upper hand. Someone calls. Young master. Jin Wuyen answers. Uncle Huang. Huang Chiat is curious. What were you two talking over there that left you so deep in thought? May I ask about it? Jin Wuyen replies. That person over there is the eccentric scholar known as That, the three-eyed scholar, Hatch and Wit. He's a talented man, and learned and knowledgeable, and he just offered to become my assistant. He also wants me to go with him to the Central Heavenly Alliance. Huang Chiat is startled. What? Huang Chiat wonders. I can see the young master respects him greatly. He must be extraordinary. But does the young master think? That person can be trusted. Is having an assistant like him really a good thing? Jin Wuyen is puzzled. I feel he doesn't have any malicious intent. So there shouldn't be any problem. Huang Chiat asks, then why didn't he come with us right now? Right now. Jin Wuyen recalls. On the boat, Hatch and Wit said, I have things to prepare. A few things to pack. He added sheepishly. I also need to settle some matters with the petty officials. Just pretend you know nothing. All right, he turned around. When done, I'll seek you out. Do what you need. Jin Wuyen recounts. After hearing that, Huang Chiat asks, do you think he's trustworthy? He remains half doubtful, even though he's quite a freak. Huang Chiat opens the door. I don't know how he figured out your destination. Jin Wuyen smiles. I don't know. When the two step inside, everyone in the room stops what they're doing. Long Wutang speaks up. Here he is. Zuan Tu Ming. Could this be Mr. Jin? I don't know how to express gratitude. Mess. I want to thank everyone here as well. Wutang laughs merrily. Jin, he wanted to meet you privately. So as soon as he woke up, he decided to sit here and wait. Zhang Qimon instructs. For 3 months, you must take the antidote I prepared every single day. Prepared every day. Zhang Qimon looks at him. Only then will your internal injuries have a chance to recover soon. The man is touched. The man is touched. Thank you, Senior. Master of Poison. I swear I'll repay this life-saving grace today. Zhang Qimon waves his hand. Come over here too. Bodyguard Huang. I need to check if there are any lingering toxins inside you. Lingering toxins inside you. Huang Chiat is startled. Oh goodness. I never thought I'd be treated personally by such a great master. What an honor. Thank you. Jin Wuyen looks at Đường Mỹ Lệ. How did you brew the antidote so fast? How did you brew the antidote so fast? Đường Mỹ Lệ blushes shyly. Back when we were still in the Fist Fiend sect, I examined a poison there. Acting faster. We just added the antidote needle containing magnetic properties. Thanks to the poison ore that Brother Jin found and gave us. Then, she happily says, it helped me and my uncle brew the antidote much faster. Once my uncle figured out a way to suppress the poison. The soul-clearing elixir technique. To needle all 136 main acupuncture points within a single breath. Every needle needs specific depth. Finally, channel internal energy to expel toxins from each meridian. Once the poison completely leaves Mr. Don's body, he can begin the recovery process. Jin Woo-Nguyen is impressed. I heard Central Heavenly Alliance's investigative team infiltrated Yunnan 2 months ahead of the Tang family. And even used you as bait to cover up their investigation. Teet, who would have thought after all that? You guys still brewed an antidote in just a few days. Brewed an antidote in just a few days. Luong Mi Lệ says, brother, you don't need to praise me. Unlike my uncle, I can't become a true poison master. Because I possess a body resistant to all poisons, I can't learn poison arts. Since I can't sense the effects of poisons, everything I just did was thanks to my uncle. Everything was thanks to my uncle. Jin Woo-Nguyen looks at her. He comforts her. Anyway, thanks to Lady Duong, he managed to lie until today. Lived until today. You're the one who saved him from countless brush with death moments. Always trying your best for others. Not to mention, the poison technique just now also required your help. Right. Required your help. Right. Jin Woo-Nguyen smiles. That alone is amazing. Thank you, Lady Duong, for helping with all your might. Duong Mi Lệ blushes as she looks at him, then turns away. It's nothing. I didn't do much. Damn, I didn't do much. Doan Tu Min steps forward. Mr. Jin, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Thanks to that, I'm still alive today. Little sister told me everything. Because of me, everyone had to go through so much danger. I promise to repay this kindness today. Jin Woo-Nguyen calmly replies, I didn't do all that much. The guards of White Dragon Merchant Troop and Iron Brigade suffered more than I did. You should reward them handsomely. Doan Tu Min smiles. I've already thanked everyone for their help personally. I'm not the ungrateful type. To express gratitude to Mr. Jin. I will do my utmost if you ever need any help. Please don't hesitate to come to White Dragon Merchant Troop to find me. From now on, White Dragon Merchant Troop offers its full support. I swear on my entire honor and name. Jin Woo-Nguyen bows. I didn't do this for a reward. My gun was simply to save Senior. Still, it's an honor to hear those words. Hear those words. Doan Tu Min smiles with interest. This man Jin was born to make the martial world churn once again. Churn once again. Doan Tu Min smiles at Huang Chia. Bodyguard Huang, you must have gone through so much hardship for my sake. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. An Van Ding. Thank you for dragging you into danger. I promise to support everyone fully. Why? Long Vu Tang cheers. All right. In 3 days, we head back. Then, get some rest everyone, but don't forget to prepare for departure. A massive explosion in the forest. 2 figures in white robes gradually emerge from the smoke of the blast. The one in the white hood leans into the ear of the one wearing a white headband. The headband wearer is startled. What? White Dragon Merchant Troops. Doan Tu Min regained consciousness and made a full recovery. He fumes. How did they find the antidote? We started investigating long ago. Yeah. The Tang family's poison expert. I shouldn't have underestimated them. The hooded figure hesitates. Also, Zhao Tanwu has vanished. The Fist Fiend sect shut down. No one knows his whereabouts. The headband wearer is stunned. Didn't Huodong handle the Fist Fiend sect business? What on earth is that guy doing? The hooded figure clicks his tongue. He actually forced the Fist Fiend sect to shut down. He even took Zhao Tianwu's son Zhao Enjing hostage. But while escorting him back, they got word that the Fist Fiend, Jin, had vanished without a trace. Lord Hua has a huge headache. The headband wearer curses. Damn it. Damn it. That stubborn old Fist Fiend. What is he plotting now? Plotting now. He orders. Things aren't progressing as smoothly as we wanted. Once work here is done, hurry and regroup with Huodong. The hooded figure bows. Understood. In the city, a man shouts. Pointing around everywhere, people nearby begin to gossip. First time I've seen that guy. Drunk in broad daylight. Mind your business. Business. Jin Vũ Nguyên looks at Đường Mỹ Lệ and Giang Kỳ Môn. Suddenly someone calls out to him, Master, someone is heading straight toward us. And Long Vũ Thang looks up. Who is it this time? From afar, a black dot moves rapidly. The black dot gradually clears into someone riding a horse with arms spread wide. Ha Chen Nguyệt with a beaming face says, My northern blade, I've finally arrived. Come over here and show some affection. Holding my hands up gets so tired. Jin Vũ Nguyên is speechless and helpless. Meanwhile, Ha Chen Nguyệt laughs excitedly. A bird soars across the sky. Watching Ha Chen Nguyệt chirp away at Giang Kỳ Môn, he exclaimed, My, how surprising. Who'd have thought those two would hit it off? He looked at the pair and remarked, From medical arts to astronomy, their conversation seems endless. No wonder they're considered geniuses. The man in black asked curiously, Are they self-taught geniuses? Three-eyed scholar, my first time seeing such, with such unimaginable understanding. Good grief. Chen Vũ Nguyên shook his head and sighed. Huang Chit called out, Young master, I recall you wanting to visit where I found that stone. Actually, that place isn't very far away. 10 li north, there's a place known as Hakpung Mountain. Want to trek it out? And Huang Chit said, Uncle, we have private matters and to attend to. Once finished, we'll catch up. The guard replied, Understood, take care. I'll let Vân Ding know. Chen Vũ Nguyên looked at the two behind. I'll be back. Ha Chen Nguyệt smiled. Right, be careful. The old man went back to it. Giang Kỳ Môn laughed. This is this junior's fault. Seeing the two eagerly chatting and ignoring him, he felt a bit helpless. Long Vũ Thang spoke up. He's one of the strongest people here. I have a bad feeling about this. I hope trouble doesn't strike in his absence. Huang Chit and Chen Vũ Nguyên quickly moved through the forest. Chen Vũ Nguyên and Huang Chit kept moving forward. Huang Chit pointed ahead. I'm out of breath. This is the spot. The young master didn't even break a sweat. Chen Vũ Nguyên grasped his sword. He could feel the weapon vibrating intensely. Chen Vũ Nguyên said, So, this is it. They stood before ruins lie a battleground. Quack Vân Ding used a stick to draw on the ground, then drew the same symbol onto a tree. He marked his path as he walked. Quack Vân Ding drew, unaware of the approach, and bumped right into him. Quack Vân Ding paniqued. Sorry, why did we stop? Here, the iron troops stood tense and motionless. A gigantic man appeared before them, followed by a large troop of soldiers. The man in front was immensely muscular, wearing armor with golden patterns on his arms. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, Chen Vũ Nguyên asked, What is going on here? Huang Chit beside him frowned and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but, he continued, several years ago, I passed by this place, and we found it completely in ruins. One of my guards knew about this location, a rock that fell from the sky, as it was an unusual stone. Chen Vũ Nguyên spoke up. Aside from the fact that the Broken Fists sect destroyed this place, I still don't get why the Broken Fists sect went this far. There's no point in massacring these people. Old Huang suddenly cried out. Here it is. He continued, This is where I found the rock from the sky. They peered inside. Chen Vũ Nguyên sword vibrated. He looked down in surprise. He thought, Your call is getting stronger. I see. His gaze turned cold as he thought. Is it over there? He stepped forward. Huang Chit wondered, Young master. Young master Vũ Nguyên approached the ruins. Young master Vũ Nguyên approached the ruins and cleared the debris near dusk. They moved the stone slabs to clear a path, then stared inside in shock. Huang Chit spoke up. This is Long Vũ Thang thought anxiously. Demonist. Triệu Thiên Vũ? Triệu Thiên Vũ stood before Long Vũ Thang. Vũ Thiên thought, Why is that man here? Triệu Thiên Vũ asked with authority, crushed by his pressure. Chen Vũ Thiên thought internally, Damn it, what an intense presence he has. He's seeking retribution for Yulin City. But I thought they were forced to seal gates. After a warning from the central heaven, he broke into a sweat and thought, Then why is he here right now? He's the leader of the Broken Fist sect. The Demon Fist, Chiltinvu. We need to get out of this situation as fast as possible. There's no reason to walk into danger. Our top priority is completing our mission, without suffering any further casualties. Everyone wore a solemn expression. Old Duan asked Ha Chunwit anxiously, "What the hell? Why is the Demon Fist here? Didn't he close his gates?" Ha Chunwit turned away in silence. He didn't care, but thought to himself, if I recall, that night Silent Night disguised as citizens to kidnap merchants and travelers and drive them mad, instead of hunting down those individuals. The brutal Broken Fist sect decided to massacre the entire city by killing Silent Night and saving them. High-ranking figures in Yulin City. He could win some trust and respect, and use that to cover up his own atrocities. He turned his head and continued pondering. But because Chun stopped the sect from massacring the city and single-handedly dealt with Silent Night, the world knows the Broken Fist sect's brutality, which is why they were forced to seal gates, diminishing their influence and power. Not only that, but his son was taken hostage by Central Heaven. I can imagine the rage he feels right now, trying to pin all of this on Chun. Ha Chunwit rubbed his chin and thought, "Demonst. He's a bear with a thirst for violence. Things are about to get complicated." Scene change. Chun Vultian bowed his head. Things are about to get complicated. Long Vuthang showed his respect. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Then Long Vuthang began to speak. He has been traveling with us for a while, but due to some personal matters, he recently left our group. We didn't ask where he was going. We don't know his current whereabouts. He mentioned he would return to us after finishing his task, so I'm certain he will eventually come to this place. However, if that doesn't satisfy you, perhaps you could. We are fulfilling our mission by escorting the third young master of the White Dragon Caravan and members of the Sichuantang family. Chiltianvu fell silent. Long Wutang continued. Almighty Lord of the Broken Fist sect, would it be alright if we continue on? A cry rang out. What is this? Scene change. Huang and Chen stepped inside. Old Huang spoke. So all those things outside, you're telling me that wasn't even all of it? Teen. Chen Vuongwian looked down at the ground. A corpse lay beneath them. Vuongwian spoke up. It seems their throats and wrists were slit to drain all the blood from their bodies. He continued. Afterwards, they were sealed away in this place because they've been sealed for so long. Their bodies didn't decay and instead became mummified. Old Huang wondered. They haven't lost their minds. What the hell is the Broken Fist sect trying to accomplish? Chen Vuongwian replied. More importantly, Chen Vuongwian added, these are all women. He added, I heard stories when I was young. 10 bodies of young women, a demonic ritual involving fresh female blood to exponentially boost one's inner power, because this method is too violent and inhumane. He continued, the martial world banned this. He said coldly, and this is proof. Someone shouted, bastards. Here. Chiltianvu asked sternly. Are you trying to threaten me by naming the scoundrels of the White Dragon Caravan and Sichuantangs? Long Wutang replied, no, that's not what I meant. Chiltianvu continued. Let me get straight to the point due to recent events. He said seriously. If I can't vent this anger of mine, I can't bring myself to follow orders. Tianwu added. I'll have to take my anger out on you. Long Wutang broke into a sweat and replied. Wait. Tianwu spoke angrily. If I do, the Northern Blade will appear. Once he learns of what I've done, I'm sure he'll make a speedy appearance. So, veins bulging as he whispered, you should be honored to be killed. Killed by my hands. Chiltianwu shouted the command. Kill them. I'm sure he'll appear soon. Additional terms: Ba Quyền Hội Broken Fist Sect, Thiết Quân Hội Iron Troops, Vân Trung Thiên Central Heaven, Tĩnh Giả Silent Night. All characters remain consistent with roles. Pronouns strictly met, gender shown in visuals. Translation complete. Long Wusheng hesitated for a moment, then asked Zhao Tianwu, "Wait, what do you mean?" Zhao Tianwu remained, his face full of authority, lowering his voice to speak to Long Wusheng. "If you have power, it's a sin not to use it." Long Wusheng's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping in fear. "You damned devil, are you mad? At a time when you should be sealing your gates? To think you'd defy their orders? Are you trying to overthrow the Central Heaven Alliance?" Hesitating, he cut into his thoughts. "Leader, I believe he will see reason." Tai Yulan added with determined eyes. "I agree, we should enter battle formation." Long Wusheng closed his eyes, bolstered by his subordinate's will. He yielded. Damn it. He resolved to fight. Roar in anger. "Damn you, old man, how dare you do this? We told you we don't know where he went. We only care about ourselves. So why the hell are you doing this?" He seemed ready to fight to the end. Calling out to Zhao Tianwu, Long Wusheng's legion, fierce and ready, stepped back, all already poised for a merciless battle. Likewise, Zhao Tianwu's side was also in position, their faces cold as daggers. Long Wusheng's legion raised weapons, staring sternly at Zhao Tianwu. Long Wusheng, gripping his blade, demanded, "Are you truly the Demon Fist?" Zhao Tianwu, one of the 4 northern kings. Zhao Tianwu sneered, "How dare you address me so casually? Has everyone forgotten what it means to be one of the 4 northern kings? You insolent bastard." He clenched his fist in anger. "I was chosen by heaven. Respect my honor." This fist defeated the silent shadows of darkness. Long Wusheng doubted as he boasted. "Further, the peace you've enjoyed so far is only due to my strength and effort. It seems those among you have forgotten truth and grown arrogant." He glared, his killing intent blazing. "Starting with that bastard who dares punish me. The actions I took in the city. Not hesitating to do things my way." Zhao stretched, continued speaking cautiously. "I don't want to waste things. I won't overlook them anymore. So once I capture the Northern Blade." With cold eyes, he smiled firmly and said, "I will take the heavenly realm my way, as it should have been done from the start. It's a bit annoying when I try my best to accomplish this, but that's what it means to be the Demon Fist, the leader of the glorious Fist sect." Tanwu. The scene was chilling. Long Wusheng pointed his blade at him. "That's why not a single action of mine is looked down upon or mocked," Zhao Tianwu said smugly. "For I am reason, justice, and power." Long Wusheng's eyes burned with a flame. Resentful, he charged forward cursing. "You bastard!" In a small tribal village, hidden deep in the majestic mountains, the people of the mainland called this place the Cursed Mountain, but those living here never traded, nor interacted with outsiders. They respected and worshipped nature. They called it the Sacred Mountain for food, and a way of life for them. But many years ago, a star fell, leaving a large crater behind. The shamaness discovered this star and named it the Heaven Stone, deciding to worship it, to bring safety to her people. She spent her days worshipping the stone, chosen by the sacred mountain to lead her clan. She was a respected shamaness, but things often aren't. As she prayed, a desperate scream rang out. She instinctively turned her head to see what was happening. A horrifying scene unfolded before her. The surroundings engulfed in fire, slaughter happening everywhere, the village destroyed. She sprang up in terror, running quickly outside. She trembled in disbelief. What is happening right now? Why are they attacking my people? A group like demonic tigers was slaughtering her people without hesitation, making her. She could not believe her eyes. What did we do wrong to deserve this punishment? Why are they killing us? Despicable minions grabbed women by the hair, dragging them across the rough ground, already stained with blood. They laughed mockingly and cruelly. They laughed mockingly and cruelly at the sight of her people suffering. She screamed in anger, "Stop your actions!" Their eyes, devoid of humanity, turned toward her. Her cries, "How dare you do this?" She charged at the vile men and shouted. "Stop!" He struck her hard on the head, knocking her out, then mocked the other vile men, saying, "What are you?" She saved us time by running toward us. And then lay the fate of another woman. She too was grabbed by the hair and dragged away, as if having collected the spoils. These demons in human form rejoiced. "All right, let's go." When pain surfaced in her consciousness, she slowly opened her eyes, seeing those men, and wondered what's happening. But there was nothing around. The peaceful village where she and her people lived was now nothing but barren land destroyed by innocent blood stains. She nearly collapsed in despair. Those vile demons, those men stood in the distance discussing something. "The preparations are complete." "Good." One pointed at her in despair. "Oh, there's another one over there." He leisurely walked toward her. "I will not forgive you. I will never forgive you. I will curse you until you descend to hell." He taunted before her. His eyes lay dark abysses, as if completely empty, devoid of human emotion. "The moment I become a spirit, I will take revenge." Before she finished, her eyes closed. The demon's face was arrogant. He sat proudly in the crater holding of drops of blood from the innocent people he killed. He not only slaughtered but also trampled on the faith of her people, as if to purge them even if they became spirits. He bound the souls of the villagers he brutally killed to the stalactites above the altar. Drop by drop, blood fell into the crater. With satisfaction, satisfying his sick bloodlust, the rain of blood fell, drop by drop, drop by drop. The meteorite stone worshipped by the shamaness witnessed it all. It sat proudly in the cave as if waiting for the day to punish those sick bastards. Tran Vu Nguyen touched the ancient tree, as if witnessing everything again. He stood in grief while Hong Chiat called, "Young master." Tran Vu Nguyen's face was pained, his lips pressed tight, his usually calm eyes now brimming with tears. "Uncle, you betrayed the Bac Thine sect for greed. But you also sacrificed the lives of innocent people." Tran Vu Nguyen's pain showed resentment. "Slaughtering the people of Ngoc Than, forcing your followers to learn a forbidden martial art that shortened their lifespans. The hands of those sinners kill. And to slaughter the people of this tribe for more power." Tran Vu Nguyen was furious, clenching his weapon, questioning, "How dare you treat lives so lightly? At any point in your life, you were a proud warrior, fighting against the night. Did you truly? To protect many lives." He gripped his robes to keep himself calm, before losing control from resentment. "How many times have you failed?" Tran Vu Nguyen raised his sword. Tran Vu Nguyen charged forward. With cold eyes, he made his resolve. A surge of energy surrounded Tran Vu Nguyen like blades, cutting the air. He declared, "You who stopped shedding tears, snow flower, I will fulfill your revenge." Kong Tran Sung thought hurriedly. "Zhao Tianwu, he's consumed by rage. It seems we can no longer reason with him." Having thought this, Kong Tran Sung angrily ordered the guards, "White Dragon Caravan, draw your blades. Now, make these bastards regret attacking us." Hajinwal watched from afar, expressing disappointment. Demon Fist, Zhao Tianwu, a monster who spent his life killing others on the battlefield. It seems he's finally calmed down after years. Not even a third-rate bandit group could get this far. I'm quite disappointed in you. Demon Fist. Hajinwal stroked his chin as he planned in his head. If Long Wusheng can hold off Zhao Tianwu, then the rest of us will have to deal with those martial artists of the Fist sect. Hajinwal glanced at the muscular artists. Hajinwal began to think deeper. Let's see. There are about 20 of those bastards, and each one has reached the peak realm. As for our side, we have 8 warriors from the Iron Brigade, and about 15 low-level guards from the White Dragon Caravan. Around us is flat ground with trees. On the sides, A gentle breeze in the air and clear weather. Hajinwal sucked his finger, devouring. However, the clouds above us suddenly changed. Hajinwal looked up, then released his finger. A clear sky with the chance of thunder. Perfect. Hajinwal waved his hand repeatedly, signaling Quach Van Din. Hey boy, you're Van Din, right? Come here quickly. Quach Van Din saw Hajinwal sitting in the distance and quickly ran over, replying, Dit, sir, wondering in his heart. He knows my name. Hajinwal smiled. I'm sure you've marked 17 spots. Way here, right? Quach Van Din replied with concern. Dit, I believe they're around there. Quach Van Din asked. He asked a question, curious. Wait, he's been talking with the Lord the whole time. So when did he notice this? Hajinwal now pulled from his pocket a stack of strange papers and ordered, I have a task for you. Attach these to the marked places. Marked. Quach Van Din held out his hand to receive the papers, his face full of confusion, replying, Oh, Dit, sir. Hajinwal leaned close to his ear and whispered, Good, and also, Quach Van Din listened, feeling a bit tense, sweating. Dit, but, sir, do you really think I can do that? Hajinwal placed his hand on Quach Van Din's shoulder, his face full of confidence. You can do it. Van Din, tell yourself you can do it. And eventually you'll believe you will. The Iron Brigade warriors didn't fight immediately but calmly asked quick questions. Should we attack them first or not? What should we do now? Deputy leader, should we wait? They're almost here. Decide quickly. Comrades, Tai Yulan thought in annoyance. Teach, moving without thinking is death, seeking death. Trungli Vuhorn focused to calm his heart. Stay calm and think. A familiar voice rang in his head. Hello, Trungli, speaking through the mind. The voice continued. Strategist of the Iron Brigade, Vuhorn, with your intelligence, I have a plan. I'll signal you. Make sure to attack with force. Trungli Vuhorn suddenly turned around, looking toward Hajinwal, and asked in surprise, Three-eyed scholar, what is your plan? The sky had gradually turned grey. A flock of birds flew away. In the forest, the wind grew. Quach Van Din ran through the trees, placing the papers as Hajinwal had instructed. After completing the task, after finishing attaching all those papers, Quach Van Din sprinted back, hurriedly reporting to Hajinwal, Sir Scholar, I've attached them all. Having said that, Quach Van Din continued running again without stopping, shouting loudly to Hajinwal, I'll place them on the trees. Muttering in his head the words Hajinwal had instructed. Showing praise for Quach Van Din. Beautiful, you're doing great, my dear Van Din. Hajinwal's face sharpened. All right, time to begin, isn't it? Spreading his arms, he shouted, Come to me. Over a dozen martial artists of the Broken Fist sect and the Iron Brigade warriors were all in. Took battle-ready stances. They stepped forward one by one. Lai Vuhorn, full of questions, glanced Hajinwal, wondering, what the hell are we doing? Make everyone amazed from nowhere. The artists asked in surprise, Dust clouds, do they have more soldiers? One of the Broken Fist sect martial artists said to his comrades, it's reinforcements, but that doesn't matter. Because the martial artist widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? What's that there? Arrows were flying, enveloping the martial artists of the Fist sect. Hold your ground and block. Hold your ground. These arrows, as instructed, they won't pierce our arms easily. The artists focus on defense, lowering guard. They fail to notice their vulnerability. Hatrangai's arrow illusion ignites successfully. Everything goes according to plan. Hatrangai spits and smirks. Now is our chance. Iron Brigade, charge. The Iron Brigade warriors rush in, relentlessly slashing at the martial artists. Trungli Vuhorn asks in surprise, These dust clouds and arrows, are they your illusions? Hatran Knight folds his arms, tense, strategizing their next move. If we fight these bastards from the demonic fist sect, their power will quickly crush us. Crush us. Our only chance is to unbalance them and launch a counterattack. It'll hold, but we still need Vunguyen here as soon as possible. They've dropped their guard now. However, they are trained assassins. They'll recover and turn the tide. Before that happens, I need another formation. He urges Quach Van Din mentally. Van Din, you need to hurry. Everything depends on his mission. Quach Van Din runs for his life at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Trio and Long clash fiercely. Long Vuthan leaps up, swinging his sword down rapidly, his blade. Trio Thienvu instantly blocks Long Vuthan's sword. Long Vuthan, horrified and helpless, thinks he blocked my attack with just a slight shoulder movement. Trio Thienvu asks angrily, "Brat, you're wasting too many movements." Trio Thienvu puts all his strength into his arm and flings Long Vuthan away, flings him away. Thick dust and smoke obscured Trio Thienvu's vision. Capitalizing on this, Long Vuthan launches himself forward with his sword, leaps close to Trio Thienvu. Trio Thienvu unleashes a powerful fist, echoing a majestic force, knocking Long Vuthan flying. Refusing to give up, Long Vuthan attacks from every angle. Trio Thienvu glances over and smiles. "You really are a bloodthirsty guy. You're stronger than I thought. Good, this will be a decent warm-up. You deserve to taste my honorable fist." Blood streaming down his mouth, Long Vuthan snaps angrily. "Who are you looking down on, bastard?" Clutching his sword tightly, he refuses to give up and charges again. Amidst the fierce battle between the sect warriors and the Iron Brigade, the scene is pure chaos. Clashing weapons ring out. Warriors' battle cries blend into a symphony of brutality. Smoke and fire billow high. Blinding light flashes from swords lie stars in a gloomy sky, lurking in the crowd. Quach Van Din comes into focus. He moves swiftly, every step full of determination. His face is haggard, his eyes burning with inner resolve. His messy hair flies in the wind, his armor unable to slow him down. Quach Van Din is racing time, fully aware the Hatran Knight's mission is critical on life or death. He weaves through the clashes, dodging Iron Brigade warriors. Breath ragged, yet determined. Running, he mutters to himself, "I can do this. I will do it. Find the thickest tree for the talisman." Second. Before he can finish, a sect warrior blocks his path. He asks Quach Van Din, "Hey brat, where do you think you're going?" Terror washes over his face. As the warrior moves to punch him, the black dog rushes in and bites his arm. Seizing the chance, Quach Van Din draws the sword from his back. He screams, "Ah, there," and slashes hard at the warrior, not expecting. The man easily blocks it with one hand. "How dare you? You think a crappy blade lie that can hurt me. His other hand swings a heavy fist straight at Van Din, sending him flying through the dense smoke. The young disciple stays on his feet no matter what. He must complete the teacher's mission. He recalls senior brother Tran Vunguyen's advice. Rushing solves nothing. Stay calm. Once you swing, keep your hand firm for force. Stiff posture slows down your movement. Never let your eyes wander. Plant your feet firmly and channel chi into your core. Van Din stands, gripping his sword. He says with confidence, "This bastard is nothing compared to my senior brother. You can do this, Quach Van Din." Thinking this, he charges at the warrior. Facing the man's rugged hand, he hesitates not a second and slashes down. "You can't block that thing." But the smile on the man's face twists in agony. Quach's sword slices through his arm. Panicking, the warrior throws a punch with his other hand at Van Din, but he ducks. Then he drives his sword home. The black dog runs up and pushes the sword deeper, piercing clean through him. "You son of a..." he gasps out. Third, the warrior falls. The young disciple is still in shock. He thinks, I actually killed him. Woof woof. The dog's bark snaps Quach Van Din back to reality. He quickly calms down. Now is not the time to rest. There's still plenty to do. I must hurry. He thanks the black dog for the help. Meanwhile, Hatran Nyat waits. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Hatran Nyat senses that the young disciple has finished the task. He exclaims, Wonderful. What an admirable kid, Van Din. Splendid. Mission completed. Excitement wells up inside. Like a storm brewing in the deep sea. Splendid, splendid. Time to turn things around. He stands up, and the surrounding air changes instantly. Strong winds blow, carrying a chill and tension forecasting an approaching storm, as if he's starting to paint a grand master plan. Hatran Nyat knows this is a turning point, not just for him, but for everyone. They will face unescapable events. The game has begun, and he will guide everything. The deputy leader immediately recognizes Hatran Nyat's signal. He shouts, Iron Brigade, gather. And seeing the Iron Brigade fall back catches the sect warriors by surprise. What the hell? What are they planning? Suddenly, a shadow looms over them. Looking up at the sky, they see a giant Buddha hand appearing overhead. Not just one, but two hands plunging straight down at them. What is that? Are they trying to scare us with illusions again? This isn't real. We don't need to fall back. One of them reacts, trying to stay brave, but his trembling voice betrays his anxiety. No sooner has he spoken. A loud crash echoes. Hands slam down, flattening the ground, shaking space. Dirt flies and the cracking sound of trees echoes like a chaotic symphony. They cannot believe their eyes. As the dust settles, the sight before them is terrifying. Two massive ancient trees have been chopped down, lying on the ground, revealing the enemy's true power. Panic-stricken cries ring out as they realize, this isn't just an illusion. This power can destroy everything. Fear spreads like wildfire, making cold sweat break out. The battle instantly flips. All prior plans are rendered meaningless. The giant hands radiate power. The rest are no different. They stand frozen in place. The battle has begun and chaos spreads, forcing everyone to face the true fear of a life-or-death battle, where there is no room for mistakes. Hidden in the technique are two massive trees chopped down, crushing thousands of enemy lives. Hatran Nyat sneers, while they've dropped their guard. This is the time to strike, move in and kill them all. The deputy leader doesn't miss this chance. He orders, the opportunity has come. Iron Brigade, charge. At the same time, over by the villagers' cave. Suddenly something drops down from behind, catching Vunguyen's attention and making him turn. Hoang Chiat shouts, Who are you? State your name. Tran Danyan sits on the ground, his face still showing shock. He thinks, right, this is the vicious aura I sensed. Recalling the moment it completely took over his mind. Seeing Danyan, Tran Vunguyen waves his hand and says, It's fine, Hoang Thuk. He's been following us for a while. He's my assistant. But hearing that, Danyan can't help feeling annoyed. Damn it. A dark moon expert like me enduring this humiliation. Endure this humiliation, he thinks to himself. Yet, he can't help sighing, finding his situation deeply ironic. Then he stands up and speaks out. Assistant my ass. I'm here to keep an eye on you. His angry, sarcastic tone makes the cave atmosphere even more tense. Right then, a raven's caw echoes, catching attention. Danyan calls out, What is it? Woo woo. What is it? Tran Vunguyen asks, feeling surprised. Ba Quen Hoi, Danyan replies, anxiety in his eyes. Hearing this name, Vunguyen is somewhat surprised. He senses the latent danger from Ba Quen Hoi, an organization he knows holds massive power in this world. He wonders, wait, no way. Thinking this, Tran Vunguyen dashes outside. Sure enough, standing at the cave entrance, he looks out to see thick smoke and dust, rocks flying everywhere, proving a fierce battle is underway. Without a second thought, Vunguyen shoots off like a bullet toward the battlefield, leaving Danyan and Hoang Chiat behind. His eyes are filled with hatred, not just for those attacking, but for past heartbreaks. Each stride drags along anger. Every heartbeat races with painful memories. He swears that this time, old debts and new, he will repay them double, leaving no one behind. Images of the fallen and the pain flash through his mind, urging him to run faster. Tran Vu Nguyen feels a surge of power, a mix of grief and determination. He cannot let a single one of them escape this time. Meanwhile, in the battle, leader Long Vu Than uses water beast traces to attack the demon fist Triu Thien Vu. However, he dodges and unleashes a world-shattering punch at Long Vu Than. That punch is like a storm, making the surrounding air shake. Long Vu Than, sweating profusely, thinks, what kind of freaky speed is this? He can dodge my attack just from the shockwave of his movement. Surprise and worry flood his mind. This opponent isn't just fast, he also possesses overwhelming strengths he has never encountered in previous battles. Denying none of Triu Thien Vu's skill, Long Vu Thang knows he cannot back down. Determined to fight, he gathers his energy, trying to watch every move of his opponent. Every punch and kick from Triu Thien Vu feels like a storm, and if he's not careful, he could be swept away. Triu Thien Vu, swept away. Triu Thien Vu throws another punch at the sect leader, but leader Long manages to dodge Triu Thien Vu's strike. He taunts, can you even read another's attack? If you're stronger than everyone else, it doesn't matter if your attack can be foreseen. Saying this, he leaps up, spinning to deliver a punch straight into Long Vu Than's body, leaving a huge dent in the ground. Long Vu Than lies on the earth, raising his sword to block. Though in pain, he doesn't forget to curse his opponent. Oh, filthy demon, how are you this old and yet haven't weakened at all? Triu Thien Vu isn't angry. He mocks the sect leader instead. Is that really all you've got? Looks like I overestimated you. The demon fist raises his hand, punching hard to finish him off, but misses. He turns his head back. Caught on his robe is Van Xan's sword, planted deep in the ground, holding him back. Triu Thien Vu is very surprised, taking advantage of his distraction. Leader Long unleashes Monster Slash, a long trail of flying dirt and rocks. Long Vu Thang collapses, yet struggles to prop himself up through the smoke. The demon fist Triu Thien Vu is still standing. He even uses just one hand to block Long Vu Than's attack. Veins bulge on his face. I guess I'm getting old. Saying that, he stands straight up, ripping apart his tattered outer robe. Leader Long sits there helplessly watching him. Now he is completely out of strength, unable to resist further, and can only let the demon fist smash a heavy blow into his face. He feels it. Damn it. He didn't just dodge my attack. It seems I've provoked him. Long Vu Than is down. This fierce battle is over. On the Iron Brigade's side, they're still carefully watching those two ancient trees. They know that even if those trees shattered into 100 pieces, they'd instantly return to their original form. However, Tran Nyat thinks otherwise. He understands these fragile things are just schemes to drive people mad and lose focus. Seeing that scene, he bites the scratch on his hand, blood flowing as a sign of resolve. But if we keep striking, we'll not only drain their strength but also cause panic. He speaks softly, slow but firm. The group members hear his words and feel tension in the air. They know that every decision could shift the battle's course. Tran Nyat stares at the ancient trees, sensing the hidden power within. He thinks, we need a different strategy, a smarter approach. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. He starts planning, a plan not just to attack but to find ways to exploit the enemy's weakness, focus on breaking their spirit. He tells the group, if we can make them doubt their own abilities, then physical strength becomes meaningless. Under Tran Nyat's lead, the Iron Brigade group prepares for another assault, relying not just on force but on wit and strategy. They know this battle isn't just a fight of muscle, but a battle of minds. And in this unstable world, alertness and strategy are what decide. Tran Nyat turns to Dork Kyo and asks, Uncle, have you finished? Dork Kyo replies, I've just completed it. This is a dispersing poison you requested, but have you planned how to use it? All it does is temporarily block the self-healing of the poison technique. Hearing his explanation, Tran Nyat asks, do you think you can spread this toxin during the fight? My control and command only reach within one arm's length. That distance is within my capability. Hatran Nyat rubs his chest. Just that. Then I'll take this poison over there. Tell me what I need to do. So that voice belongs to Tang Miri. She'll be the one tasked with spreading the poison. On Kwak Moonjung's side, he's finished his task. He shouts, "Great, I'm done." Hearing this report, Hatran Nyat realizes the plan has succeeded. He chuckles, saying, "Oh ho, all right, let's wake things up a bit." He quickly stands, activating the formation. A large white sphere appears in mid-air, emitting blinding light that makes the enemy gasp. What is that? Another illusion. Is this real or fake? Confusion spreads through the enemy ranks. Someone shouts, "Wait, I can't see anything ahead." Another voice adds, Me neither. What the hell is going on?" All the enemy soldiers are blinded, no longer aware of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Hatran Nyat stands there, his eyes full of pride, knowing this is the moment to exploit the enemy's confusion. The light sphere isn't just a tool, but a sign of his power and control. With the enemy's attention scattered, he can execute the next steps of his plan. Everyone, use this chaos. Hatran Nyat shouts, "We can't let this chance slip by." He orders his group members to quickly deploy tactics, targeting those still bewildered in the dark. Recovery from the battle is near, and he won't miss the chance to push back the enemy thoroughly. The deputy leader watches them, astonished. Although this is the fourth illusion, its attack power seems the strongest in the world. All the illusions he's using are truly impressive, but he can even use a move like this so easily it's unbelievable. The deputy leader turns to look at Hatran Nyat. He marvels, "I can make this illusion appear, but it takes 4 days to do. This requires deep knowledge, because it demands precise understanding of the terrain and timing, yet he pulls it off so easily. What else can he do? He can command a large army while creating these illusions. Hatran Nyat, how wise must you be?" Meanwhile, on the enemy side, Hatran Nyat's technique still affects them. Seizing the chance, Tang Miri quickly spreads the poison as her uncle instructed. Though she was very careful, she nearly got hit by an enemy soldier's hand. Dodging that sudden swing, Tang Miri fell with a thud to the ground, making noise that drew the enemy's attention. Those men shout, "Over here. Someone's in front of me." They're on the ground, while she's surrounded. Finally, after a long time apart, Tran Vunguyen finally faces him. The demon fist. In his fury, he calls out his name, Zhou Qianwu. The two face each other, the air heavy and tense. Their fight isn't just physical but a battle of souls, where each carries their own pain. At this moment, all know only one will walk out with honor, while the other bears the consequences of past choices. Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Qianwu looks up. He's momentarily speechless. Could it be? Before him is the image of his senior brother, holding his own child, who is also his nephew, Vunguyen. Suddenly, he bursts into loud laughter. Of course, who else could this sword wielder be? I guessed it from the start. Smugness fills Zhou Qianwu's eyes, but deep inside, he can't deny his worry. This meeting isn't just a coincidence but a major turning point in their lives. Zhou Qianwu realizes this confrontation isn't just between two enemies, but between two generations, between past and present. "So, Vunguyen," he says, his tone both mocking and challenging. "Vunguyen." He suddenly bursts into loud laughter. Tran Vunguyen replies to him, "It's been a while, uncle." "Deet, it's been some time. I thought you died long ago. I wish I had." Hearing Vunguyen say that, he pauses briefly then laughs. "I guess life hasn't been easy for you lately." But why come back to the martial world now? Your best bet is to lie a dead man. Why suddenly rush into death like this? Suddenly, Zhou Qianwu's tone turns serious. You know full well no one in the martial world wants to see you appear. Tran Vunguyen ignores his words. He replies, I've thought about those things. But it's you people who won't let me lay in peace. One of them is you, uncle. After betraying Bac Thien Mon, you brazenly took over Van Nam City and claimed it as yours. Van Nam is just a small land you can't even manage, and through your arrogance, you've made thousands of innocent people flee. Not only that, right on the land of one of Bac Thien's 4 heroes of Bac Thien Mon, you let Jing Yi run rampant. I once admired your talent, Uncle Joe. In my eyes, you were a man of immense strength and trust, but that was just a mistake. Even after you betrayed me, I hoped you'd become better. But look at yourself now. How far you've fallen. Struck at his spot by Tran Vunguyen, Zhou Qianwu's face instantly darkened. He grits his teeth and sneers. Oh ho, my dear Vunguyen. It seems you've really grown up, deed, matured quite a bit. Vunguyen ignores his words. He calmly replies, you not only slaughtered the people of that tribe, but also the innocent citizens of Ngoc Than. So, what are you trying to prove? Because things didn't go your way, the Iron Brigade and Bak Long Thuong Do, were you going to kill them all too? Zhou Qianwu replies confidently, to achieve a noble gun, a little sacrifice is no problem, that's the inevitable law of this world. Is it worth it? Tran Vunguyen asks dark, look at yourself. Uncle, letting greed override reason, you're nothing but a filthy old man, Zhou Qianwu. Hearing Tran Vunguyen call him that, Zhou Qianwu is furious. Veins bulge on his face, full of menace. Watch your filthy mouth. It seems you want a beating to learn your place. You brat, Tran Vunguyen. While the two argue, on this side, Leader Long has woken up. Hoang Chiat worriedly asks him, are you okay? Leader Long Van Than sits up, rolls his neck, then replies, damn it, with me in this state, do I look like I'm okay? It feels like every bone in my body is shattered. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Helped up by Hoang Chiat, he clicks his tongue and pants. Who knew I'd have to fight that old man Zhou Qianwu? Right, that Zhou Qianwu. Lucky I kept this life of mine. This time I'll demand double the reward. Pausing a moment, he thinks he should thank Hoang Chiat properly. Anyway, thanks, old man Hoang. It's nothing, and on her Tran Guy's side. He thinks, phew, good thing Vunguyen made it in time. He's already taken down 3 of them. He crosses his arms, pondering, let's see. Only 4 remain on that side. Nothing can stop me now. Total assault to defeat those people. At the same time, the exchange between Tran Vunguyen and Zhou Qianwu has reached its peak. When I was young, Bac Thien Mon was everything to me. I was the one with the highest reputation there. My only goal was to protect the people of the Central Plains from the hands of Jing. But I myself helped destroy the once legendary Bac Thien Mon. You don't know how much I suffered then. I fought countless battles with your father against Jing. So after much hardship, we finally pushed them back, restoring the peace we once had. What remained was just for the future of the younger generation, leaving the north and heading straight to Van Trung Thien, fighting for the glory that should have been ours. But in the end, we were the ones who suffered, letting others take everything. This is all your father's doing. What was he afraid of? Wanting to hide in that distant north, while possessing boundless power, yet choosing to do that, only that he wanted to rule everything alone. Hearing him mock his father lie that. Tran Vunguyen is so angry he trembles. His hand grips the sword tightly as he says, no, don't project your own greed onto others and assume they're as wicked as you. Say what you want, but he's the one who wanted to trade the entire Central Plains with Jing Yi. So, his eyes sharpen. He enunciates each word. You're just the son of a traitor. Tran Vunguyen's eyes all turn sharp with vengeance. No, that's not it. I know you don't believe it either. Everyone knows those words just now aren't the truth. Damn, you brat, retract that. He immediately throws a powerful punch at Tran Vunguyen, a blow so mighty the mountain behind shatters. You threw away all your dignity for a bit of power. So now you want to play God, as you said, while we suffered, Jing Yi. Reaped the benefits and glory. You wanted to keep all of that for yourself. However, the fame of Baek Thien Mon or the four heroes of Baek Thien is a burden to you. The once glorious reputation all flew away, and you even less want others to think ill of you. Hearing Vun Guian's taunts, the demon fist Jo Qianwu's punches grow even fiercer. Shut up, you brat. The mountain Jo Qianwu punched through creates a large crater, thick smoke spreading. Amid the rubble, Tran Vun Guian still stands firm. Seeing that, the demon fist rushes forward, but before he can act, Vun Guian uses his leg strength to dash toward him, his eyes full of hatred. You killed him and abandoned Baek Thien Mon. Am I right, you ungrateful old man? The two clash like lightning, but unfortunately Vun Guian is knocked to the ground by the demon fist. Standing above, he shouts down. You've provoked a true tyrant now. My dear Vun Guian, it seems I can't spare your life anymore. As he finishes, below where Van Ding is, a purple light appears. Whoosh! It pierces straight toward Jo Qianwu, but luckily he dodges it. But a scratch on the golden armor he takes pride in. On Jo Qianwu's face, a long streak of blood runs down his cheek, shocking him. Through the thick smoke, Tran Vun Guian stands steadfast. His sword raised high, cold light reflecting his face full of hatred. His eyes blaze with fury. As if to burn all who betrayed, he shouts loudly, his voice echoing in the silent space. From now on, those who betrayed Baek Thien Mon, I will personally collect. One by one, not missing a single one. Each word lies sharp blades, piercing straight into the hearts of those who deceived, the images of former comrades, the pain of betrayal. All fuel the fire within him, and he will not stop until justice is done. Those who once stood by his side in fierce battles now become enemies. Haunting his mind lay ghosts that want fate. Tran Vun Guian doesn't just fight for justice. He fights for honor and the beautiful memories trampled by betrayal. The flame of vengeance burns in his heart, fierce and blazing. He will avenge his father with his own hands. With a thunderous boom, the whole mountain shook. Then a flash of light erupted, and the mountain shattered into massive pieces. Giant rocks flying everywhere, tearing through space, making everything around tremble. Dust and heat from the blast blanketing the air. Tran Vun Guian, amid the rubble, his eyes showing pure cruelty. Landing on the ground, Tran Vun Guian quickly charged toward Guian Ma, gaining the upper hand to push back Triu Thien Vu. At that moment, he thought to himself, damn brat, he's far stronger than I thought. Then he thrust his hand into the ground and pulled up a massive boulder. Seizing the chance as Tran Vun Guian charged at him, he hurled the rock hard toward Vun Guian, adding more force to propel the boulder, sending it flying through the air like a meteor with the power of an earthquake. No different from a cosmic wave carrying a giant object, the rock shot forward. The sky seemed torn by their collision, but for Tran Vun Guian, the boulder flying toward him, he didn't move, only gently raised his hand, as if facing a piece of jelly dessert. Tran Vun Guian, with just a few strikes, shattered the boulder into pieces. Seizing the moment, he focused on the rock. Triu Thien Vu had swung his fist toward him, but luckily he reacted in time, dodging the attack and countering with a sword strike. Triu Thien Vu struggled to block Tran Vun Guian's blow, thinking, makes sense. The top martial artist with the title Baek Thien, there must be a reason. From left to right, then back again. Each step of the two moved like crashing waves, powerful and relentless. Every time the two clashed, the air around seemed to shatter. Their moves were no different from whirlwinds, sweeping up dirt and rocks, sending everything flying. Each strike, each move unleashed at blinding speed, neither showing any sign of fatigue, fighting fiercely. Suddenly Triu Thien Vu thought, but wait, Tran Truong Mon never taught Vun Guian martial arts, so surely these moves he learned from books. He reassured himself. No, impossible, that can't be. Everything was already taken away. We also took all the martial arts manuals. The sword manual was taken by that cunning bastard Lien Thien Ho. How could this brat know swordsmanship? I don't care how he learned or knew it, but this kid is nothing but a young cub. Regaining his composure, he quickly gathered his energy, focusing all his strength into his hands, creating a circle of energy spinning violently. Then, with a thunderous shout, he punched forward powerfully, releasing an incredibly terrifying force. Quine Tuyet Diet. A massive pressure immediately surged toward Tran Vu Nguyen, as if the whole sky was collapsing. The air compressed tightly, creating an unprecedented powerful force, making everything around seem ready to burst. The pressure from that strike wasn't just physical destruction but carried devastation. Its power so immense that even space itself could be twisted under its dominion. A void was blown away by Trieu Thien Vu's move. This was his proudest technique, so he was extremely confident. But Tran Vu Nguyen, unknown, had already thrown his sword toward him. Before he could finish his sentence, Tran Vu Nguyen had Sen Hang, Da Kiem Tuyet, Ha, followed by Hoyet Vu. In an instant, the golden armor that had never been scratched was now cut into 100 pieces. This shocked him deeply, bringing back memories. Back to the past, when Trieu Thien Vu was young, Tran Truong Mon didn't need a sword, just his fists could defeat me. The martial arts I've always been proud of. How? Barn. That's the question I always ask myself. Tran Truong Mon, Tran Quan Ha, Diet. I respected him but also envy him. No matter how hard I tried, I could never surpass him. Truong Mon, I can improve further. Tran Quan Hao smiled and replied, Thien Vu, you're already a top master in the martial world now. No, compared to Truong Mon, I still lack so much. Tran Truong Mon Tran Quan Hao calmly replied, Thien Vu, your current martial arts are already extremely powerful. If I had been careless just now, I'd surely have been defeated by you. Not everyone has the ability to fight you. But you must change your cold instincts. The desire for power and strength is common in you, so know when to stop. Once you realize that, your martial arts will multiply. I will always remember this. Truong Mon, Trieu Thien Vu clasped his hands. But about what I mentioned last time, have you decided? Advancing to Trung Nguyen. Dear. Advancing to Trung Nguyen, Tran Quan Hao waved. I need more time to think. Hearing his senior brother say that, he thought to himself, Tran Quan Hao, you don't care about expanding our power in Trung Nguyen. And you hide things, not teaching martial arts. Trieu Thien Vu's eyes turned angry. You'll take everything for yourself. If you're so capable, say it to my face. Say you fear being surpassed by me one day. And then that fateful day came. Trieu Thien Vu led Lai Thien Ma to overthrow him. He frantically searched Tran Quan Hao's study. Wanting to find that martial arts manual, but found nothing. Then he was caught by Tran Vu Nguyen at that time. Damn, too late, he spat out. Right, it's time to surpass back Thien Mon's reputation from the past. I must keep striving on my own. Back to the present, Trieu Thien Vu said. The technique he created to defeat Guo Tian, never thought today. Taking a deep breath, his eyes flashing with cold determination, he gathered all his energy into his hands, feeling each powerful surge of energy. His hands emitted a faint orange light, then blazed up, radiating brilliant light, exploding in mid-air like firebombs, the thunderous sound shaking the space, creating a powerful shockwave, enough to tear the air apart. Sensing the change in the air, Tran Vu Nguyen suddenly turned to look, a strange feeling. Trieu Thien Vu was no longer ordinary opponent he once faced. His power seemed forged to its peak. Each lightning bolt reminding of the terror of the fist technique he just used. This is Quan Thien Nguyen. Tran Vu Nguyen turned back in shock, eyes wide open looking at Trieu Thien Vu. The overwhelming energy from the fist power being unleashed from his opponent was so strong he could feel each wave of shock in the air. Everything around was being compressed, the pressure making cold sweat break out. Forehead, each drop rolling down. Quan Thien Nguyen is a legendary technique anyone can easily use, requiring enormous inner energy to execute. Suddenly, Tran Vu Nguyen braced himself. Feeling the power radiating from this technique, Tran Vu Nguyen's fighting instinct still made him determined not to be overwhelmed. He thought, he's much stronger than before. Quan Ma Trieu Thien Vu is like a demon, out of control. He radiated a cold, gloomy aura enveloping the surrounding space, making the air thick and heavy. The cold energy seeping into every fiber, spreading throughout the space, creating a terrifying sense of threat. Trieu Thien Vu raised his hand. His fist looked gentle, But when it was swung out, all the hidden power erupted violently. The air seemed torn as the punch shot. Toward Tranvunen, only a flash of light appeared. In that light, his sword blocked it. Of Triuthianvu, but he didn't care. Qianma had superhuman strength and speed. Was also astonishing. In a blink, he had vanished too fast. Behind, Tranvunen turned, saw Qianma already waiting, both arms raised. That was all Vungoyen could think. Before Triuthianvu struck, the attack successfully hit Vungoyen. The pressure it created shattered the surrounding ground. Triuthianvu grabbed Tranvungoyen's head and hurled him up. Another powerful fist slammed into him. Seeing Vungoyen still standing, he praised, "Impressive, taking a strike and still standing. Worthy of Tranquanhao's son." He raised his fist, gathering his strength. A devastating punch. A flash of light appeared. A blast that blew everything away. But you can't change the fact that your father is a traitor. Tranvungoyen was sent flying 100 meters, slamming into the mountain behind. Qianma continued speaking. Besides hiding your identity, what else can you do? Something the whole world believes. That is the truth, traitor. Time to go to hell and serve your father. To the front line. Had Tran Knight and Duong Kaivan sneered. Don't let a single one escape. Even if they are the ones who slaughtered the innocent people of Ngokthan. But they had no way to avoid it. Why don't we spare those who surrender? Hearing Duong Dimon ask that, Hatran Knight glanced at him, replied, "Old man, I think you've noticed this too. What do martial artists despise most? The strong who have no humanity. To masters, they're simply obstacles, attacking those weaker than themselves. Lay a pack of beasts slaughtering each other. Pausing for a moment, Hatran Knight continued, must come to an end. In the martial world. Back to the battle of Vungoyen and Thienvu. Back to the fierce battle of Tranvungoyen and Triuthian. He raised his fist high. Terrifying energy from his fist. Vuthian diet, with a tearing scream. In an instant, both figures vanished, erupted, carrying immense destructive power. In an instant, both their figures seemed to vanish, leaving only golden lightning bolts falling from the sky. A massive tremor erupted from the collision. Immediately after, a massive tremor erupted from the center of the explosion, echoing like an earthquake. He gasped, realizing Vungoyen's sword, the power from the punch and the technique. Triuthianvu's power was bearing down on him. He gasped, then suddenly realized Vungoyen's sword was piercing into his body. But now, amidst the ruins and desolation, only his arm raised. Purple lights swirled around his hand. Brilliant purple light streams swirled around his hand, like lost souls in a dark space. Spinning, shimmering, forming fantastical shapes before him. The light wasn't just radiating power. In that moment, Tranvungoyen's eyes blazed. The light wasn't just radiating power, but also harboring death, as if all the darkest things in this world were gathering, leaving only the breath of wind, merging with an eerie stillness. Leaving only the breath of wind and echoes of painful memories, feeling as if time had stopped. Blurry images of the past flashed by. Blurry images of the past flashed through his mind. Friends, battles gone by, and the pain he had endured. All of it merging together, creating a colossal power, even though only ruins remained. As the purple light continued to spin, Vungoyen felt like a guide in the shadows. Vungoyen felt like a guide among the shadows, a fighter between life and death. But it couldn't be denied. Either. He understood that in this moment, he wasn't just facing enemies from outside, but also the monsters within himself. This world had changed, and Tranvungoyen, he too. All that remained was the strength and determination to stand up, regardless of all challenges. Recalling the battle just now, This monster, why does he radiate the aura of a woman? He instinctively felt afraid. Damn brat, he uses bizarre moves. Damn brat, he uses such bizarre martial arts moves that I can't predict them at all. Every movement carefully calculated. Without a sound, his steps light as the breath of wind. Every movement carefully calculated. In the darkness, he blends into space, leaving a cold, mysterious feeling. Leaving only a cold and mysterious feeling. His eyes, sharp as a blade, observing everything from afar, missing no detail. Tran Vungoyen seemed to be part of the darkness, existing beyond normal rules. Every time he appeared, the light around seemed to dim, creating a breathless feeling, making everyone uneasy, making enemies feel unsettled. But also a refined weapon, making enemies feel unsettled. No one knows what awaits ahead. When he'll return, leaving only faint yet haunting marks in the minds of those who've met him. Vungoyen propped himself up. He thanked Ho Toyet, for without it. He silently thanked Ho Toyet, for without it he surely would have died on the spot. Demon Fist Triu Thien Vu was far stronger than he'd imagined. His imagination. Thinking this, he pushed himself up, face covered in blood. Seeing Triu Thien Vu standing still, he asked Tran Vungoyen, "My body, Ho Toyet just created a decoy for me." Without overthinking, Vungoyen ignored the pain all over his body, using all his strength to punch the sword's hilt. Leaping onto the sword's hilt and kicking straight at the face of the demon fist. Sitting on him, Vungoyen grabbed Triu Thien Vu's hair with his right hand, raising his left hand and driving his elbow into the man's face. Then came a flurry of strikes to the face, leaving the demon fist enduring the pain, unable to do anything to Tran Vungoyen, because he was now surrounded by a strange purple smoke, a smoke that not only seeped into the air but seemed to cling, preventing him from moving or resisting. Every move he made was frozen. After a while of enduring, he finally broke free from the control of that mysterious smoke, though he desperately wanted to strike back, wanted to shatter everything, but his hands felt chained. Unable to do anything but helplessly stare at Vungoyen. Finally, he broke free from the grip. He broke free from the smoke's tight grip. Vungoyen, noticing he'd broken free, leaped back to dodge Triu Thien Vu's sudden attack. Damn it. He cursed and spat out blood. Triu Thien Vu threw a punch but missed. The moment he looked up, Tran Vungoyen was charging at him, reacting to Vungoyen's sudden attack. Triu Thien Vu hurriedly threw a punch to block but missed. Finishing that, he unleashed thrusts, gripped it tightly and stabbed straight down into the demon fist's thigh. Hard. Finishing that stab, he unleashed thousands of powerful thrusts into the man's belly. Not stopping there, Tran Vungoyen grabbed the man's clothes, using momentum to drive his knee straight into the man's stomach. Acting on instinct, the man punched Vungoyen, but he kept enduring it. Tran Vungoyen quickly pulled the sword from Triu Thien Vu's thigh and slashed hard at the man's arm, then into his belly, his thigh, with a face showing no emotion whatsoever. Triu Thien Vu gritted his teeth in pain, mustering all his strength. The man struggled, trying to punch back. Then dozens, hundreds, or thousands of Vungoyen's punches were unleashed upon the man, turning the battle into a stalemate. "You bastard," Triu Thien Vu shouted. 2 hours later, after brutal fighting, Demon Fist was feeling weary. He couldn't believe it. How could I lose? A fierce tug of war. The two were evenly matched, unclear who'd win or lose until this fight ended. 2 hours later, after a brutal period of fighting, the two were utterly exhausted. Tran Vungoyen, however, was burning with fighting spirit, while Demon Fist Triu Thien Vu was feeling weary. He couldn't believe it, saying, how could I lose?" pouring all his strength into his body. "Of the world. Oh, he shouted and tore apart his clothes. "Don't you dare underestimate me. I am Demon Fist Triu Thien Vu, leader of Baquine Hoi." Triu Thien Vu, he seemed to go mad, pouring all his remaining strength into his body, creating a terrifying sight, his entire body covered in orange lightning. He decided to end it, facing such immense power. Tran Vungoyen didn't seem worried in the slightest. He calmly gripped his sword and said, "It's time to end this. Uncle Tria, he slowly raised the sword, gracefully unleashing a wave of. He said, remember these words. I am the one who defeats you today. I, holding an iron determination, had already been decided. Tran Vunguyen didn't hesitate. He leaped into the air. His voice rang out firmly, without a hint of trembling, as if everything around had already been decided. Then, with a decisive motion, Tran Vunguyen didn't hesitate. He leaped into the air, his entire body seemingly infused with a strange surge of power, a steadfast, unshakable resolve. He poured all his remaining energy into the final strike, a powerful, precise kick, as if to end everything in one go. Everything behind him is now the past. The fears that have no place in this crucial moment. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All eyes turned toward him, witnessing a decision that couldn't be retreated from. The kick wasn't merely an attack. It was a symbol of resilience. The purple light flared up powerfully, but against the ghosts of the past lay lightning piercing through space. Had changed yet. Triu Thienvu was still screaming when a blinding light blurred everything. From afar, a strange and horrifying scene, splitting the ground in an instant. Everything within the radius was hit, then spreading outward, splitting the ground in an instant. The setting sun was his life fading, from trees, boulders to surrounding objects, was crushed into dust, flying thick in the air. Tran Guayat had witnessed the scene, with the wound splitting his body. Hoang Chayat was also stunned, seeing everything split in two. At this moment, on Vunguyen's side, Demon Fist Triu Thienvu had collapsed. The setting sun was about to sink, just his life fading, at the man who was once his uncle. Triu Thienvu stubbornly asked, though his words were broken. Lien Thien Ho only took the outer shell and missed the essence. Why not use the blood demon art you killed for? But still, he answered. Back Thien Mon. Hearing this, Thienvu sneered. This still exists in Back Thien Mon. It seems that fool Lien Thien Ho only took the outer shell. I only hold the ultimate fist technique. The blood demon art of the woman you killed before. What the hell are you talking about? Even though what I desire, a pity, I couldn't break a barrier. What I hold in my hands is only the ultimate fist technique. The conflict in my heart is greater. Vunguyen thought. His intention was. Thienvu's eyes dimmed. He didn't care and said, a pity, but he clung to his obsession. Finish me. Any last word? Their shadows stretched on the ground. Past, the conflict in my heart has always been greater than my faith. That's why, before he could finish, Vunguyen thought, actually, his original intention in the end, the battle officially ended. Done, but in the end, he still selfishly clung to his obsession to surpass Tran Quan Hao, his beloved father. The sunset descended. The rest were cleaning up the remnants. In some hidden corner, the one who witnessed everything, Thang Nan was stunned, pulling his face into a strange shape. This. In the end, the battle with the enemy officially ended. Everyone was exhausted. The young lad Quoch Van Din and leader Long Vu Than, So Thuong Hoi, Ngu Kim Ho, Ton Mo Han, the rest were cleaning up the enemy's remnants and carrying the wounded for treatment. When Bac Thien Mon was at its peak, couldn't help but remember his old friends. The Bac Long Thuong Don side marveled. Thien Mon, in his mind, the images of So Thuong Hoi, Ngu Kim, and Ton Mo Han resurfaced, clear and vivid like indelible memories. He used illusion to slow the enemy. He muttered, his eyes distant, as if looking at a far-off past, when Bac Thien Mon had. Pulling off such moves seemed predicted, a place that gathered heroes. Strong, talented people, all three of them were shining names. Warriors no one could met. But now, they're all gone. I remember he claimed to be a companion. I always remember you all. A glorious era. Thinking a bit, he sighed regretfully. On the Bac Long Thuong Don side, they couldn't help but marvel at. Tran Nguyen felt relieved. He cautiously observed Tran Nguyen from behind, thinking he used illusion arts to slow the enemy while constantly launching attacks. He could create a defensive barrier and continuously reinforce it. It seems I've stepped onto the same boat. Advances. Suddenly Tran Nguyen saw something. Their every move. That man is truly talented. His worry replaced by a victorious smile. I wonder if they noticed. But with such immense power, the battle ended. Vuong was surprised. All members of Thiet Quan Hoi were kneeling. Phew, finally done. Once I decided to return to the martial world, I'd imagined this scene many times in my head. He raised his hand and said, "For someone living in the shadows, this recognition wasn't easy to achieve. In a world where trust is wagered with that man. But how is he?" Suddenly Hatran Guyat saw something. The image of people kneeling was solemn. From afar appeared the battle had ended. Vuong was a bit surprised at the scene before his eyes. All members of Thiet Quan Hoi were kneeling, thanking him with solemn faces. This action wasn't merely a gesture, but carried deep meaning, showing respect and gratitude toward Vungayan. Everyone's eyes shone with respect, as if they'd recognized his strength and determination in the past battles. For someone who often lived in the shadows of the martial world, this recognition wasn't easy to achieve. In a world where trust is often wagered, these actions became a symbol of the value Tran Vungayan had built over time. The image of people kneeling before him created a solemn atmosphere, a moment few ever experience in life. This respect came not only from his victories, but also from the courage and heart of a true leader. Each of them understood this action wasn't just to show gratitude, but also a commitment, promise for the difficult road ahead. Vungayan felt the power of camaraderie, of the unbreakable bond between them. This warmed his heart a little. Though challenges still awaited, this kneeling wasn't just respect, but also unity, a symbol of what Thiet Quan Hoi had built together. How many in the martial world could achieve this respect? Night fell. The battle was over. The victors lit fires for the dark. Scattered on the ground were the defeated. On this side, Hoang Chiat looked at Tran Vu Nguyen's wounds and said, "Oh my young master, let me sew that up. Just leave it to me. You should probably buy a new outfit too." Beside him, Quat Van Din was bandaging, tears streaming down. Heartbroken, "Senior brother," Vungayan smiled, still mending his clothes. "It's fine, Uncle Hoang." Elsewhere, Duong Dimon stood with arms crossed, asking, "If we want to reach Van Trung Thien, everyone must pass through Du Xuyen province. Does everyone want to rest?" Hatran Guyat replied, "Will the leader agree?" He asked back, "Isn't the leader currently an ally of Van Trung Thien? This could become a burden for everyone." "It's fine. I'll blame it on Gok Thay. I'll head to Van Trung Thien to report this matter up. I just want to." Duong Dimon answered, "I just want to leave. Not sure what to do next." Long Vu Thang cut in. "Carefully guard the surrounding area. Don't let even a single ant through. If there are people, take another road, because the big trees have fallen and blocked the way. If suspicious, report to me immediately." The leader of Bong Thuong Don, the leader of Bak Long Thuong Don ordered his men. That man left. The scene fell silent again. Hatran Guyat stroked his chin. Nothing is hidden forever. People just lack discovery. But I'm bothered by being watched by Van Trung. Suddenly there was a heavy stomp on the ground. "No need to worry about that. I've already checked all around. Hakan Guyat will be the first faction to interfere in this." Everyone found it hard to believe Hakan Guyat, but one strange thing is no one's here. That man covered his mouth, pondering. Although this involves Ba Quyen Hoi and Bak Thien Mon, someone from Van Trung Thien was sent to monitor every move. Damn, that man. Is he even human? He killed Triu Thien Vu, meaning his true power is immense. But he defeated a strong master, the leader of Ba Quyen. Who knows what else he's hiding? Long Vu Than found it hard to believe, pointing at Tran Vungayan worriedly. "Wait, what? Why is Hakan Guyat here? You know about this too?" I couldn't sense his inner energy at all. "Wow, he's definitely not ordinary." Vungayan just gave a quiet nod. "As for the Iron Brigade, Because the Alliance sent an investigation team. There's no way there wasn't a spy. So what on earth happened? Besides, I hadn't factored in the Black Moon getting involved either. Tran, who the hell are you really? He wondered. Had Tran Guyot had his own plans? He said someone was backing him, likely the Black Moon. Indeed, the Black Moon always wants to monopolize important information. The Black Moon always wants to monopolize important information. Since he exposed himself like that, it means he's Vunguyen's ally. As for the Iron Brigade, who are in charge of protecting the White Dragon merchants, their lives were saved, so they owe him a debt of gratitude. Consider it a life debt, and the Iron Brigade will surely do whatever it takes to repay Vunguyen. As for these two, not much to be said. Tran Guyot looked at Hong Chiat and Quach Van Din, thinking, next is the White Dragon merchant troop, who also received help from Vunguyen. Tran Guyot finally spoke up. I suppose we were lucky, he bowed and said to Tran Vunguyen. He nodded in acceptance. Before we talk about anything else, would everyone mind introducing yourselves? This man is the 5th Sect Master of Northern Heaven, Jin Vunguyen. Everyone was stunned by this news. Huh? How dare he reveal such top-secret info? What? The sect leader of the Northern Heavenly Sect? Descendant of the Northern Heavenly Swordsman. The Iron Brigade leader spoke first. Are you guys serious? Our family has always regretted not being able to help the Northern Heavenly Sect 10 years ago. Unbelievable. If that's the case, please come with our Iron Brigade. So he's from the Northern Heavenly Sect. Now everything is starting to make sense. Oh my god, the White Dragon merchant troop leader was just as shocked. Does that mean Hong Chiat is also Northern Heaven? He gently asked Vunguyen. Is it okay to say that, young master? PFF'd. Haha, what did you just say? The sect leader of the Northern Heavenly Sect. I knew it, Tran. He wasn't an ordinary man, but I never expected such a huge background. Long Vuthan burst out laughing. I'm impressed. All right, everyone have a seat. I guess everyone here owes him a favor. Tran Guyot replied casually. Right. The Alliance has its eyes on him too. But they don't know he's the descendant of the Northern Heavenly Sect yet. If they find out, they might do whatever it takes to lock him up, he said, although this kid is strong. If the Central Heavenly Alliance attacks with full force, he might not hold his ground. What I mean is, right now isn't the right time to step out. He needs much more strength and backing. Tran Vunguyen put on his mended clothes. Listening to Tran Guyot continue. So this is an opportunity for us all. We're on the same front line. So we see the same fate. It'll come out eventually anyway. But please keep today's events a secret. This isn't too difficult. The only thing is we must keep our mouths shut. I trust everyone here can do that. Second matter, Black Moon. Black Moon. We'll need you to start working as soon as possible. Give the order. Huh? Give the order. What are you talking about? And why should I listen to you in the first place? Like I said, we're in the same boat now. I thought the Black Moon was just a place that kept top secret information. Besides, after all this, it feels like you guys are running away. Hong Chiat threatened. Fine. Just say what you want. Listen, to cover something up, you just need to create a smoke screen. I suddenly came up with a bold idea. He continued, Silent Night. Just use the pretext of Silent Night plotting to take over Annam province, which was being governed by Zhou Qianwu. But Quine Hoi decided to wipe out to prevent trouble. Because of this, they were forced by the Central Heavenly Alliance to close down. This drove Zhou Qianwu out of his mind. He decided to hunt down the remaining survivors of Silent Night, which led to that tragic death. We just need to leave a few traces pointing to the investigation. Until the truth is found, it's a matter of time. But to buy time, we still need fake rumors. To blind outsiders. Since Black Moon is the source of info, I need you guys to spread these fake rumors as wide as possible. Cho, Earth, Wu, get ready. We're heading out to work. The Black Moon agent was displeased, turning away. Silent Night, a little bird is hard at work. The Black Moon is writing fake news. Meanwhile, Tran Vunguyen is packing, getting ready to leave. If you need anyone to help, we will do our best to help Master Tran. These words are far too polite, Tran Vung Nguyen said. Young master, Hoang Chait asked. It's all right, Hoang uncle. You can handle Liu Taishi alone. I'm fine. Uncle doesn't need to worry. I never thought we'd part so soon. If I can be of any help, I'm willing, but I'm useless and haven't helped. Forgive me. Young master, Tran Vung Nguyen hearing that. You don't need to apologize to me, Hoang uncle. Thanks to you I'm here today. I'll always be grateful for everything you've done for me. Oh my, it's nothing, really. After apologizing, I'm alright. Once I'm done at the merchant troupe, I will keep training my martial arts, so I can become a reliable aid to the young master later. Hoang Chait hurriedly replied, Senior brother, I'll do my best too. When you return, I'll be stronger than ever. Quach Van Din teared up, biting his lip, and threw himself into Vung Nguyen's arm, holding him tight. Thank you, brother, and please take care of yourself. His tears soaked into Vung Nguyen's clothes. He chuckled. Ha ha. Of course, we'll see each other again. Vung Nguyen. On the way, we'll stop by the Iron Brigade. Vung Nguyen replied to Long Vuthen. I see. Brother, heard about the rumors. What rumors? Nguyen wondered. Guess not. Silent Night suddenly showed up. Many, 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 many people from various martial arts sects, big and small, across the pugilistic world, have gathered to seize this opportunity. This time, talent doesn't matter, but rather where you come from and what major martial arts school you belong to. There's a huge commotion coming up. But still, I feel something is strange. Hangayat replied. The Central Heavenly Alliance is reaping huge benefits from this, naturally. That's how they've maintained their leadership over the Murim until now. Right, those guys are like a giant tree with roots spreading deep into the earth, making them harder to overthrow. If so, you must find this new group interesting and want to join them, don't you? Long Vuthan rested his hands on his hips and asked back. Not really. Anyway, we'll have to face them eventually. I figure knowing yourself and your enemy means victory in every battle. Knowing yourself and your enemy means victory in every battle. Vung Nguyen looked at him. Ah, I see. I only asked because after finishing things at the White Dragon Merchant Troupe, I wanted to visit that place too. Long Than understood and replied, Looks like we'll meet again soon. I owe you a life, and I definitely won't forget today's favor. Vung Nguyen narrowed his eyes. Please protect them and return safely. Fist bump. Don't worry. You take care too. See you around. Sect leader of the Northern Heavenly Sect, Tran Vung Nguyen. Elsewhere, corpses are scattered all over. Blood everywhere. Arg. Ah, isn't that the forbidden art? Blood of 10 women. Someone is being choked. Struggling to speak, his head explodes. A blood-stained person throws his corpse, pulling out a hairpin from their hair. I didn't endure working for that foolish father for many years, only to become a hostage of the Central Heavenly Alliance. He stroked his hair. I don't need to hold back. He smiled sinisterly. Past and present will mix. An era will rise. The rise of an era will sweep away everything and a new order. Those who don't fight will be forgotten. And the struggle for power will open the martial world. Tang Meili rides, gazing at the scenery around her. Tran Vung Nguyen walks, listening silently, while her Tran Goyet and Tang Ki men eagerly discuss the matter. What do you think of that era? Oh, not bad. Tang Ki men replies to Tran Goyet. Why don't you use the energy gained from the blood ghost technique of the women you've killed? He points his sword at Cam Thu. What the hell are you saying? Even if I wanted power, I'd never use ghost cultivation. He uses his strength to deny it. Then who used the blood shrine mother? Perhaps a blurry figure appears in his mind. Don't call me that, Lord Tran. Thanks for saving me. Without you, I would have died. She smiles. It's nothing. Don't miss out on our exciting videos. Subscribe now. He's furious. Of course I found it. You must be using the best tracker. Tran Vung Nguyen says softly. Thanks. Thanks my ass. Hangite curses. We'll lose 10 days reaching a town. So let's hurry. Stay close to me. Okay, God, why the hell am I doing this for you people? The Han man complains. Night falls. Vu Nguyen's group stops at a mountain. Lighting a fire and setting up camp. Vu Nguyen sits on a rock ledge, gazing at the sky in thought. Hatran night approaches. Even though our world is a mess, the sky is still beautiful. As if we're dreaming. Seems you're thinking of many things. Are hard to lay on your own terms. Right. The martial world follows the powerful. The strongest predator sits atop the food chain. But how many use martial arts to reach that position? I'm sure most of them had to, meticulously planning to achieve it. The system revolves around those men. And those at the top are the Central Heaven Alliance. You must understand how they control this system. How long? If only the powerful are allowed to lie, what will happen to the rest of the world? Rule. It will breed the opposite. People will fight back. When they hold power equal to the heavens, at first it'll be hard, but gradually they'll find a solution. When the time comes, the world will once again enter anew, just in time to stop a powerful shift. So what I mean is, if you want to lie on your terms, you need eyes to read the world's flow. Someone with both knowledge and understanding of everything. Me. Remember, this is only the beginning. That way, you just focus on your gun. Because you have me to help you. Tran Vu Nguyen silently listens. I will remember what you said. The sun has risen, and they've neared the small town. Hatran Nyat points. The town's there. Time for a break. Finally, sleeping outside has made my bones ache. Let's drink and rest. Everyone happily. This town is bigger than I thought. Finding a decent inn shouldn't be hard. Vu Nguyen looks around and accidentally bumps into someone. That person yells, "Watch where you go." Keep your eyes on the road. Kid, you want to die? Apologize. Vu Nguyen just looks silent. He nods. I'm sorry. The guy sees the sword in his hand, mutters a judgment, then walks away. Always you bastards. Killing without hesitation. You're just a noble type living with basic skills. Watch where you're going. Bastard. Guys lie, you make me sick. Don't Kai Muon turns to. What's wrong, Lord Tran? Trung beside him is annoyed. What's wrong with that guy? Why pick a fight with you? Tired of living. He shakes his head, indicating he doesn't know. They keep walking. Don't Kai Muon shouts. Wait, what the hell? He pats himself, looks at that guy, seeing him holding his own bag. When did he? So that guy passing by had swiftly taken his belongings. This old man smells like money. Looks inside. No, that's poison. He panics before he finishes. Poison hits his face. Tang Miley. He jumps off the cart. Dit, uncle. She jumps off her horse. We're in trouble. He's dead. That poison is lethal. Before he finishes, he's puzzled, watching that madman still walking normally. Damn it. What the hell is this? He's fine. Wait, impossible. A waste of my time. He turns to the group. Time to find a new target. Fire. He suddenly sees Vu Nguyen standing there. What the hell? Give that back. Thieving, sir. He extends his hand, demanding the item back. He covers his face, putting the item in his pocket. I don't want. What are you going to do? You see, I've dealt with plenty of guys carrying swords to look kulai. They all act high and mighty. But after a few hits, they all crumble like cowards. That attitude makes me furious. Seeing him lunge forward, he dodges. He drives his hilt into his stomach. He clutches his belly, sweating. You actually hit me. Damn, you know a bit of fighting. Bastard. He hears and replies, just return what you stole, and you won't have to. Hey, if you give that bag back to us, spare you. He raises his sword. Damn bastard. Now I really don't want to return it. I was caught off guard, but now I'm serious. Get ready, bastard. He yells and charges. Tran Vu Nguyen directly smacks the sword hilt into his head, making blood flow from his nose. He feels utterly furious, circling him. What a strange stance. He glances at him. thinking he doesn't know the basics. Fighting on anger alone. That guy swings repeatedly. Though he has strength, he doesn't know how to use it properly. Vu Nguyen uses only one hand to block. He relies purely on instinct. His style is just for survival. He dashes behind him. He's startled. Vu Nguyen swings his sword at him. He's in pain. What did you say? A noble type with a bit of skill. And knowing a bit of martial arts. He shoves him away. Right. Having a nice house means nothing. I've never been rich or lived comfortably. It's torment I survive one more day. You don't know my suffering, and I don't know yours. He swings repeatedly, but that doesn't mean you should take your anger out on others and choose the vile path of a thief. He covers his head. Shut up. Remembering his own painful past. Isn't he the son of a poor family? Disgusting, he reeks of filth. I heard he just became an orphan and went to many sects already. What did you say? You want us to accept you? I don't have much, but this should cover lunch. I was told I have talent. I was told I have talent. That boy had to grovel and beg others to join a sect. The sect leader looks at the coins in his hand and sends everything flying. He cries, remembering his dying mother. It's your mother. Forgive me. My son, I'm sure you have talent. Being the son of a mother like me, I only bring you sorrow. I'm sorry I couldn't develop your talent. Not much, but this is all the money I saved for you. His mother tremblingly hands him money. I hope you become a martial artist. Before she could finish her last words, she breathed her last breath. Mother, mother, how dare a lowly commoner insult our sect? True talent is born in noble. Insult prestigious families, and go somewhere else. What do you think you're doing, bringing us this filthy money? Use it to go wash yourself. Cam Han lunges at the sect leader and bites. Hard. Everyone rushes over. Vu Nguyen raises his sword again. About to strike again. He's on the ground, head down, covering his ears. Stop. That's enough, Lord Tran. Tang Ki Men rushes over. That boy has special talent. People lay him a rare. He looks at him. What? He looks up immediately upon hearing that. Tang Ki Men sighs. Meili has a great physique for learning martial arts, but isn't immune to poison. However, this young man, he has innate resistance, and against an opponent like Lord Tran, he must have martial talent. He looks at him. In the Tang clan, people like him, gifted in both, are extremely rare. His personality might be an issue, but it's easily fixed. But he's worth teaching. He reaches out to help him up. I'm sure you've heard. But does the name of the Tang clan of Sichuan sound familiar to you? I am the lord of the Tang clan. You wield 10,000 poisons. He speaks, Tang Ki Men. Since no one recognized your talent, I've been searching for someone like you, blessed with a strong body and meridians. You have wonderful talent. Why not become my disciple and learn to be a poison master? He looks at the old man, finding it hard to believe what he's hearing. He quickly kowtows. Your disciple, Lu Min's son, greets master. Elsewhere, a white carriage flies. A convoy travels on a sandy road. They ride through the dark. Sun's set. Let's stop here for today. A man steps off his horse, speaking. He lifts his hat. Who's that? Looking at the firelight, Yin Hatuit pokes her head out. Greetings, miss. I am a scholar from a merchant caravan, Lu Tuongho. We intend to stop here for the night. But you arrived first. If it's no trouble, may we stay as well? She just looks. He blushes over there. She's so beautiful. But wait, how can such a beautiful woman be here alone? Lu Tuongho thinks. Yin Hatuit nods. Yin Hatuit gently nods in reply. Thank you for your kindness. He smiles. On this small patch of land amid the vast desert, his caravan starts a fire to cook. He looks toward Yin Hatuit. Moonlight shining down. Please, help yourself. It seems you haven't prepared anything for the evening. Then Tuongho hands her a bowl. She looks. He scratches his head. It's not poisoned, don't worry. Not only tasty but nutritious too. Yin Hatuet thinks. Lamb meat, remembering the past. No need to fear. I won't bother poisoning you. Eat up. She takes the bowl from Truong Hon, takes a spoonful. Not bad. Eating while remembering. Every day it's lamb meat. Don't you have other meat? Shameless thing. This flavor. I think I've tried this before. The young man Lu Hon stands watching her try to eat. Within 100 li, no one lives. This desert is full of wolves and dangerous beasts. She doesn't fit the image of a lady. Lie this, he thinks. I don't understand how she could have gotten here. Miss, what business do you have here? He asks. Nothing. She replies softly. Then could you tell me where you're headed? He continues. Central Plains. Her tuyets. Oh, where in the Central Plains? He smiles. She glances. Doesn't answer. Why? She says a puzzling phrase. Lu Truong Hon is startled. A scroll. Nothing. Really? I'm just curious. Just thinking what a miss would be doing here alone. This place is dangerous, so I invite you to travel together. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person. If inconvenient, forget it. Why are you interested in me? She says while chewing. You're beautiful. No, you remind me of my little sister back home. She'd be about this age. He turns away, rubbing his nose. She just silently watches, handing him the bowl of soup. Then I hope you'll take care of me. Also, please make more of this soup. Sure. Then tomorrow we'll set out together. He laughs. Hep pie. A long day ends here. At Tran Vung Nguyen's side. Did you rest well last night, brother? Pretty well. Get ready to leave. Our stuff is all loaded up. Since these past days have been long on the road, Lu Min's son carries things, standing far away, his eyes swollen. But, elder, what did you do last night that your eyes are so sunken? Had Tran Knight can't help asking. I just listened to old stories. Duong Kaimon recalled past events. Chen Wiet understood. He was a kid with no parents, so he lent him a shoulder to lean on. Duong Ki Morn remembered Liu Mingshan crying into his chest last night. How great could this guy really be? Can he be trusted? Watching him wave his arms made Tran Wiet feel worried. I suppose you know rivers and mountains are easy to change. Human nature is hard to alter. But who says? So I choose to trust him. Wow, she is so pretty. Liu Mingshan exclaimed, looking at Duong Mile. She turned back and saw him blowing a kiss. Brother Vung Nguyen, did you sleep well? Then, today is a beautiful day. She ignored him and asked Vung Nguyen. His swollen eyes narrowed. Oh, you heard it, didn't you? He walked over to him, repeating what the master said last night. Many people are talking. They're looking for me just because they don't know my true strength. Yet, this is only the beginning. Those bastards, you better watch out. I'll try 3 times harder to surpass you. It won't be long, just wait. Vung Nguyen closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and listened in silence. Do you want to taste another beating? Vung Nguyen asked. No, I'm sorry. At Van Trung Tien, 2 figures stepped inside. Milady, Chung Boy Sun, and a figure completely covered in clocks. It is I, Chung Boy Sun. I have brought the person to you, my lord. Come in, a voice replied. The door opened. Long time no see. Tu Lin of the Southern Gate smiled. 7 years have passed already. Indeed, I think so too. Do Mo Tuong spoke up. Tu Lin of the Southern Gate stepped out from the Western Gate. That was his first thought. I should have visited sooner. I intended to, but I had too many matters to handle. Just like that. 7 years passed. Please forgive me, I said, so formal. It's all right, milady. May I ask why you summoned me here today? She smiled and continued about Chen Vung Nguyen's matter. So she wants to spy on my master. He thought silently without answering, continuing to listen. I suppose you've heard his name. Northern Sword gives me the feeling that he is Chen Vung Nguyen. What do you think? 7 years ago, I saw with my own eyes that he was trapped and burned to death. In the days following, I continued to monitor the movements there, waiting for someone to arrive. I never noticed a single sign of life, so I am certain he couldn't still be alive if he survived and escaped after I left. Northern Sword might be him. Is that so? Tu Lin bowed, pondering as she asked. We also just started investigating Northern Sword. Our investigation team might not be as fast as your men, milady. Want to review the reports? Oh, I would be truly grateful. Understood. That's settled. I will take my leave. We can discuss other matters later. Very well, I've taken your time. Tu Lin replied to Mo Thuong. Step down. Her half-closed eyes suddenly flew wide open. Did I calculate wrongly? But I feel this guy's information was covered up. He is definitely hiding something. She ordered Truong Boy's son. This is not an easy mission, because he is no ordinary person. Do Mo Thuong walked away. Whether now or 7 years ago, the center of attention in the Jianghu martial arts world was Eastern Lonely Star, Dam Tu Tian. After completing 100 consecutive battles, everyone believed that once he returned, it would cause an upheaval. Everyone believed that once he returned, his seclusion was due to defeat. They kept it a secret to preserve. His seclusion was due to that humiliating defeat. They had to keep this a secret. To preserve Dam Tu Tian's reputation in the Jianghu, just like 7 years ago, someone witnessed everything. That someone is none other than my master. Things are getting troublesome. Tai Kai Mein Than Quang is a marshal. Things are getting troublesome. It's time to act. It requires relentless, intense training. Than perfection. It requires a process of relentless, intense training and balanced development. 150 years ago, a man practicing spell arts suddenly appeared in the martial world. After countless battles, he began building a solid pillar of strength for his own martial sect. A huge, muscular man sat on a rock. At a time when the Jianghu was in chaos and darkness, a martial art appeared and shone brighter than any other. That was Kai Kai Mein Than Quang. The man raised his head. This martial art is passed down to only one disciple per generation. He had a long scar across his face. He breathed heavily. Their duty was to dedicate themselves, developing the martial art to be stronger than their predecessors. A sturdy body, eyes glowing as if practicing martial arts. And now, the 6th successor. Subscribe to Gian Me Got to not miss engaging videos. He remembered the monster mocking him. The humiliation he endured back then, and being defeated at that guy's feet. I'll make that bastard pay 100-fold. He swore. Dam Tu Tian put on his robe. Just wait, I'm coming. The mountain peak where Dam Tu Tian resided, everything began to glow and explode, creating a massive crater. Min is right, a voice resounded. Poison kills. So poison users are terrifying. Đường Kỳ Môn nodded in agreement. Indeed. Actually, it's far more terrifying. If you don't know how to use it, you won't just kill others, you'll kill yourself. But poison can also be medicine, like revival poison. Liu Mingshan listened listlessly, feeling it wasn't trustworthy at all. Looks like you brat don't believe me. Revival poison has a great effect on boosting internal power. Actually, there are many kinds of poisons. Right. Đường Kỳ Môn said, and there is rebirth poison. It helps the user become several times stronger than their initial strength. This poison requires a skilled apothecary and a very long time to brew. However, I can't test it on ordinary people, and I don't have the chance. Without testing, you can't use it, he thought. But this brat not only has a foundation of strength, but can also stay healthy. Đường Kỳ Môn stayed hard, scaring him. Should I test it on him? If all goes well, it won't just change prejudices about poison, but Đường Clan's arts can also heal. First, I must check his physique. After pondering, he finally spoke. I'll let you experience the effects of poison. Oh, what? He stammered in panic. Soon, morning came. Their group continued on their journey. Đường Kỳ Môn eyes gleam, taking notes furiously. Unbelievable. Wonderful. His immune system against poison is even better than mine or Ming. Now I have to get mixed up with these poisons again, he thought, as dusk fell. Đường Kỳ Môn was still refining poison for him. Since you took a revival pill days ago, your meridians unblocked. That means your internal energy has increased. Although early, why don't you try learning poison arts? Hà Trân Nguyệt, Đường Mỹ Lệ, Trần Vũ Nguyên, and the others were casually sitting and eating, witnessing the training session. Focus your ki into your fingertip and control it slowly. Đường Kỳ Môn sweated, but still couldn't do it. He gritted his teeth, hand near the poison jar. A wisp of smoke actually rose up. Oh, he looked and was startled. I told you, you have a talent for poison. I didn't expect such progress in a week. He rejoiced. All thanks to you, Master. He couldn't bring himself to smile. I didn't know I had innate talent. He covered his face. Hep pie for the praise. Truly, you brat are not ordinary either. You should focus on finding a suitable martial art. A voice echoed. Dit, Master. Hearing that, all right, the one responsible for training you is none other than Brother Vu Nguyen. He was surprised. The voice was Vu Nguyen's. Don't underestimate it. Having an expert train you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you must try your best. Duong Ki Mon instructed him. Follow him into this time-consuming. Vu Nguyen. He patted Vu Nguyen's shoulder. Nothing to apologize. It's fine, Senior Duong. Liu Mingshan was frozen solid all over at this moment. All right, ready? He asked, cracking his knuckles. You're going to take a lot of hits soon. Oh, what? Hits? What training involves getting beaten? He stammered, trembling. If you don't want to get hit, dodge. This is how I train others. Here we go. Wait. Night passed quickly. They finally arrived. The group looked into the distance. Very well. After resting at the Duong clan, we will head straight to Vuntrongthian Pavilion. Liu Mingshan stood far away, face bruised. He's a monster. Just wait and see. He cursed. This place is like an unassailable fortress. The Duong clan is not suited for outsiders. However, not just the Duong clan, all the clans here are like this. Because they must do whatever it takes to safeguard their future. Survival. Ha Zhenwei spoke up. From the combat arena to martial arts, once you step in, you'll have the chance to admire traditions forgotten for hundreds of years. A very good way to learn. I won't be going inside with you anymore. I've been wandering outside for too long. I must go back and report to the guild leader. The Black Moon member spoke. When you set off, don't wait for me. I will catch up on my own later. Understood. Thank you for helping us. Vu Nguyen smiled. Duong Ki Mon looked toward his young granddaughter. Grieving for the warriors who died for our Duong clan, he asked, why can't we recover? It's not your fault. Con. They've always faced the brink of life and death. Perishing on the battlefield is common. All experts in the Jianghu see the same mission. We are alive today thanks to those noble sacrifices. Now is the time to prove their deaths were not in vain. He comforted her with a hand on her shoulder. Dit, uncle. Now let's go inside. Duong Ki Mon sighed as he walked away. Looking into the distance atop a tall tree, a figure stood observing everything. He laughed. Ho ho ho. At the Duong clan in Sichuan, the atmosphere became lively as everyone in the clan rejoiced immensely, cheering, they're back. Everyone is safe. The previous tension was quickly replaced by joy. Everyone greeted and cared for each other after a long separation. Trung Li Vu Huan bowed to stroke the horse's sweat, still damp from the long trip. Ha, you've suffered. Duong Ki Wen pointed toward Liu Mingshan, a young man, standing there with a worried look. That brat is my disciple. Liu Shan, take him to wash up first. Liu Mingshan was dragged away by two members, not daring to struggle, only nodding respectfully toward Duong Ki Wen, calling out, Master. Hearing a confident reply, he then turned to Chen Vu Nguyen and the accompanying group. Nodding respectfully, and these distinguished guests here are our benefactors who saved me. Prepare quarters, serve them attentively. Duong Ki Wen's voice was an order to every corner of the Duong clan, and everyone understood the importance of these guests. The scenery here is peaceful, making one's heart light. Chen Vu Nguyen walked alone, pacing forward. Trung Li Vu Huan's words echoed. You want to tour around? Go ahead alone. I need to go soak first. Can't let down the host's hospitality. Walking, thinking, so the Duong clan's quarters are like this, completely different from other sects. Falling leaves scattered in the wind, the quiet scenery was enough to make one lose themselves in thought. The scenery was so silent, it felt as though a single sigh could make everything shake. Suddenly, Chen Vu Nguyen was startled, stopping instantly. An uneasy feeling suddenly flashed in his heart like a streak of lightning in a clear sky. Looking around, He took a breath, leaned forward, and shifted into a defensive posture, preparing for anything that might happen, sensing the power of blood poison. It felt like something immensely powerful was moving at dazzling speed, but it was too subtle to pinpoint its exact location, wondering where it came from. Chen Wuongyan stood still for a moment to sense the movement around him, then noticed the leaves drifting in the wind, suddenly becoming strange, surrounding him more and more. Suddenly, caught in a trap, things happened fast. Wuongyan could only sigh that such high-level magic must belong to a grand master. The movement in the air grew more violent, the wind howling as leaves swirled in a storm's dance. Chen Wuongyan gripped his sword hilt, clearly feeling every beat in his chest, sensing the presence of the person playing games. Amidst the chaos of wind and leaves, he saw a pair of strange eyes in the distance. Those eyes gleamed in the dark with unpredictable mystery, then quickly located his target locked. To the right, about 40 paces away, about 14 feet, target identified without hesitation. There it is. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and slashed fiercely toward those mysterious eyes. An old man with white hair raised his hand to block. But just as the sword tip was an inch away, an old man with white hair appeared. Calmly catching the fierce strike with his bare hand, he stepped closer. Tran Vuongyan pressed his sword against his neck, the sharp blade resting against his wrinkled skin. The old man chuckled softly, exhaling. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I suppose I went a bit too far. You just reminded me of an old acquaintance. Vuongyan couldn't hide the suspicion in his eyes and asked sharply, Who are you? The old man raised his hand, voice deep and commanding. I am the head of the Tang clan. Vuongyan's eyes flashed with surprise before he asked, in a much firmer tone. Then he nodded, though his gaze remained sharp. That's right. I am the master of this place, the Poison Emperor, Tang Qianwu. Then he shot a sharp, resolute look and spoke. And you are the successor of the Northern Heavens, Tran Vuongyan. Slowly retracting his sword without another word, his eyes remained fixed on the old man. He then bent down to pick up the cane that had fallen to the ground, handed it over, and said calmly, Right, that's me. Taking his cane, the two began to walk together, the rustling of leaves echoing as the old man muttered. Old age is a pain. My joints ache from moving. Well, you're the first person to easily break through my 100-leaf rose, he then praised in admiration. As expected of the Northern Heavens successor, truly not to be underestimated, Tran Vuongyan remained silent, showing no pride or defiance, simply accepting the remark. Tang Qianwu tapped his cane, his voice sinking with regret. I have always felt guilt toward the Northern Heavens, Tang Qianwu continued with a voice full of sorrow. 10 years ago, because I felt helpless just standing by and watching. It might sound like I'm making excuses, but truly, I was powerless. Above all, I am the patriarch and bear responsibility to ensure the safety of the Tang clan. Back then, it was a turbulent time, and any sect could get sucked into that conflict. If I had protected the Northern Heavens then, the Tang clan would have been the next prey, and our fate wouldn't have been any different. Tang Qianwu let out a soft sigh. That is the harsh reality. No one wants a brutal war when you carry the fate of a clan on your shoulders. You have to prioritize the greater good. That's why I chose the safer path of neutrality. Instead of helping, I could have stood and fought. But for the safety of my own clan, I chose neutrality. I admit I was cowardly and weak, clinging to life out of fear. When I heard of your father's death, I felt even more guilty. That guilt has eaten away at me year after year. It seems you had no choice but to walk your path. You might become a hero saving countless lives, or a ruthless swordsman slaying innocents. Tang Qianwu turned to him. May I ask, how will you face the coming storms? Amidst the rustling leaves, Tran Vuongyan replied calmly, I don't know what awaits me ahead, but I will never back down and will push forward. Tang Qianwu smiled. An aura of nobility and righteousness radiates from within you. He looked at Vuongyan as if looking at his younger self, of himself in the past. I used to be the righteous hero of the Tang clan. Those 4 words were precious to me back then. Before I knew it, 60 years have passed, and those titles mean nothing to me anymore. Yet seeing you, those glorious memories come flooding back. Above all, You've given me renewed confidence. Tang Qianwu stood straight, eyes burning with determination, then bowed respectfully before Tran Vunguyen. His voice deep and powerful, like an unbreakable oath being declared. I, Tang Qianwu, patriarch of the Tang clan, must make a choice once again, but this time, I will not walk the wrong path, he declared. From now on, the Tang clan will do its utmost to assist Lord Tran, and pledge to ensure your safety against any dangers. As night fell, at the castle of the Supreme Sword, somewhere else, a voice broke the silence, filled with utter shock and disbelief. What? Triu Thianvu was assassinated, and his son, Triu Vunqin, has gone missing. Furthermore, Triu Thianvu's death was by the silent night, full of doubt and unable to believe it. How could that be? The legendary Triu Thianvu. And what about the Tyrant Fist sect? Only the sound of white cloth wiping a sword echoed, wielded by a steady and powerful hand. A storm is about to rise, a voice muttered. Surrounded by total darkness, not a soul in sight, only the lonely figure sitting among piles of swords, in the dim light reflecting off the blades. Yet now, the 4 lords of the northern heavens are left to fight against the 9 heavens. A man sat there, his body covered in crisscrossing white scars, wiping a long, crimson-red sword. Its glow cast a reflection like fresh blood. As he spoke with arrogance, it seems, it's almost time for us to make our move. That man is the demonic sword master, Marley. Smoke billowed from the crackling fire, exhaling wisps of dense smoke. Tang Kaivan spoke gently. I've said it before, the Tang clan repays its debts. Since you saved my life, make yourself at home. Tran Vunguyen sat inside a large cauldron, surrounded by Tang Kaivan's subordinates healing him. All channeled their magical power into Tang Kaivan, while he tried his best to treat Vunguyen. Vunguyen sat in the cauldron and exclaimed in awe. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, amazing, my body feels like it's being supercharged. Vunguyen gripped his knees beneath the water, exclaiming how powerful and full of vitality he felt, seeing the line of people passing power to one another to heal his injuries. So this is the true strength of the Tang clan, Tran Vunguyen thought happily. Tang Kaivan was sweating profusely, thinking, this guy's internal energy is scarier than I thought. With almost everyone else, the treatment would have been finished long ago. After a while, everything was finally done. Tang Kaivan and the others groaned, rotating sore arms. Oh man, good job everyone. Don't forget to rest to recover your meridians, Tang Kaivan said. Hearing him, everyone replied happily, all right, now it's your turn, Lu's son. But while Tang Kaivan shouted until his voice was hoarse, was blissfully lying in a tub of herbal medicine, dribbling. He mumbled incoherently. Ah, this feels so good. I don't want to get out. Seeing such an eyesore, Tang Kaivan glared at him. A week later, Tran Vunguyen had fully recovered. He stood tall, carefully tying back his hair. Large and small scars crisscrossed his bare back, each wound a testament to the battles he survived. Tran Vunguyen gently stroked one of the scars, remembering scenes from his past. Suddenly he thought of an Hatuyet. Tran Vunguyen muttered to himself, Hatuyet, how are you? I remember. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Someone knocked, interrupting his train of thought. May I come in? He turned his head as he hurriedly put on clothes. Tran Vunguyen replied, come in. The door opened, and Tang Miley bowed, saying, the elder has prepared a special gift for you, my lord. He wanted me to hand it directly to. Before finishing, Tang Miley looked up at Tran Vunguyen, only to see his bare chest, but Tran Vunguyen didn't seem to mind, asking her in return. A gift from the old elder. Seeing him so nonchalant, Tang Miley blushed. She turned away, her face still flushed pink, and stammered, it's a robe. It's a cloak he wore when he was young. The maid standing beside her held up the cloak for Tran Vunguyen to see. Tang Miley continued, woven from fire bear fur and serpent dragon claws. This cloak will help you harness wind, fire, and rain. The more she looked, the shyer she got. Unconsciously taking a few steps back, it shrinks as needed, and has many hidden pockets, so you can carry whatever items you might require. Thus, it will also help you save space for all your travel belongings. The maid beside them couldn't hold her tongue, and quickly started teasing Tang Miley. Looks like our young miss is ready for marriage. Tang Miley blushed bright red, and whispered a warning, please keep it down. Tran Vung Nguyen politely acknowledged the gift. I truly don't know how to thank you. This is truly a priceless gift. Dawn broke, lighting up the entire Tang Manor. Tang Manor. Leaving Tang Manor, Tran Vung Nguyen wore the cloak, bearing the distinctive emblem of the Tang clan. Suddenly, a compliment came from behind. Tran Vung Nguyen turned in surprise, realizing it was Tang Kai Van. That cloak suits you well, kid. He added with a chuckle. Oh ho, looking super cool. Tran Wiet nearby didn't hesitate to praise the cloak either. Oh ho, that actually looks pretty sturdy. Is the Tang clan elder joining us? Tran Vung Nguyen asked. Tang Kai Van immediately replied. Vung Nguyen, you brat. You're the classic example of someone. Take care of your own body. You're young, but it'll catch up to you. That's why you need me to help condition your body. Tang Khan kindly reminded him. He continued, I've spent my life in the Tang clan, thinking I understood the outside world. But after the Ngok Than massacre, and meeting new people, I realized something. Everyone must know the true face of fiends. Lai the Tyrant Fist sect, his eyes narrowed, and said, we must purge the martial world. Not to mention, I feel Lai you are the one destined to change fate, so I've decided to follow you all the way. How does that sound? Tang Kai Van crossed his arms and said domineeringly. Tang Mela blushed, whispering, wherever uncle goes, I will surely follow. He is always so careless. He needs someone to look after him. He has the same intention. He waved his hand behind him, adding, besides, that brat's training is far from complete. Lu Min's son howled from behind. My body is light as a feather. You guys just watch. Ha! Hearing him say that, Tang Kai Van angrily retorted, ah, you brat. I've told you countless times to dress properly. Lu Min's son stubbornly shot back. But master, this looks so much cooler. I promise to obey your words, but this is something I won't compromise on. Tran Nguyet and Tran Vung Nguyen witnessed this master and disciple. The master and disciple bicker and sighed. Tran Vung Nguyen asked Tran Nguyet. Tran Nguyet rubbed his chin. Excitedly, she said, I have heard about the Tang clan elder's vow of loyalty. Since that's the case, having them tag along isn't bad. Even though that annoying guy over there is a bit troublesome, it's ultimately to our benefit anyway, with help from the Sichuan Tang clan. We might as well let them come along. All right, let's head to the Central Heavenly Alliance. They departed the Tang clan amidst farewells from everyone in town. Suddenly, Tran Vung Nguyen turned his head to look back. Green trees in the distance rustled in the wind. An old man with white hair appeared on a treetop, looking down at Tran Vung Nguyen without a word. Seeing him remain silent, he crossed his arms and returned the bow. Meanwhile, on an Atayat side, a caravan of horses was crossing the arid desert. Atuyet was sitting atop the roof of a cargo wagon, wind blowing through her hair. She stared ahead, while right in front of her, a man with a top knot kept glancing back at our beautiful Atuyet. The caravan moved swiftly, wheels rolling across deserted paths, leaving behind a clatter of noises. Dusk spread across the horizon, warm amber light illuminating every path. The scenery seemed to awaken, the sunset casting magical hues. Everyone's shadows elongated, stretching across the ground with evening romance, filling hearts with deep emotion, as if wishing to hold on to this gorgeous moment forever. The man with the top knot sighed. He looked at Atuyet and thought, she's still the same, always so cold and aloof. Night fell. The campfire crackled brightly. The group gathered to cook meals, and laughter echoed through the quiet. Atuyet raised her head to look at them, wondering, even though they're merchants, they haven't sold anything these past few days, yet he's smiling so wide. It makes her wonder, getting rejected everywhere they go, how can she eat soup and still look so genuinely happy? And Atuyet lowered her head to look at the bowl of soup in her hands and muttered, how foolish. Her face remained expressionless. Then suddenly she thought in surprise, wait, foolish. She recalled Tran Vung Nguyen eating her cooking, her face full of doubt as she blurted out, is this guy an idiot? Snapping out of her thoughts, and Atuyet silently lowered her head and fell quiet. At midnight, the merchants were fast asleep by the warm campfire. From afar, voices suddenly rang out quite close to where the group was resting. Are they really merchants? looking at them. Not carrying much. Carrying it lies something precious. Really, 3 figures appeared in the rocks. They whispered among themselves. Someone asked, "When will the bot arrive?" You know his bloodlust is high. Everyone, and once, given the chance, he'd be gone for days. That's normal. Right, so, we just pay attention to grabbing the goods. That's it. Hey, when do we strike? One of the 3 asked. They were the 4 ghost brothers. The 4 brothers were born from one mother. Masters of ghost arts, they often appear the Qinghai region, extremely cruel and cunning, ruthless and waiting for no one. As they were happily planning, a voice rang out. And Hatayat's face was cold, her voice devoid of emotion. "What are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the 3 brothers. Turning around, before them stood a beautiful girl. They asked, "Who is she? When did she get over here?" But this woman, hearing them, and Hatuyet, didn't catch a single word. She squatted down, resting her chin on her hand after a moment of silence, and Hatuyet said, "Hey, those merchants are good people. Even if business is bad, they're still hardworking. So, you must not harm them." Hearing this, the 3 hadn't processed it yet, so the atmosphere was a bit quiet. After a moment, they laughed loudly, saying, "Oh really, brothers, did you hear what she said? So cute. Could the bot have sent her to us to play with? You idiot. She's probably one of those merchants. So, before we get to work, let's play with this little fairy over here first." "Right. Sounds good. Come here, old man." "Little beauty, wait, let me go first." No resistance. Not fun. His voice made her feel disgusted, hearing their filthy words. And Hatayat smiled contemptuously. "Ha," Hatuyet said, "you filthy scum." Her voice came out with a mocking smile. Her eyes showed coldness and a hint of disdain. "I think you all want to die together today, huh?" Her voice was sharp as a knife, without any hesitation. At first, they seemed not to understand Hatayet's words. There was no response from the 3, but moments later, hearing her say that, the 3, oblivious to the world, laughed loudly. "Ha, oh, so cute. Really, I want to try first." As soon as the words left his mouth, his head was sliced in 2. The other 2 were terrified, and Hatuyet coldly waved her hand, not paying any attention to the remaining 2. Her expression remained unchanged, showed no emotion at all, while the other 2, seeing their brother die right before their eyes, the 2 shouted, "Little brother, damn it, what is going on?" The 2 simultaneously drew their weapons, a ring full of sharp spikes, with weapons drawn, and Hatuyet showed no fear at all. She calmly asked, "Huh, you use light wheels. Didn't expect filthy scum like you to use the same weapon as me." Her voice suddenly turned cruel. Her eyes narrowed, and Hatuyet said coldly, "Now I want to kill you even more." Hearing Hatuyet's, they charged in anger. Damn it, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." But the attacks of the 2 brothers couldn't even touch Hatuyet's body. She even dodged gracefully. She sighed. "Are Central Plains people this weak? Huh? If so, then those hired masters aren't so bad. After all, you're not even worthy of me using my weapon." And Hatuyet taunted. Hearing Hatuyet's words, they were even more provoked. "Shut up, witch. What demon are you? Huh? Who sent you here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, and Hatuyet swept past them, a second later, 2 heads fell off. She turned around coldly, her face showing no emotion as she looked at the bloody scene before. Meanwhile, somewhere else, rain fell steadily, creating a gentle sound. A tall figure appeared, holding an umbrella for a small figure. Looking closely, it was the elder protecting Ting de Vuong. And then to Nguyen Thien Hoc. Under the rain, Nguyen Thien Hoc's face showed calm. They stood there, in the damp space, exuding majesty and mystery. From afar, another large figure appeared. He said, "Whose mournful deed is this?" I wondered who played such a sad tune. Turns out it's Oldham then. The one called one of the 4 ghost lords of Ting Da, Mang Chu Sun. Thuong Endi greeted the big god. Mang Chusun didn't mind replying. Black Thuong, has it really been 30 years? Suddenly a voice drew the attention of all three. I thought I was the first to arrive, but you all appeared before me. The speaker was one of the 4 ghost lords of Tinda, Bahtadauko to Kam Huong. Seeing to Kam Huong, Mang Chusun sighed. Even after all these years, you haven't aged a bit. Senior sister, Thuong Endi said. His voice rang out. Only Thien Min remains. Jaya Fong Hon, do Thien Min. Have you forgotten his life motto? Mang Chusun smiled faintly, continuing, that bastard is probably off somewhere having fun. To Kam Huong also added, but once we make a decision, he will surely support. He's always been like that. Nguyen Thayan Hock finally spoke, his hands strumming the instrument, his voice full of resentment. This is the gathering of the pitiful. His eyes showing sadness. It's all because of you ghost lords that our Tinda is in such a miserable state now. Without stopping, Nguyen Thayan Hock continued strumming and blaming. The 3, a poor child shed blood for me. I treated him as my own son. I will not allow Dan Dipe's death to be in vain. As he spoke, his face darkened. Nguyen Thayan Hock paused for a moment, took a deep breath, then continued. Dan Dipe always longed for Tinda to one day regain its former glory. Even if the path was difficult, he never gave up. He sacrificed everything for his dream. But, look at yourselves. Not only have you lost heart, but you dare accept this miserable reality. Now, rejecting the opportunities coming, then you become useless people. Unable to help the next generation. To Kam Huong stood nearby. She spoke up. But what you want will require great sacrifice of what we've built step by step. Many innocent lives will suffer. Mang Chusun also continued Kam Huong's words. Do you lay without any will? Even if we must sacrifice, even if we lose, at least we tried for ourselves. Staying here is no different from lying still waiting for death to come close, he shouted. We've acted cruelly. Our lack of ability led to his death. Dan Diep pushed us to stand together. More we pushed all the burden onto him, calling him our only hope. Once faced with difficulty, when he needed us most, who helped? Sadly we all became so terrible. Chusun, Thuong Endi spoke up, his tone mocking. You can vent all at once later. Mang Chusun, remembering, asked back, did I say something wrong? His eyes showing clear doubt. Mang Chusun asked, have you forgotten how we were driven out of the Central Plains in such humiliation suddenly? The rain stopped, startling all 4. Nguyen Thayan Hock strummed. The music echoed in the silent space. Anyway, the final decision. He paused for a moment, then pointed toward the bright moon in the distance, solemnly saying, will depend on that person. Will depend on that person. The Night Lord is coming here. Tinda awakens once more. Van Trong Thien quickly decided to form a group of elite to fight against them. Called the Fuck Doi. A graveyard filled with weapons, hundreds of graves piled up. If admitted into Fuckoi, becoming part of it, they'd be admired by all, but also wield immense power for this reason. Fuck Doi was targeted by masters. Taverns around Sichuan and Hubei became extremely bustling. At one tavern, thousands of masters flocked to Van Trong Thien with hopes of joining Fuck Doi. Inside the tavern, many masters were eating and drinking. 3 noticed a girl at a nearby table. One spoke first. Who is that pretty woman? A fragile beauty. How could she get in? Nam Tulian kept eating chicken. The one next to him laughed. No chance. Look at that smooth, fair skin. Inexperienced, another added. Probably just a errand girl for the locals. Another added. Maybe, but she should be careful. Some might try to assassinate rivals beforehand. For the channel Gian. May got to not miss exciting videos. Channel Gian may got to not miss exciting videos. The tavern patrons whispered among themselves. Than Long Hoi, founded by Chu Thien's son. The leader is Dam Tu Thien. Vice leaders Lai and Hu Lin. Those 3 are members of a Thien that Vi. The image of the three leaders of Than Long Hoi are also members of Hathin that Vi. The others are also of Than Long Hoi. Long. Another was surprised. So the two organizations can be considered one. The other replied, that's right. The first member of Than Long Hoi, Duvu Kim Kach, Tamon Hao. Tamon Hao. Tamon Hao strode in with great presence, looking for a patrons felt sorry for themselves. Truly sad. We lay in a dog-eat-dog society where the strong have power, so people like us must strive to join Fuck Hoi. Tamon Hao walked to the table where Nam Tulian was sitting. Seeing that, the patrons at the next table commented, someone as noble as him, what business does he have with that woman? She's probably his. Tamon Hao stood before her. She spoke, arrogant as ever. Ta, sir. Seeing no reply, she continued her monologue. I thought you understood last time. No interest, he replied indifferently. Oh, come on, don't be so hasty. Why don't you take some time to think it over? Carefully, Moksun and Su. Nam Tulian, hearing this, her brows furrowed. The patrons in the tavern were both surprised. The patrons in the tavern were both surprised and fearful, thinking, what? Moksun Dao, Nam Tulian, one of the mysterious masters. Moksun Dao Phi. When thinking of Moksun Dao, one thinks of many towering mountains with houses facing each other. That's Moksun Dao Phi, though playing a vital role in Van Trung Thien. The disciples of that sect rarely leave. Except in urgent cases, the successor receives the title Then Su. Then Su. They also have the due to maintain order in the martial world. The Central Plains people consider them part of a Thien that Va. So Moksun Jiao Chu. Nam Tulian became one of them. The man opposite heard this and thought, why so serious all of a sudden? The one next to him said helplessly, no connection at all. The three turned to look at her. Tamon Hao recalled Hu Lin's words. Before Fuck Hoi finishes recruiting, pull as many people into Than Long Hoi as possible, especially those in Hathin that Vi. If you complete this mission, I promise a reward. Stopping his thoughts, he sat directly across from her. I've said it before, but Than Long Hoi truly gathers many outstanding talents. Such a good opportunity doesn't come often. As he spoke, he tore off a piece of chicken, not to mention, counting myself. 4 are in Hathin joining Than Long Hoi. So, Miss Nam joining wouldn't be too unreasonable, right? He put the piece of chicken in his mouth, continuing to persuade her, even though we both have some fame. With the help of How Do Q Thien, we'll hold the power to control everything. Great, right? He smirked as if victory was assured. But I see you're still hesitant. Since there's a chance, why not think simply and see it as a reunion? No need to feel burdened. That's why I advise you to think it over carefully. She was silent for a while, thinking of the day her father ordered her to leave, the successor of Moksun Dao. Tulian, we must venture into danger. In the martial world again, once Tenda reappears, chaos erupts. At this moment she was kneeling on the ground listening to the words of the sect leader. Her father, he sat above, his face hidden in shadow, continuing to instruct her. Although you were taught to let go of all attachments in this world, we cannot ignore this matter. So, you must go out and did. Father, I accept the order. Then she put on a white robe and left the sect. She returned to the present, Than Long Hoi. Once chaos erupts, they will fully utilize the abilities of the young masters. Having thought it through, she approached him. His chicken-tearing motion paused. She smirked, almost convincing him. She propped her chin, glaring. You damn monkey. That title's just a burden tying me to. You think you're special. Besides, I said it clearly the other day, I don't care about your society. And I'll never join your club. Don't bother me while I eat. Now get lost, quick. He was stunned by her answer, before he could reply. Creak, the tavern door opened once more. A group walked in. It was Tran Vung Guine's crew. Looks like there are no tables left here, had Tran Nguyen sighed, glancing around. Nam Tulian saw them and got an idea. Perfect. I'll use those guys. She waved. Hey, over here. Been waiting forever. Where have you been? Vung Guine's group looked confused. Confused, she forced a smile at Tahaumon. So as you can see, I've joined another group called Namtulian Society, so I must decline your offer. Don't cry, brother Ta. She called to Vungayan. To Vungayan's group, what are you standing there for? Come sit, let's eat. Tahaumon still looked grim, not understanding. Then he smiled and stood up. I see, I know nothing about this society. So for bothering the future cult master. He brushed past her, leaving one last remark. Namtulian Society, we'll meet again. Seeing him leave, she rushed over and pushed Vungayan's group to the table. As he reached the door, he stopped. They broke into a cold sweat. Tahaumon thought, instead of agreeing with me, you chose worthless trash. Who are you to look down on me? With the Cerulean Dragon Society, I don't care who you are. The humiliation I endure, I'll repay tenfold. He slammed the door shut as he left. Namtulian forced a smile, holding a chicken leg and stuffing it into Vungayan's mouth. After he left, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Seeing that, she immediately stood up, clasped her hands, and hurriedly apologized. Forgive me, truly so the chicken leg said. Indeed, a pretty face brings trouble. This happens all the time. Besides, we couldn't do anything anyway. She replied, thank you all for not asking. No need to worry, just rest easy. That guy knows it was a lie. I was making up an excuse, so he won't cause trouble. Still feeling guilty, she treated them to a meal. Anyway, please eat and drink freely, it's on me. Turning around, she froze at Min Lu Sun's gaze fixed on her. After a while, she still recounted what had just happened to them. I see, so that's how it is. Cerulean Dragon Society, had Tran Guyat said thoughtfully, then told Nam to forget it. Based on my observations, he looked at the badge and the symbol on the clothing. You're surely a Mu Mountain disciple. He looked at the sword at her waist, along with the sword and gold trim. You must be close to the cult master. You must be Mu Mountain Divine Master, Lady Namtulian of the Seven Heavens. She was astonished that he knew her identity, even though earlier she hadn't mentioned it at all. Before she could answer, Hatran Guyat said, that liar who bothered you had 3 rings on his sword hilt. If he came to discuss Cerulean dragon matters, he's the wandering swordsman Tahaumon. She frowned, thinking, this man is no ordinary person, and asked, may I ask who you are? He pointed to the old man beside him and said, if you can't figure it out, I can't say. Actually, not many know my name, but you surely know this old man, the 10,000 Poison King, Tang Clan L. She stood up abruptly, startled. Junior Namtulian, honored to meet you. The Tang Clan elder smiled and said, it's fine, no need for such formality. Sit down. Min Lu Sun raised his hand to introduce. He's my master and benefactor. I'm his disciple, Min Lu Sun. Hearing that, she turned and asked the young lady beside her curiously, then this must be the flower of the Tang clan. Tang Miley smiled and introduced herself. Deet, I'm Tang Miley, honored to meet the Mu Mountain Divine Master. She smiled back. No, not at all. I'm the lucky one. Your skin is truly beautiful. I'm so envious. Sister. Tang Miley shyly replied, what are you saying? Yours is far more beautiful. After that, she turned to ask Vungayan, and who is this? He was about to answer when the elder cut in. Oh my, I need to go to the toilet. The old man wandered off, muttering, don't know where it is, don't know where it is. Suddenly, someone bumped into him. He fell to the ground. The man turned back, saw the old man, and cursed. Damn it, are you blind? Watch where you're going. Min Lu Sun flew over, using a lightning-fast kick to attack the one who had cursed. He reacted quickly, dodging, missing his target. Lu Sun used his foot to brake and his hands to keep balance. The 2 men asked each other, who's this lunatic? He quickly walked up, grabbed the collar of the one who had bumped, eyes wide with fury. You 2 gorillas. What the hell have you done? Don't you know respect for elders? Veins bulging, roared fiercely. How dare you? You dare push my master? Kneel and apologize, you 2 gorillas. Min Lu Sun smiled, his eyes flashing as he closed in on the twins, his face full of arrogance. He gritted his teeth, each word dripping with hate. Threat, you 2 gorillas. What the hell have you done? Don't you know respect for elders? Honor your betters. he shouted loudly, his voice so furious that veins bulged. How dare you? You dare push my master? Get on your knees and apologize now, you two gorillas. At that moment, Tran Vu Nguyen stepped forward, helping Tang Kaimon up. It's fine, Min's son. Tang Kaimon tried to stop the conflict. However, his words of comfort didn't calm Min Lu's son. He glared at the black and white twins, his voice growing more serious and firm. No mercy. Apologize now. The black and white twins broke into a sweat. The two lowered their heads. All right, we're sorry. Suddenly, the twins struck, hitting Min Lu's son flying backward. This ass, they taunted. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What's this? I thought it was too quiet today. Now this feels familiar. Wait, those two are the black and white twins. Min Lu's son slumped down. Breathing heavily, he slammed against the wall. You little brat, who do you think you are? Don't you know us? The black and white twins sneered. Their cold eyes stared at him. The crowd grew excited, cheering, urging them on, waiting for this fight. Finally, they're starting to fight. It's the black and white twins, someone shouted, the twin bears. Min Lu's son, furious, clenched his fists. His face hardened. He stood up, unfazed after taking the hit, his mouth still taunting. That little tap you call a punch. He continued, unyielding, despite the price. Among the black and white twins, the pale one smirked, speaking mockingly. Oh, but before he could say more, the dark one stepped forward, stomping on Min Lu's son's face, challenging. Let's see how long you last. Hold out. Not stopping, the two coordinated, driving their knees into Min Lu's son's face, sending him flying back again. Min Lu's son struggled to sit up. Spitting out blood, they launched him into the air. The dark-skinned one charged again, landing a punch, sending Lu's son to the ground. Neither showed any mercy, continuously punching and kicking him. Lu's son rolled on the ground, but amid the pain and blood on his face, Min Lu's son burst into a laugh, his eyes blazing without a hint of fear. He still wore a defiant smile, which made his opponent hesitate. Hearing that, he laughed even more, his tone growing more arrogant. Ha, utterly weak, you pathetic fool, he roared for all to hear. This was mockery, defying the pain, refusing to submit. He pointed at Tran Vu Nguyen. The reason is, I get beaten by that bastard daily, forced to train. Compared to him, you two are just an itch. Tran Vu Nguyen was suddenly mentioned, but his face remained calm, indifferent, no expression, as if everything happening him didn't affect. Around him, despite the murmurs from everyone, he stayed composed, not showing a hint of worry. Everyone present was alarmed by this. No one could have expected the black and white twins to provoke such a top-tier martial artist. What the hell, some thought. A man whose skills rival the seven heavens, as the sword fiend in the martial world, made her Tran Nguyen feel uneasy. One of the witnesses couldn't help but wonder, is this really the sword fiend? She felt surprised by the situation unfolding. Tran Nguyen, witnessing this scene, felt helpless and held his head. Because of a slip of the tongue, that guy had exposed Tran Vu Nguyen's identity. The pale one asked, is he the sword fiend? Really? The dark one didn't know what to say. Min Lu's son lunged forward like a storm, determined not to lose. He felt the pride and fighting spirit within. So you two monkeys still refused to apologize? Min Lu's son continued aggressively. He leaped from above, attacking suddenly. While he still had a chance to turn the tide, he was caught by the pale-skinned one and countered. The two sides clashed fiercely, the sound of impact echoing everywhere. Min Lu's son, knowing he was in danger, kept attacking relentlessly, but a powerful punch struck his face, making his head spin. Refusing to show weakness, he grabbed the dark one's head, Mustering all his strength, he headbutted him hard. The dark-skinned one winced in pain. Everyone gasped. I've never seen the black and white twins so riled up. Mocking laughter rang out. Everyone found this scene amusing. Ha, he's liar mad, someone said, confirming Min Lu-sun's strangeness. Shouts rang out. Exactly, liar mad dog. Go on, mad dog, bite him, tear him apart. Go mad dog. Mad dog. The shouts rang out in unison. Atmosphere in the crowd. Meanwhile, Hatran Nyat observed, calculating silently. Oh, mad dog, he whispered. Well, not too surprising. That guy truly loves to fight because his opponent has been Voon Goyen. He looked at Min Lu-sun with some admiration. If he could temper that nature, he'd be a treasure. In this world, Hatran Nyat thought, in this world, people like Min Lu-sun are powerful flames, capable of changing the course of a battle. And so, the fight wasn't just a clash of strength, but a struggle to find one's true worth. The black and white twins went berserk, their eyes bloodshot with fury. They gritted their teeth, voices dripping with hate. Enough. This ends now. I'll finish you with our combined strike. Min Lu-sun pulled the pins on 2 grenades. His fingers trembling with excitement, a faint blue smoke enveloped his hands. Lay spreading ghosts, carrying terrifying power. Come on, I'll show you defeat. Min Lu-sun roared. At the same time, a panicked scream rang out, a soft voice tinged with fear. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. But the twins wouldn't back down. Unleashing their move, Nam Tulean stood by, her worried gaze fixed on them. Sweat trickled down, her heart full of doubt. This is bad. Things are spiraling out of control. Should I step in? Her heart pounded wildly, torn between staying out or jumping in. Fight. Just then, Min Lu charged forward, his body like an arrow cutting the wind, ready for the fierce clash. The moment the two were about to collide, Tran Vunguan appeared like lightning, blocking both sides. Enough. I have an intriguing proposal. Why don't you two show some mercy? Tran Vunguan tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, his terrifying purple eyes staring down the black and white twins. Those eyes seemed to want to devour them. He's the legendary sword fiend. The black and white twins began to panic. Let's get out of here. Yeah, Tran. Right. Tran Vunguan stopped Min Lu-sun. He spoke up. Lu-min-sun, that's enough. Min Lu-sun was unconvinced, struggling. Those gorilla lay brats. You'd better apologize to my master now. The black-white twins fled. Min Lu-sun still wanted to chase. I remember your faces, Jiang Duongkaimon shouted. That guy said it's fine. No need to get so angry. Using poison so recklessly lie that, Min Lu-sun argued. Master, what do you mean? Those two had a disrespectful attitude. As a loyal disciple, how can I just let it slide? Again, Jiang Duongkaimon lost patience. Min Lu-sun bowed his head sincerely. Sorry for using poison without permission, but if this happens again, I definitely won't stay silent. Enough. Tonight I'll punish you properly. Jiang Duongkaimon said. Min Lu-sun startled. Hey, no, please. Anything but that. If you want to fight, avoid getting hurt. Hurt. Min Lu-sun spun around. I deliberately let them hit me. Too weak. Jiang Duongkaimon scolded. Bleeding profusely and still talking big. Get back here. Let me treat your wounds. Yeah. At an inn deep inside the bamboo forest. Everyone stood in front of the door. Because the inn was too crowded, we couldn't find room. But thanks to Nam Thu, we could rest a bit. Nam Tulean shyly said, no problem. Dirt. I can't use up this big room alone anyway. Besides, I'm the one who dragged everyone into trouble. At least I should help. Trouble. I should help somehow. Duong Miley spoke. Nam Thu is also on her way to Van Trung Thien. She suggested, why don't we travel together? Nam Tulean immediately refused. Sorry, no need. Really? Hatran Ngait agreed with Duong Miley. Good idea. Let's go together, it's not bad. traveling with the Moxon Thensu, the elder advised. Together we'll be safer. Come with us to Van Trung Thien. Nam Tu Lien scratched her head, unsure. Ah, Tran Vun Nguyen just nodded slightly. Min Lu Son happily put his arm around him. Great, we're traveling together again. I'll protect you. Sisters, Duong Miley forced a smile. Ah, I guess so. Nam Tu Lien reluctantly agreed. All right then, I'll rely on you, brother. A few figures passed behind Min Lu's son. Teasing, did you sleep well last night? Dog. And last night's fight was intense. Min Lu's son frowned in annoyance. Deep inside the dense forest, Tamon Hao exclaimed after shocking news. Wait, what? Are you serious? There, you talked to the black-white twin heroes. The dark man confirmed. Definitely. The pale-skinned man complained. Then why? Lala school. Don't miss exciting videos. Why travel with Moxon Dao people? Forget it. What's so great about a swordsman? If I wanted, I could finish him this morning. Tamon Hao puffed up proudly. As he spoke, Tamon Hao turned left. He stood up happily. Oh, good choice. I told you, among the 7 heavens, 4 have already joined the Than Long Hoi. But now with Toyat Hayan, the master, that makes 5. Best to stick together. Hayan Kongai, large and muscular, replied, I don't care about that. I joined only for Dam Tu Thien. Lead the way now. Right, of course, Tamon Hao replied, his face serious. He lowered his voice. Another of the 7 heavens is nearby. Do you want to meet them? Dusk fell over the Truongjiang River. The sky painted in brilliant orange-red. Folklore says Truongjiang means long river, so this is no ordinary river. Whoever controls this river becomes the overlord of the Central Plains. Van Trung Thien chose this river. With this thing, Thien Truyen, we can sail the Truongjiang without stopping anywhere. It takes half a day to reach Van Trung Thien. Had Trang Nyat shared his knowledge. All 6 stood before a large wooden ship, raised high. Simply put, we just step on this, and we'll reach Van Trung Thien in no time. So, we should avoid trouble and keep a close watch. I heard the ship leaves tomorrow morning, so we should avoid causing trouble and keep a close watch, so we should find a place to rest. Everyone began boarding the ship. Someone called out, Han Han. Nam Tu Thu. Nam Tu Lien turned around. We meet again. Tamon Hao smirked. The person she didn't want to see. All 6 stared at Tamon Hao with disgust, along with affectionate insults. Those guys, the 2 gorillas are with them. What a coincidence. I didn't think. Before Tamon Hao could finish, Hoin Kong Hai walked past him. Move aside. Tamon Hao bit his lip, furious. Damn it, thinking you're from the 7 heavens, you can do whatever you want. Hoin Kong Hai stepped forward to greet. Yo, kid. Nam Tu Lien frowned. Are you talking to me? Hoin Kong Hai sneered. That's right. Who else? I heard you're one of the 7 heavens. He introduced himself. I'm Hoin Kong Hai. You've probably heard of me. But I have a question. Among the 7 heavens, I wonder how skilled you really are. Nam Tu Lien warned. Don't be so arrogant. Arrogant. I'm indeed better than everyone here. But you're different. I think you'd better respect others. Lord Kai, I only respect those above me. Hoin Kong Hai replied, so if you want respect, prove your strength. Nam Tu Lien stared at Hoin Kong Hai, then shook her head. Oh no, this won't do. Lord Kong Hai is too strong compared to me. Clearly I'll lose. So please. Hoin Kong Hai pondered. Wasn't my provocation enough? Then I don't want to dirty my hands, but it seems you're no different. Lay your mother, only knowing how to run. Shameful. Nam Tu Lien darkened and turned. Hey, what did you just say? Hoin Kong Hai continued to provoke. What? Did I miss you? Moxon Thensu. Just an empty title. Your mother fled to the mountains, hiding, because afraid outsiders would discover the incompetence, the uselessness of your sect. So I said, you're just Lai He, the current leader of Moxon. Damn it. Min Lu Sun gritted his teeth. Jiang Duong Kaimong quickly stopped him. Stop. This isn't something you should get involved in. How many times Don't be so impulsive. Nam Tulean was furious. I was going to let it go. But you damn bastard. You want to fight, don't you? Huh? Hien Kong Hai asked. All right, there, come on, she replied. Hien Kong Hai looked contemptuous. Fine, follow me, cowards. Both dashed off. Hatran Nyat side, fighting again. Heavens, tear. Some masters they are. The group followed the two. I don't think they dare do anything. Tran Vungguyen said. I'll follow too. You all go inside first. At a desolate field, only Nam Tulean and Hien Kong Hai remained. We've never faced each other, Asir. Why stand in the same place so long? Nam Tulean continued. I never cared until today. I never thought I'd be connected to someone so worthless. There. Hien Kong Hai threw all his weapons to the ground. He held a large saber and a big axe. Then let's try. Opposite his arsenal. Nam Tulean had only a single sword. Hien Kong Hai charged with Nam Then Kong. Nam Tulean spun her sword, using Van Kimchi. The two attacks collided. Nam Tulean was pushed backward. Hien Kong Hai charged forward. Hien Kong Hai too. Both lunged fiercely at each other. Nam Tulean slashed at Hien Kong Hai's. He was thrown backward. Refusing to lose, he slashed back with his saber, then both fell to the ground at once. Hien Kong Hai sensed something wrong. The wind blew Nam Tulean's rowboat, blowing away the rice flowers in the field. Nam Tulean glanced at her left hand. In her hand she held another sword. You know, her face looked terrifying. Eyes wide. Actually, I used twin swords. I think if I'd known I'd have a, then you wouldn't have given me this sword. All right, I'm getting annoyed now. Nam Tulean, eyes sharp, held both swords. One pointed forward, the other held back. Ready. Fine, my turn to attack. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, at least not entirely a lie. This is the battle I've been waiting for. Then I'll lend you my sword for a moment. Come on, kid. Nam Tulean spun like a whirlwind, up in fury. Hien Kong Hai gripped two large sabers to counter. Nam Tulean quickly struck, breaking half of Hien Kong Hai's weapon. He glared, standing firm. Nam Tulean frowned, her eyes full of hatred. Nam Tulean pressed closer, lowering her stance, then crossed both swords diagonally. In her rage, she used force incorrectly, causing arm muscles to ache. Hien Kong Hai, startled, saw this. He seized the chance to strike Nam Tulean while her hands trembled uncontrollably from the strain. She looked down, thinking, damn it, did I use too much force? Nam Tulean suddenly recalled her mother. Her mother's advice echoed in her mind. Right now, my Nam Tulean, you'd better not use your left hand anymore. You were born with a weak left shoulder. Your skill is no joke. But you've reached your limit. Pushing further will ruin your left hand. Forever. Young Nam Tulean asked her mother. But I train with twin swords. Her mother replied. It's my fault. I should have stopped you sooner. But when I saw your expression, I chose to turn a blind eye. You grew strong and became well known as a twin sword mountain spirit master. That's when I couldn't face the truth. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Nam Tulean, it's not too late to change. Sword styles. Anyone can do it. And you're more talented than them. Nam Tulean thought to herself. He's also one of the seven heavens. Defeating him with one sword is hard. Nam Tulean strained a little more. Left hand, please endure a bit longer. Nam Tulean thought angrily. If it were anyone else, I'd stop. But he dared insult my parents and my entire sect. No matter what, I must win. Hien Kong Hai threw his broken saber. He spat out the saber sheath, then gritted his teeth and kicked forward with all his might. The two objects Hien Kong Hai threw were speeding toward Nam Tulean. She defended herself. While defending, she left an opening. Hien Kong Hai seized the moment, charging with both hands gripping the saber, attacking Nam Tulean. Hien Kong Hai pushed her far away. Nam Tulean regained her balance. The battle was a tense stalemate. Willing to yield, Hien Kong Hai chuckled, energetic. I don't have much left. Nam Tulean made her final decision. Then it has to end in one move. Hien Kong Hai provoked her. Come on, Mok Sun Thensu. Nam Talian leaped up, swinging both swords with all her might like a symbol. Sun. Hoin Kong Hai created an earthquake around the area, raising both sabers at full power. Nam Talian combined her sword strikes. Charging forward Van Kiem her son. Hoin Kong Hai below launched hundreds of weapons. Bak Bin Kong. The two sides clashed head-on. Their powerful weapons attacked each other. Nam Talian and Hoin Kong Hai used all their fighting strength to end it decisively. The power of both sides at this moment seemed terrifying. A massive explosion occurred nearby. All were swept by the energy. The three enemies watched in fear. The scarred one thought, "Oh heavens, I thought she was just a girl riding on her sex reputation to get a spot in the 7 lesser heavens. Who knew she'd be this strong?" Moreover, the ground around the battlefield sank massively. Hands covered in blood at this moment. Nam Talian's left arm was injured. Hoin Kong Hai looked on helplessly, having lost an arm and body parts. Hoin Kong Hai stammered, "I don't accept." Nian. As soon as he spoke, Hoin Kong Hai's eyes slowly lost focus. Then he fainted and fell. Nam Talian angrily declared, "Never look down on a mountain sect." As soon as she finished, she also fainted and collapsed. Both were severely injured, lying in silence. The enemy Tamon Hao seized this chance to plot a sneak attack. This is the perfect opportunity. Right, who cares about Than Long Hoi? If I eliminate both now, my reputation could spread even further. Tamon Hao draws his sword, sneering. Basta. Punishment for looking down on me. You've messed with the wrong guy. Chen Wu Nguyen watches the battle from afar. A cloaked figure appears, eyeing Tamon Hao. Tamon Hao snaps, "Who are you?" "Get lost." The companions recognize Chen Wu Nguyen, trembling in fear. They whisper warnings to each other. Tamon Hao, he's the Northern Blade. Let's just get out of here. He's not someone to mess with. Tamon Hao thinks, The companion urges in terror. Right. I've got a bad feeling. We should leave. Tamon Hao grimaces, "Damn it. That's trying to act tough." Tamon Hao points his blade at Chen Wu Nguyen, ready to fight. He's no noble warrior. Just some pathetic swordsman. What's to fear? His reputation's probably just exaggerated rumors anyway. Tamon Hao boasts loudly about himself. "I am Tamon Hao, of the 3 sects." "Us?" Chen Wu Nguyen shoots him a cold question. Does sect leader Tam know this? Tamon Hao stutters in self. What? What did you say? How could a punk lie? You know Lord Dam Tu Thien. He is an honorable master. I'm sure he'd never resort to such cowardly methods. Chen Wu Nguyen asks angrily. Then let me ask you again. As a member of his sect, does he know about your filthy deeds? Tamon Hao grits his teeth, cursing. Bastard. Tamon Hao and his 2 cronies exchange a signal to attack. Tamon Hao charges with his sword. His accomplices lunge at Chen Wu Nguyen. Tamon Hao yells, "Shut your mouth. In the name of the Azure Dragon, die." Wu Nguyen says nothing, drawing his blade in a flash, delivering a sweeping strike as a warning, before sheathing it. With a long-range slash, Tamon Hao and the 2 foes, their top knots shorn off, trembling. Chen Wu Nguyen glares at them with a terrifying gaze. Defeated, Tamon Hao stumbled back. The scene falls silent. Chen Wu Nguyen kneels to support Nam Tu Lien. Chen Wu Nguyen quickly picks up Nam Tu Lien and carries her away to treat her wounds. Late at night, a boat sails the river. Chen Wu Nguyen asks anxiously, "Is Miss Nam alright?" Did. The Tang sect elder is treating her. Chen Wu Nguyen thinks calmly. I see. Even so, the Azure Dragon sect, even though Dam Tu Thien founded it with good intentions, not all members understand that. He's in closed-door seclusion, so he won't be paying attention. That's why scumbags like Tamon Hao run amok. I suppose we'll meet again soon. His comrade replies, "Indeed, I'll handle things properly." At the Valley of No Return, the Westgate estate. Simon Hueling brushes her long hair with a sorrowful look. She suddenly glances back warily. Who's there? A familiar figure steps out. Dam Sutian. The mirror reflects Dam Sutian's silhouette. She turns to look. Sutian, enveloped in the room's gloom, Dam Suchin's shadow stretches in the moonlight. From the doorway, Simon Huiling hurries to him. She runs up, and he opens his arms to catch her. She looks up to ask if he has finished his training. Dam Suchin gently replies, "Of course, I missed you." Their figures merge against the light, and they kiss in the Valley of No Return. My father is the master of the Valley of No Return, and the fifth successor of the radiant enlightenment divine light, the invincible general of 9 heavens. Dam kicks. He sits looking pampered. The first wife massages his shoulders. The second wife rests in his arms, offering him a candied hawthorn. The third wife, unlike the others, sadly kneels to massage his legs. He is of the 9 heavens. A teacup shatters. The second wife points and scolds. "With that face, you're utterly useless. How stupid can you be?" The first wife stands by her, sneering, "Ts, from a mere maid, what else to expect?" The third wife can only stand there, hanging her head to take the abuse. She lowers her head and apologizes. "It's just that my origins are so low-born." Dam Suchin watches with a sorrowful face, tears welling up. That is his mother, tears welling up. "That is my mother, the second young master." Dam Zeni, "Hey, weakling, why are you wandering here? Come help us with our training." The eldest young master, Dam Yusheng, stands by. The second young master drags Dam Suchin along. "This is the punishment for being weak. Taking a few beatings won't kill you." Dam Yusheng snaps his fingers. "Mother and I." Third wife keeps letting those kids bully her. Dam Suchin always gets picked on by them. Dam kicks and rests his chin. "Oh well, how pathetic. 3 boys, each practicing their own moves. You kids not only lack skills, you're too stupid to be worth it." He props himself up and stands, sighing. "Should I go find myself another child? This environment made me timid and fearful, and my dependence on my mother grew daily." He lies curled up in his mother's lap. "Suchin, those brothers of yours will get bored soon." "No, they bully me every single day." "But mother, can I sleep with you tonight?" She was the only one who gave me warmth. I felt safest wrapped in her arms. She was my only mother. "My son, Suchin, please forgive me." She was everything, the warmth of this valley. The 2 senior wives glare at Suchin's mother. The third wife sits on the ground, bowing among the shards of pottery. The third wife grits her teeth, her lips trembling, as flames engulf the house. The second and first wives gasp in shock. Dam Zhenyi drops his jaw in disbelief. Dam Yusheng clutches his head. Suchin runs over. Servants shout in panic. But someone is holding a burning torch. Flames rage on. My poor mother. She has suffered far too much. The third wife grits her teeth, her wide eyes suddenly softening into a gentle gaze. Dam Suchin watches in stunned tears. The third wife closes her eyes, smiling peacefully, and sends her last words to Suchin. "My son, Suchin, you must never be as weak as me. I pray you grow stronger than anyone." Right before my eyes, my mother is consumed by crimson flames, whispering her final 3 words, "I love you." She burns until she perishes. He stares blankly, his mind shattered as if unable to process what he is seeing. My father, that bastard, didn't even show his face once. A scratch runs across his cheek, blood oozing, as Suchin's eyes fill with hatred. I must become strong. He coldly looks at his brothers on the ground, writhing in agony. That is the only way to survive. He steps past the bodies scattered around. Dam kicks in, wears a beaming smile, cheerfully waving. "Oh, look at my son. You've finally inherited a bit of my talent." I despise myself, but if that's the case, then the seat of the 6th successor of the radiant enlightenment of the divine light will be yours. Well done, I have high hopes for you. Dear. He smiles and pats Dam Suchin's head. After receiving praise from the father I always cowered from in fear, I should have felt wonderful. I stood emotionless as he patted my head. There was no joy to be felt, just a hollow void. I miss her. A small finger taps him lightly. A young girl stands behind Dam Suchin, greeting him with an innocent smile. "Hello, brother Dam. I'm hailing from the Simon family. Shen Yuanli chimes in happily. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Shen Yuanli from the Zishan Four Masters, and this is my little sister, Shen Suo. She watches her brother cheerfully. Kill it. Suo, if you don't use strength, you won't be able to kill it. Learn by watching me, Simon Huiling says gently. I don't know how to be as strong as you. The rumors outside are certainly true. Everyone admires your talent. I've wanted to become a powerful martial artist, but my weak body holds me back. But it's fine. My family is blessed with superior intelligence. Hardly anyone can match my understanding. I'll do my absolute best not to let my parents down. But wait, am I talking too much? She stands behind him, pouring her heart out. I feel so envious of you, proving your strength and making a name at such a young age. How wonderful. Dam Sushin stands in silence. How wonderful. Dam Sushin stands in silence. He gazes at Simon Huiling's smiling face, suddenly reminded of his mother. He bites his lip. Just wait. I'll work hard to become the world's strongest. You'll see. Huiling smiles as she watches him. Shen Yuanli panics, shouting loudly. The bugs are crawling up again. Help, help. Shen Suo flees in terror as well. Huiling grabs Dam Sutian's hand and pulls him along. He lets himself be dragged, staring blankly. Dam Sutian watches in silence, then smiles. I think I've found my purpose in life. For her, I will become stronger than ever. I hope she will become my entire world. Dam Sutian stands between his fallen brothers, looking down with a chilling gaze. And so, I took over the Valley of No Return, and became the sixth successor of the Radiant Enlightenment Divine Light. Dam kicks and smiles, placing hands on his shoulders. Flanking him are Zhenyi and Yusheng. While the two wives watch from behind, this is only the beginning. I will seize everything and make it my own. The wives stand behind with arms crossed, curling their lips in bitter dissatisfaction. Dam Sutian steps up to the two wives, gazing with a cold, gloomy expression. I must press forward for my mother's sake. The moment I touched the Radiant Enlightenment Divine Light, I plunged into the brutal trials, the Beichuan battle. True to its name, fighting for dominance against 100 experts, though people called me a prodigy. They sneered because I was just a child. Yet, I exceeded all expectations, defeating not just one or two, but every single one of them. Dam Sutian clenches his fists, energy blazing golden in his hands, striking down the armed men rushing toward him with swords and blades. Many people claimed that I, Dam Sutian, was the sole star shining in the blue sky, and so they began to praise me and chant my name. He roars heroically, raising his hand to celebrate victory. The azure heaven's solitary star, Dam Sutian. But then, 7 years ago, a monster from the northern heavenly gate, a figure standing over fallen bodies, I suffered my first humiliating defeat. He collapses into Huiling's embrace. 7 years ago, why did we run? I could still have fought, she says, no matter how strong you are. You were no match for that monster. I don't want to lose you. That was the first and last time. I promise I will never put you in danger again. He lies in her lap, holding her tight. I will become stronger than the heavens, the strongest in this entire world. So you won't have to worry again. She strokes Dam Sutian's hair. Such grand words. Oh, have you heard rumors about the North Sword? Sutian. Hearing her, Dam Sutian sits up, asking in bewilderment, the North Sword. Why? Clear skies, calm river ripples. On the ship, Chen Yuan and He Zhenyu stand, gazing out over the river. He Zhenyu thinks, the dragon sect, Dam Sutian, Simon Huiling of the Simon family. She is the only one who ever handed me such utter humiliation. He Zhenyu recalls his defeat by Huiling. The chilling terror still felt raw. Back then, Simon Huiling performed a formal bow and invited him to join the dragon sect. Yet their paths and ideals simply could not align. As Simon Huiling walked past him, He Zhenyu felt as if he were going mad, thinking it best to let time take its course. Leaving things untouched to drift away with the flow of time, returning everything to its primordial state. He screamed out at Simon Huiling, but she walked past with indifference, leaving him to tear at his own hair and wail in despair. Lay most among the 9 heavens. She too wished to stand above all and control everything. That was why Simon Huiling chose Dam Sutian as the leader to lead the dragon sect. He was powerful, and vitality, but also deeply admired by many. Though he Zhenyu did not know the full extent of the dragon sect's plans, they possessed immense, formidable potential. He knew that in the future, the dragon sect would surely people tread lightly around them, returning to reality. He glances at Yuan. He knows this man can stand up against the solitary star of the dragon sect. The sun remains harsh and blazing, without a cow, save for a few seagulls. Tang Qian supervises Ming Liushan's training. When he sees Nan Xuelian with a bandaged arm, accompanied by Meili, Tang checks on her. "How are you? I didn't expect such recovery to be this fast." Nan Xuelian hurriedly replies, "You flatter me, senior. It's all thanks to your life-saving help." Nan Xuelian recalls Tang Qian's treatment, saying sincerely, "This time I owe the Tang family a massive favor." Tang. Then Nan Xuelian turns to thank Chen Yuan. "I am truly grateful, Brother Yuan, so right for bringing trouble upon everyone." Chen Yuan smiles. Suddenly, a surprised voice calls out from behind. "Tang Qian." Tang Qian turns around in bewilderment to see a group of men, dressed in grey with swords at their waists, led by a chubby, plump man. He curls his lip with a sneer. "Long time no see, Tang Qian. I thought some filthy rat that vaguely resembled a human had wandered in." Tang Qian's veins bulge as he fires back. "Oh, has it been 20 years already? Long time no see, you chatterbox lard tub." Damn. Nan Xuelian is startled, thinking, "Isn't that the exquisite flower sword?" He is an elder of the Mount Hua sect. The Mount Hua sect is one of the 9 great sects, a renowned sect with a century of history. They are arrogant, as Mount Hua is the only sect that consistently trains top-tier martial artists in the pugilistic world. Amid the murmurs, Kixing speaks up disdainfully. "I thought you died ages ago. Turns out you only survived this long by hiding and scurrying around. Liar rat." Tang Qian taunts back. "Looks lie, that repulsive face of yours. Haven't changed at all." Neither is willing to yield an inch, clashing while ignoring the people around, who stand stunned and clueless, while the 2 old men make a racket. Meili finally realizes who it is and exclaims in surprise, Kixing, "Oh, it looks like he's become an elder of the Mount Hua sect now." My apologies. Let me help clear up the situation for everyone." Although the Tangs rarely see outsiders, the Mount Hua sect is an exception because their martial arts styles see a bond. The 2 men started out close, fighting side by side, but they failed to get along, causing endless trouble for each other, each striving to outdo the other, which turned them into bitter enemies. "At least, that's what he told me," Meili says with a cheerful smile after exchanging verbal blows. Kixing looks at Ming Liushan in puzzlement. "Wait, is that punk your disciple?" Tang Qian frowns and replies, "That's right. So what? Got a problem?" The fatty covers his mouth with a sneer of contempt. "If the master is trash, how could the disciple be better?" He smugly introduces the 4 burly disciples standing behind him. "Take a look. These are the pride of Mount Hua, the example of what disciples should be." Singling him out with contempt, Ming Liushan grits his teeth and snaps, "What is that old bastard blabbering about?" He moves to charge forward, but is suddenly grabbed and held back. Min Lu-sun saw it was Tran Vunguyen. Vunguyen advised him to stay calm. Min Lu-sun clicked his tongue, thinking, "Fine, I won't let emotions override reason. This is what master reminds me." Min Lu-sun steadied his emotions. "Stay calm. I can't lose it here. Can't let others provoke me," he observed. Each of Fatty's disciples, thinking, they are disciples of Sun Mom, a place that's far from ordinary. They must have learned from a young age. Compared to me, who started recently, it's truly a huge gap. Min Lu-sun felt as small as N. And before Fatty's disciples, he felt pressure, thinking heavily, when will I become my master's pride? Will I ever reach that level? While Lu-sun was still feeling insecure, his master, Duong Kai-van, was still mocking Fatty. "Oh my, look how many disciples you brought. That tin, but you see, my disciple can take them all down in a few moves." Fatty laughed. "You're still humorous. I see you're also on this boat. I'm also heading to Van Trung Thien." "What a coincidence," Duong Kai-an replied. "I hope so too." Then both men glared at each other, both uttering, "Arrogant old man." then simultaneously crossed their arms and turned away. Fatty clasped his hands behind his back, walked off arrogantly. One of his disciples clasped his hands toward everyone in a very polite salute. Duong Kaivan grumbled in annoyance, "I can't believe I ran into that pig." But when he looked up and saw the dejected, head down back of his disciple, he understood the difficult mood. He advised, "Although we can't beat them, skilled masters, they may not survive to the end. At least they're first-generation disciples." First-generation disciples. He looked into the distance, confiding, "People take many disciples, but this goes against my principles. I feel one person is so I'll train you into someone great." Duong Kaivan encouraged Min Lu's son, "So if you feel weaker than them, don't worry too much. Don't feel inferior either. Just stand tall and hold your head high. No matter what anyone says, you're still a disciple of Duong Mon. Never forget that." Min Lu's son reached up and pulled the bandage down from his forehead, covering his eyes. After a moment, he replied, "Thank you, Master. I promise I won't let you down." Duong Kaivan closed his eyes and smiled at that thanks. He tried to advise his disciple, Hey, but honestly, can you dress a bit more normally? Because this stay is what got you into a bunch of trouble." Late at night, on the river, it was quiet. Most people had gone to rest. No one was left on the deck. Only the sound of waves rustling. The boat was still catching the wind, heading forward. On the mast, Tran Vunguyen was crossing his arms holding his sword, sitting leaning against the mast. He was deep in thought. "Ba Quyen Hoi, after the fight with Triu Thien Vu, I hope you'll stop mourning." Tran Vunguyen felt Ho Tiat's presence, holding on to him. He knew Ho Tiat seemed to be growing stronger. Ho Tiat felt revenge wasn't fully avenged. Thoughts. A person appeared with vicious eyes. Vunguyen could guess, Tru Van Kin. It must be him. After thinking for a while, Tran Vunguyen fell asleep on the mast, but suddenly a noise woke him up. Vunguyen looked down at the deck and saw a dark figure walking out from some room. That dark figure looked hurried, running fast, holding a large wine jar. Vunguyen recognized him. Isn't that a disciple of Sun Ho Mon, the one who clasped his hands and saluted everyone? Vunguyen watched and noticed that Sun Ho Mon disciple opened the wine jar, drinking hastily. He dared to drink alcohol. Vunguyen thought, this wine is quite strong. You can even smell it from here. Vunguyen clicked his tongue, ignored it, sleep first. Thinking that, he leaped and disappeared from the mast, landing quietly on the deck. The next morning, when it was light, a crowd gathered, buzzing with talk. Everyone formed a circle. Inside was the scene of Fatty. That Tin, Sun Ho Mon elder, stood in sock. 3 disciples kneeling, crying by the corpse. Soaked in blood of a disciple, soaked in blood of a Sun Ho Mon disciple. Seeing a disciple die horribly before his eyes made that Tin tremble with anger. He spoke up, "What the hell is this? Who dares touch my Van Zhuong?" 3 disciples knelt beside the corpse. Hearing their master, they scratched their heads, answered sadly, "We don't know either. Master, we found him lie this morning." That Tin's eyes bulged. Gritting his teeth, he uttered in fury, "What bastard dares lay a hand on a disciple of Sun Ho Mon?" Duong Kaivan and others stepped onto the deck. Surprised to see the crowd gathered, he asked curiously, "What's going on?" Nam Tulien, Mai Li, and Duong Kaivan's group moved closer toward the crowd to trek. Seeing the corpse lying there, Duong Kaivan was startled, asking Fatty, "Wait, that Tin, isn't he your disciple? What happened?" At the same time, Tran Vunguyen also managed to see who the dead person lying there. He was startled. "Wait, this person, isn't he the one I saw last night?" The one who last night was standing on the deck drinking wine greedily was now lying there motionless, blood soaking through his robe, blood flowing from his mouth, bulging. After looking closely, Tran Vunguyen was shocked. 1 sword stroke from left to right, he muttered, also a 1-strike kill. His body also reeked of cheap wine. Had Tran Noit heard and looked over. He stroked his chin, finally glancing Finally glancing, he let out a soft remark. It seems the culprit is one of us. That statement made Duong Kai Van and that Tin both turn their heads. That Tin was annoyed with Hatran Ngayat. He shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Duong Kai Van immediately spoke up. They are trustworthy people. As a member of Duong Mon, I dare to vouch for their identities. Tran Vung Nguyen approached. May I trek all your disciples? That Tin got angry again, frowning and asking back, "What did you say?" Suspecting Son Ho Mon. Ho Mon. Well, it's because of the shape of the wound. Along with that distinctive smell of alcohol that Tin's three disciples, when they heard Tran Vung Nguyen demand to trek them, all three stood up, uttering a challenge. Who are you to dare touch us? Another added, there are things you can't reach, even if you want to. Before those contemptuous words, Hatran Ngayat stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow. Staring at one Son Ho Mon disciple, asking a question, why did you do it? The tall disciple, with that round nose, he was startled and stammered, silent. That Tin was angry at the questioning. He threatened, accusing my disciple without evidence, and I won't let you off. Tran Vung Nguyen spoke up. This wound has a precise attack angle. Clearly a clean kill. Vung Nguyen made a chopping motion with his hand, the sword path recreating the swing's direction of the killer. The cut starts from the upper left corner, drawing a line to the lower right corner. Though this cut could be done right-handed, it required immense force and deep penetration. Such a large wound. Hatran Ngayat stared at the tall disciple, continuing Vung Nguyen's word, so it can be said the person who made the cut is left-handed. However, the suspect, angry, retorted, "Are you pinning this on me just because I'm left-handed? You're all crazy." Tran Vung Nguyen calmly recounted, "Last night, I saw him drinking wine. That wine was so strong I could smell it from afar." Hatran Ngayat nodded. "Right, I also smelled it on his body." The suspect caught the meaning in his words. He argued back, "You saw him last night. Then aren't you suspicious? Why'd you confess what you did last night?" At this moment, Duong Kai Van stepped forward to testify. Vung Nguyen was with us all night inside. This can be confirmed. The other two disciples, after hearing those analyses, looked at their peers suspiciously. One standing nearby noticed, "Wait, now that you mention it, I can smell that wine faintly on him." The tall one swore, "I swear it's not me." "Really?" He raised his hand to his sleeve on his body, continuing to cover up. "Right, now I remember, before Van Zhuong went out, I was talking to him." The suspect trembled, recalling events when his senior was alone on the deck, tilting his head back, drinking greedily, while he stood from inside, about to take advantage of his senior brother's distraction to strike. But his senior brother suddenly noticed something and turned his head around. He had no choice but to follow through, swinging his sword in one strike, killing his senior brother. His senior couldn't defend. Hit by a fatal strike, fell backward. The wine jar in his hand dropped, the wine splashing onto a corner, while the tall one was pale-faced, recalling the moment he killed his senior. He was shouted at by his master, Min Vien. His face turned even paler. Sweat dripping, he bolted out, trying to escape. Before that reaction of his disciple, that Tin was frozen, unable to believe it. Min Vien, as he ran, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I shouldn't have let my guard down. I spent 10 years planning. And yet," he thought regretfully, "I shouldn't have left the body on the boat. I should have been more careful. Can't believe I made such a mistake." Damn it, his thoughts were interrupted, because Tran Vung Nguyen was overtaking him. Tran Vung Nguyen swept a leg, causing Min Vien to trip and roll from the momentum. Before he could rise, Vung Nguyen grabbed him, one hand pressing his head down to the deck, one hand twisting his arm behind his back, restraining him. At that moment, that Tin and his disciples hurriedly caught up. Just approaching, that Tin shouted, asking why. Why did you do it, Min Vian? Why kill Van Zhuang? Min Vian, restrained to escape, could only whisper, "Forgive me." Then suddenly Min Vian clamped his mouth. Veins bulging on his face, eyes bulging out, his face turned red, his body trembling, teeth clenched. That Tin and Vu Nguyen saw, and were startled. Vu Nguyen cursed. Damn it, he's sealing his acupoints to die. Need to stop him quickly. However, before Vu Nguyen could act, Min Vian tensed up, then went still. Vu Nguyen let out a helpless breath, slowly lifting his hand from Min Vian's head. Amid the crowd's commotion, Min Vian no longer moved, his pupils lifeless, his eyes, nose, and mouth still bleeding. That Ting witnessed another disciple die before his eyes. He asked in shock, "Suicide?" His disciples stood, frozen, not believing their eyes. That Tin, what the hell is this? The reason they slaughtered each other is because of Sun Ho Mon, my disciples. After that Ting couldn't hold back. After saying that Ting couldn't control his anger, his whole body trembling violently, eyes bloodshot. Hatran Nyat saw the situation was bad. This is bad. That Ting is starting to let evil thoughts overpower his reason. Just then, that Tin let out a scream, his limbs beginning to stiffen. His two disciples rushed over calling, "Master." As they got close, boom, both were knocked back. That Tin kept shouting, unable to control his dangerous moves. The wooden deck of the boat was shattered by him with booming sounds, killing techniques. Everyone panicked and backed away, fleeing to avoid being hurt. Duong Kaivan shouted to stop him. "That Tin, you bastard, stop it now." Tran Vu Nguyen closed in, advising, "Please stay calm." However, that Tin's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, still swinging deadly moves, shouting, "Get out of my way." With that Tin, Vu Nguyen dodged his attacks, while advising, "I understand the pain of losing two disciples. This isn't worthy of the title of Sun Ho on Elder." Vu Nguyen crossed his arms, blocking the sword strike from that Tin. He continued to calm that Tin. "Many people here respect you. Please stay calm." Right after, Vu Nguyen turned around, standing behind him, using his sword to choke that Tin's neck tightly, making him unable to move, speaking calmly, "Now is not the time for key deviation. You must learn to deviation. Learn to set aside personal matters, instead of constantly focusing on what's right in front of you." That Tin was choked, struggling to breathe. Suddenly he stomped, trying to step on his foot. Then he suddenly jerked his head back to strike Vu Nguyen in the face. He quickly spun around, slashing backward with a lethal strike. Vu Nguyen ducked his head to dodge, before he could counterattack. With a loud crash, the boat tilted heavily from the impact. Amid the dust and shattered wooden fragments, a hazy figure appeared. Vu Nguyen stood there, slowly drawing his sword from its scabbard, his eyes and blade emitting blue flashes. He sighed, "Great, lie the Kongdong incident. Why do I always keep getting mixed up with disciples of other sects? Lie this." Amid the smoke, Tran Vu Nguyen slowly drew his long sword. His blade and eyes both flashed with blue light as he prepared for battle. Seeing his attack caused no harm to Vu Nguyen, that Tin fiercely lunged forward again. Even so, before that Tin could act, Tran Vu Nguyen had already drawn his sword, unleashing a strike toward him, a move that neutralized that Tin's attack. Right after, Tran Vu Nguyen crouched low, stepping forward to rapidly close the distance to that Tin. He used his shoulder to deliver a massive shove, sending that Tin flying, taking advantage of that Tin floating midair. Before he could recover, Vu Nguyen moved behind him, grabbing that Tin's collar and pulling. Tran Vu Nguyen calculated inwardly. There were too many people on the ship. He couldn't let the man harm them. Thinking this, Tran Vu Nguyen stamped hard, gaining momentum to leap up, throwing that Tin upward with one hand. Vu Nguyen decided throwing him up was best. As that Tin's body was hurled into the air, Vu Nguyen followed closely. Though that Tin was thrown high, his hand still gripped his sword, unleashing the 30-second cherry blossom technique. Vu Nguyen flew up, swinging his long sword. A ring of sword ki shattered that Tin's sword into tiny pieces. That Tin was completely stunned, not realizing how he was defeated. Recovering his wits, he gritted his teeth and turned back to retaliate. But when he turned around, He saw Vunguian's death-like figure, robes fluttering, eyes glowing, swinging his sword, and instantly, in the sky 100 meters away, a flash of light appeared, accompanied by a loud roar. A technique striking into the river, the immense external force causing the boat to sway violently. River water burst into the air and crashed down. Everyone on deck raised hands to block, while Min Lu Sun shielded his dazed master. Master. That Tin's disciples looked around, stammering, Master, oh God, that's terrifying. The river water sprayed up so much that it was still falling down. Everyone looked toward the figure climbing up, tossing a body onto the deck. It turned out to be Vunguian. Vunguian had fished that Tin out. That Tin lay foaming at the mouth, without clothing, completely motionless. A long while later, in the room, that Tin had woken up, hair disheveled, draped in an inner robe. Sitting dejectedly with his head bowed, Duong Kaivan stepped closer, patting his shoulder. That Tin, are you all right? That Tin kept his head without answering, asking instead, have you found anything out? Duong Kaivat in silence, unsure whether to speak or not. That Tin understood. Tell me. On the deck, the sunset cast a pale orange hue. In a guest cabin, Min Lu's son, Mai Li, and the disciples stood, standing guard outside the door. Inside, that Tin and Duong Kaivan sat before two corpses. Both bodies had already been examined and checked over. Duong Kaivan presented a medicine pouch. This is the medicine I've been researching, called the 6 Illusions powder. After a day of testing it on bodies, I discovered this. Speaking, he sprinkled the powder onto the murderer of his fellow disciple. In just a split second, a 2-headed demon figure appeared on his chest, surrounded as if by raging flames. Duong Kaivan affirmed, that's a tattoo, without the chemical substance. It's impossible to see with the naked eye. That Tin looked startled and puzzled. Why is this tattoo on Myongwon's chest? Duong Kaivan added, I checked his clothes and found this as well. Held a packet of powder in his hand. According to Duong Kaivan's assessment, it seemed he had used this powder to conceal the tattoo on his chest. That Ting didn't understand at all, recalling Myongwon joined the sect at 10 and never stepped outside until yesterday. So what was this? Could he have had the tattoo, hiding his background all this time? That Tin continued to speculate. Then maybe Yunsu discovered the secret he kept hidden, which was why Myongwon killed him. None of this makes sense. That Tin handed the packet back to Duong Kaivan, pleading, Duong Kaivan, please keep this a secret. I beg you. Duong Kaivan looked at his sad expression and replied, I understand. Outside on the deck, Tran Vunguian and Hatran Gait stood by, discussing the twin-headed demon tattoo. Which sect uses a twin-headed demon emblem? Hatran Gait looked toward the door, analyzing, but clearly someone deliberately sent Myongwon to infiltrate Mahua, who would exploit children for such wicked purposes. Hatran Gait suspects since they infiltrated so early on. We cannot rule out the possibility that other sects facing the same situation. He scoffed. What on earth is going on here? Tran Vunguian crossed his arms holding his sword, lost in thought. Twin-headed demon. Why does this remind me of a secret art? Blood of 10 women. Could Jingyi be behind this? Vunguian glanced at the sky, wondering, or is someone else behind them? Only now starting to make their move, lost in thought. He looked in confusion as that Tin approached. That Tin spoke, as an elder of Mount Hua sect. I sincerely apologize for today's rude behavior. And thank you, brother, for stopping it. I will not forget today's favor. Vunguian said nothing, just slowly nodding to acknowledge the apology and thanks. That Tin thought to himself. Holding a sword, his strength is far more terrifying than the rumors. A new star is about to rise in the world of Murim. I'm certain the Jianghu will be impacted by him. That Tin's disciples stepped closer, asking, Master, after this, our Mount Hua sect will be mocked by many. What should we do? Another added, what if this ruins our reputation completely? How can we fix this? Hearing his disciples ask about reputation, that Tin sighed, speechless. Turning his head, that Tin happened to see the sight of Mai Li and Duong Kaivan returning to their room. Min Lu's son walked alongside, massaging shoulders, asking warmly, "Master, you've worked hard. Are you alright? Does anything hurt? You'd better go get some proper rest." That Tin seemed to realize something and said bitterly to his disciples, "Let's go, you troublesome bunch." Meanwhile, in some dark place, 3 dark figures wrapped in cloaks revealed no faces. As someone approached, one of them spoke. "You've finally arrived." Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the newcomer slowly removed his hooded hat, revealing none other than Zhao Yunqiang. He looked straight at everyone, greeting them. "It's been a while. I hope nothing unusual happened while I was away." The figure in the black cloak replied, "Of course not. That's what I wanted to say." The subordinate cautiously asked Yunqiang, "Have you heard rumors about your father?" Zhao Yunqiang sneered, "Did that he was finished by Jingye. Right, that's definitely just nonsense rumors. No matter how weak my father has grown, he couldn't be defeated so easily. Besides, his whole life was spent fighting them." The subordinate agreed. "I thought so too. It's quite suspicious. Anyway, regarding Yunqiang's investigation, Tim, my spies reported. Rumor has it they were massacred by a secret art. Blood of 10 women. Was this the master's doing?" Zhao Yunqiang laughed, casually admitting, "That's right." The subordinate was displeased. "Was there no other way to kill them? I hope you know that only brings us trouble." Zhao Yunqiang smiled gently, spreading his hands in apology. "My bad. I'll leave the cleanup nicely to you then." The subordinate clicked his tongue. "Fine. The old man is dead anyway. Soon you'll inherit Fist Sect." He pointed in a direction, continuing, "You will lead them, Yunqiang." Zhao Yunqiang kept a faint smile, but his eyes held a malicious gleam as he looked that way. A large group of men, young adults, and boys around 6 or 7, all shirtless, with twin-headed demon chest tattoos, stood silently in line for orders. On a bright sunny day in Nenyang, at the White Dragon Merchant Gates, Madame Liu, the group head, followed by her eldest son, He Juanhoming, hurried to welcome a crowded convoy. Stopping before the entrance, leading was a tall man, Long Vuthan, with Zhongli Wuhuan beside him, cupping their hands in a bow to the elderly matriarch of the White Dragon. Guo Wenting and Huang Ji also sighed in relief. Finally back home, on a nearby carriage, Guard Captain Kong Tran Sung drove up front. Inside, the faces of the 3rd son and daughter of the White Dragon Merchant Group leader, Zuan Tumin and Zuan Tunyan, looked out, seeing the matriarch welcome them. All 3 immediately got down, hurrying to Madame Liu and brother Duan Homin. Guard Captain Kong Tran Sung stood to one side, smiling as he watched the 4 family members embrace in reunion. After the emotional reunion with family subsided, the matriarch looked at Guo Wenting and Huang Ji. The matriarch looked toward Guo Wenting and Huang Ji. She thanked the 2 of them. "Thankfully everyone is safe. Thank you for protecting my son." Old Huang Ji waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so courteous. Madam, I didn't do much. It was all thanks to them." The matriarch stepped forward, thanking Long's group. "I don't know how to thank you all properly." Iron Military Alliance, Long Vuthen, Songli Wuwan, and the Iron Military Alliance turned back toward her, facing the matriarch. She and her children smiled at them. The matriarch said, "I will reward you handsomely." Long Vuthen replied for the alliance. "We only did what was necessary. After all, this was the madam's mission." He waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "If you want to thank anyone, it should be Vun Guiyin. I hate to admit this. Without him, we couldn't have survived." The White Dragon matriarch smiled. Truly an admirable man. She then turned to nod at her son. Since Leader Long and his group fulfilled their contract, we, the White Dragon Group, should fulfill our part too. Zuan Houming pulled an envelope from his robe, handing it to Zhongli Wuhuan. "Here is the bounty for your efforts. Please check it carefully." Facing Long Vuthan's cheerful smile, Zhongli Wuhuan bowed to accept. "No need for that. Completely trust the White Dragon Merchant Group." Zuan Houming warmly invited. "Then please come inside. We've prepared a banquet." However, Long Vuthan refused. Although I'd love to celebrate with you all, we don't have much time. We have no time left. It's time to head to Vun Trung Thien. Hearing this, the White Dragon family, though disappointed, didn't press them, bowing in farewell. Leaving so soon, then we can't be of any more help. We wish you a safe journey. After paying respects to the family, Long Vuthan turned to Huangji and Guo Wenting, waving goodbye. Master and disciple cupped hands in farewell. In the afternoon, the sunset cast a glow over the 8 iron military members. When they were far away, Huangji reminded Guo Wenting, "All right, go inside and clean up. We should practice hard, preparing for our journey too." Guo Wenting replied, "Deet, master." The two set off. Guo Wenting silently resolved, "Just wait for me, senior brother. I will strive to become stronger. Once I master the techniques you taught, I will return by your side. Just wait a little longer." Afternoon in the desolate desert. Wind blows with cawing crows, echoing along the rocky cliffs with eerie sounds. A group in robes, straw hats kneeling to inspect the ground. One speaks. Could these be the ones? At this man's feet lie 3 corpses, heads severed, swarming with flies, picking at flesh. A leader lie man-size, harsh. Their methods are truly cruel. So this group hails from Goryeo sect. After inspecting, they begin to discuss. But here we only see 3 dead. One's missing. Did they slaughter each other? Another refutes. No, impossible. Though they were ruthless. They were brothers of the same mother. Even if conflict arose, there's no reason they'd kill one another. The leader recalls 4 cruel faces with strange teeth whenever they grinned. The 4 ghosts. Months ago, many Goryeo members were killed, yet they couldn't catch those bastards. But they died earlier. Then who? Killed our disciples. He orders his men. Collect their heads. From now on, we'll investigate who killed them and confirm who this person truly is. He waves his hand. Don't forget, their elder brother might be alive. We'll split into 2 teams to gather intel. Time is running out. After giving orders, the Goryeo sect group departs, leaving behind a car of dust nearby. Someone's picking their ear. Lying on cargo, they mutter, "Why's my ear itchy all of a sudden? Is someone talking behind my back?" It's her Jin wall. She pulls her finger out, blows on it softly. She tilts her head, watching 3 men splashing around like kids in the lake, and says with disgust, "Idiots." Subscribe again, me got to not miss these videos. Late night, the Westgate estate. Silence. Down an empty path, a middle-aged man hurries along. This sharp-browed, bearded man is Zhong Qian, the current head of the Westgate family, father of Xiao Munhai Raya. He reaches a grand chamber, stammering, "Father, it's your son." Zhong Qian, here as summoned. Suddenly the room lights up. Everything seems to shift and move. Zhong Qian stands amid light growing more chaotic. The room's image multiplies, glowing and spinning amid those visions. Zhong Qian marvels. After all these years, the illusion arts my father wove remain a realm I could never reach. 10 years ago, after you slaughtered the Northern Heaven Gate, you chose me to lead. Zhong Qian's hands clench tight, standing amid light and illusions. Spinning, he sighs. Then you retired to age, but your power hasn't waned one bit. As the illusions fade, in blinding light, Zhong Qian bows with clasped hands. "I've come at your call, Father." The one he calls Father still doesn't turn. Hands behind his back, he announces gravely, "It seems the 9 heavens are stirring again." Such shocking news. Zhong Qian startles in alarm. His father adds, "Until now, I've devoted all my strength to studying the stars." Zhong Qian's father tilts slightly. "I no longer need to do that. I witnessed it firsthand last night. A cluster of stars, influenced by some force. The Northern Heaven Gate I thought was gone has begun to shine again." He looks up, observing a star blazing brightly, outshining all the others. Zhong Qian's father, Gutian, the Westgate Celestial Taoist, a branch head of the Westgate, Manhwa, an old man with silver hair, white brows straight as swords. It's time I return to the martial world. That shimmering starlight lies within a pitch-black void, light from a pair of pupils wide open in excitement. Jin Wuhaian stares into the distance. His sword hand grips tight, trembling. He uses his other hand to steady the shaking arm. He thinks, finally, we've arrived. His eyes fix on a city, thinking, so this is Unjungcheon. Near, a massive city, houses packed tight, rivers winding, lanterns blazing bright. There stands a lavish tower, tall and prominent among the rest. The vast city, mountains, rivers, streams and mist drifting lazily. Unjungcheon, seen from above, reveals its grandeur and bustling life. Jin Wuhaian's group stands before that splendor, each lost in their own thoughts. Jin Wu speaks up. Unjungcheon sits in Wuhan, the heart of Hubei province. Tangyuan is. So the rumors of a gathering of thousands of experts are true. Jin Wu agrees. Using the star of calamity for profit, that's not unusual for Unjungcheon. She muses, the only one who'd think of such absurd schemes is the celestial Taoist. In her mind appears an old man. Sharp eyes and distinctive sword brows. We'll have to face this man, Hai Ryong. The Westgate family and its head. After muttering, Jin Wu turns to group. Anyway, I hear every prestigious clan has its own manor inside Unjungcheon. The Tang family is no exception, so we won't need to find lodging outside. Tang Jiayuan cheerfully boasts. Our manor may be the smallest, but it lacks nothing. Please, come in. They all enter the large estate behind. Joking, what are you saying, senior brother? This is small. It's more than enough. Nam Surayons, clasping hands in farewell. Forgive me, but we've reached our destination. I think it's time to part ways, though we didn't interact much. I treasure the time fighting alongside you. Tang Yuan understands. I see. We're honored to have traveled with Moxondu. Hope we meet again. The Moxondu members leave, and Jin Wuhaian's group follows Tang Jiayuan, family estate. After a moment, Wuhaian stops. You all go in first. I have something to do beforehand. I have something to do. Everyone turns back, worried. They ask, are you okay working non-stop like this? Don't you want to rest inside? Facing their concern, Wuhaian reassures, I rested plenty on the sky ship. Seeing that, they don't push further. All right, then be careful, brother. On Unjungcheon's bustling streets. Though late, lanterns blaze bright, people coming and going in droves. Jin Wuhaian, straw hat hiding his face, walks alone through the crowd. He scans around, thinking, let's see if it's here. He turns his head, searching, certain inside. If it is, that can't be. Continuing to glance around, Wuhaian notices a house with its door shut. Lights inside already out. He spots a black flag hanging before the door and thinks, could it be that place? Wuhaian steps up and knocks. A servant yawns, announcing, we're closed. Ian. Wuhaian recalls how Yong Wuseong made the secret signal before. Yong Wuseong had knocked, then introduced himself, leader of the Iron Army, Yong Wuseong. The last words Yong said, Hangwall. The puzzled servant asks, what? Hair disheveled, he thinks irritably. What the hell is this lunatic babbling about? Is he slow or what? Jin Wuhaian lowers his head, hesitating. Hangwall. The servant says nothing. After a moment, he says, come in. Wuhaian follows the servant into the back of the tavern. He leads Wuhaian down a staircase. The servant tells Wuhaian, there's a guest who arrived before you, so we'll have to wait outside a bit. Just then, a figure appears at the door, and the servant greets, Ghost Gate, come again. The one called Ghost Gate is an old man, wearing a straw hat, a mask hiding his eyes, draped in a loose robe, leaning on a rather long staff, its top wrapped in white cloth. Wuhaian stands, watching the old man walk toward him. The old man steps slowly, staff in hand, approaching. When they stand face to face, they silently study each other. As he passes, climbing the stairs step by step, he suddenly laughs. What a striking man. Then Wu Haon turns, puzzled, unsure who he means. Then the servant calls Wu Haon. Come in, he replies. Okay. Wu Haon enters and sees someone in a bamboo hat, face hidden. This person speaks, greeting him. Long time no see, Mr. Jin. Nam. Wu Haon is suspicious. That voice, he asks, since you're the Sichuan branch head. Mei Ling. The person is surprised. Oh, so you haven't forgotten. The situation in Wuhan has gotten complicated lately, so I decided to move here. Wu Haon pulls out a chair, listening as Mei continues. I'm now the branch head for Hubei. There, the disbelief on Wu Haon's face said, look at me, do you think I'd believe that? Mei Ling is helpless. Wu Haon doesn't dwell on it. Never mind. How's Cheongin doing? Mei Ling recalls the arrogant person, the one who dared leak the secret. You mean him, right? He's busy finishing talks elsewhere. Now, a hidden moon expert caught off guard. That isn't exactly glorious. Mei Ling considers. I can't help much either. Since it's against you after all, your strength is truly no joke. Mr. Jin, am I wrong? Sect leader Jin Wu Haon. At those words, Wu Haon shows no reaction, standing silently. Mei Ling smiles and continues. But I think you didn't come just to ask about Cheongin. What's your real purpose? Are you interested in joining the association? If so, I think that might be a bit. He pauses, looking troubled. Wu Haon replies, seems you don't think much of that group. Mei Ling casually agrees. Of course not. Anyone connected to it makes us reconsider. Not everyone's worth our attention. Right now, many young experts want to join Unjungcheon, hoping to grow stronger. Three figures of righteous hairs flash through Mei Ling's mind, contrasting with the many already established. High positions are reserved for heirs of the 9 great sects and 5 great gates. Unfortunately, those young experts will be used as mere fodder. Sitting across from Wu Haon, he sighs. Needless to say, their chances are but a sliver of light, no matter how talented. Of course, the leaders of the 9 great sects and 5 great gates all side with Unjungcheon. This is the order Unjungcheon created for us. Feeling he's rambled too long, Mei Ling smiles. I digress. So, what do you want to know? Wu Haon replied. There's someone I'm looking for. Damn. As he speaks, he reaches into his robe. He pulls out gold, placing it on the table. His name is So Moksang. 10 years ago, he was sent to the Northern Heaven Gate. I heard shortly after, he returned to Unjungcheon. Mei Ling reaches for the gold pouch, continuing, So Moksang, I understand, but I've never heard that name before. As long as he's alive, it won't be hard to find him. If you're looking for this person, you must have quite an interest. Wu Haon promises, if you find him, I'll pay well. Mei Ling happily accepts. This request isn't hard. Anything else? Wu Haon hesitates. Then, the 4 heroes of the north. Before he finishes, Mei Ling answers, we've heard about Yeon Qianhui. He just left Hyeoncheol sect for Unjungcheon. Hearing that, Wu Haon's fist clenches. He remembers that name, Yeon Qianhui. He's one of the top experts. He's one of the top experts who reached the Soul Realm, and he could rival Jin Qianwu. Yeon Qianhui, an old man with sharp brows, his trusted blade a long sword, emitting a red glow. The force behind the betrayal of the Northern Heaven Gate was Yeon Qianhui. After the surge of emotion passes, Wu Haon suppresses it, asking, what's he here for? Mei Ling doesn't know. I'm not sure. Do you want me to investigate? Wu Haon stands to leave, declining. No need. At the threshold, he turns back and says, it seems I'll be meeting him soon. Wu Haon leaves. You asked earlier, I'll await word from you. Then walked away. My Lang bid farewell. Take care, Master Tran. We'll soon find that person. After Wu Nguyen left, My Lang sighed. Unbelievable, just as the sage said. He truly is an enigmatic man. No wonder the sage took such interest in him. My Nguyat Lang remained seated, lost in thought. She raised her hand to part the curtain, revealing the face of a beautiful woman. Pondering, the lost sect master of Bakvine Mon, Tran Vungoyen. She raised an eyebrow, thinking of Vungoyen. He is a double-edged sword. I can use him. But at the same time, he'll use me too. A razor-sharp blade, so speak plainly. You've all heard everything. Behind her appeared many shadow guards. She ordered, go find the man named Tamo Thuong, an old man. The shadow guard captain bowed in obedience. As you command, master. Late at night, the sky was overcast. The wind blew Vungoyen's robes. He stood alone on the city wall, gazing down at all of Van Trongthien. Looking up from below, his figure seemed both small and lonely. Vungoyen let the wind blow, recalling his father once told him, if given the chance, he wanted to duel the masters of yesteryear. Back then he was just a child in fur robes, standing beside his father, looking at him, listening to him speak. But now, he was alone, silent. Suddenly he startled as someone appeared, without him sensing their presence. A short figure with white hair and a staff in hand. The elder sighed. Oh, not bad. The elder meant no hostility. Vungoyen just glanced at him, saying nothing. The old man sipped wine and mumbled, do you want immortality, or a life of luxury like an emperor? Come to think of it, this body is immortal and an emperor. Vungoyen frowned, thinking, isn't this the old man from Hayu? When did he get here? I didn't sense his aura after drinking. The old man didn't put the wine flask away but tossed it up and caught it on his foot, the gourd swaying on it. Then he chuckled and removed the mask. Turns out his mask was two pieces. The top part goggles covering his eyes, the bottom a beard. Inside was the wrinkled face of an old woman, hair tied up, holding a flower. She offered the wine flask to Vungoyen. Want a sip? Young man. The old woman called Kwai Mon offered the flask to Vungoyen, inviting him to drink, but Vungoyen didn't move. Seeing no reaction, she took a sip and said, no need to be wary. It's not poisoned. I've been drinking it. After drinking, the old woman wiped her mouth regretfully. Enjoying the scenery alone is waste. This taste is truly exquisite. The woman offered the flask to Vungoyen again. Young people like you now only chase fame. Look around. How many appreciate what they have right in front of them? Her hand remained extended. She sighed. However, she continued, you're not here for that. I offered you a sip so the beautiful night could be more intoxicating. If you don't want to drink, that's fine. Vungoyen stayed silent, glancing at the old woman. He reached out and took the flask, saying thanks, thank you. Then, Vungoyen turned away and raised the flask to drink. Kwai Mon stayed silent, watching. Then she laughed amidst the sound of Vungoyen drinking. This world is never enough, so people grow greedier. What we need is a good flask of wine and a beautiful scene like this. She finished speaking but still heard Vungoyen gulping. She waited in silence. After a long wait, he was still drinking. She panicked and shouted, hey, drink slower. You there, I need to save some for later. Seeing no response from Vungoyen, she mused, vaguely, who knows? Vungoyen replied, making the old woman spit out her wine. Drunk, he said, exactly. Since I don't know if you'd tell the truth, that's why I didn't bother asking. She wiped her mouth, sighing, my, you've got a sharp tongue, kid. Vungoyen didn't answer, just stared into the distance. The old woman glanced at him. She taunted, you're truly a cunning one. No need to hide it. I see it all. Vungoyen looked at her puzzled. Under Vungoyen's gaze, the old woman replied. The old woman put her hat and mask back on, warning, be careful. Don't let emotions override reason. The outcome won't be pleasant. I hope you understand that going with the flow is the best way. Vungoyen still didn't answer. Suddenly voices came from behind. Vungoyen turned to see a group of people. They chatted. Looks like we arrived early. Are you sure we'll meet him at Hong Hak Tower? Definitely. He'll be here soon. Vu Nguyen turned back to where the old woman stood. Subscribe for more exciting videos. But she was gone. Vu Nguyen thought, as I suspected. I still can't sense her aura. This person is certainly no ordinary one, but why do I feel I've met her before? Before he could recall that familiar feeling, the newcomers spoke up. Hey you, the four approaching men called out. We have important matters to discuss here. Don't you think you should leave? One of them turned back, waving at another. Oh, there he is, over here, two of them. One of average build with short hair, the other carrying two large swords. Shapes, both stared at Vu Nguyen. One in the group said, Hey Munho, over here. Why are you suddenly acting distant? He stopped when Munho didn't react. The four of them fell silent, looking suspiciously at Vu Nguyen. Another figure approached from afar. The one carrying two large swords. Hyeon Gonghui muttered in doubt. He remembered being knocked out fighting Nam Tulean. At that time Nam Tulean had a wounded arm. As he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a figure Tulean away. Vu Nguyen quietly turned to leave. Munho stepped forward. Hyeon brother. Gonghui warned him, get out of the way. Kid, have you forgotten why I joined the Than Long Society? He emphasized, I am the war god. Hyeon Gonghui, I joined that society to duel Dam to Thien before fighting him. That brat from Moksondao, one of the Hathain 7, made me lose face. Munho tried to persuade. Hyeon brother, I think there'll be plenty of chances to restore your honor. The important thing is recruiting for the Than Long Society. You're a member too, after you lost to Nam Tulean. He said cautiously. I think you should focus on the mission first. Hyeon Gonghui shoved his hand away, annoyed. I don't care about that crap. Again, where's that wretch Nam Tulean? And what's Nguyen's background? Vu Nguyen still didn't answer, just glanced at him. Munho gritted his teeth. Damn it, we finally made it to Van Trung Thien, and now something else happens. At this moment, the squint-eyed man stretched his neck, sneering, look at you all scared of him. I'm wondering who he is too. Munho grew even more anxious. Damn it, now the Southern Sword speaks up too. So the squint-eyed man was the Southern Sword, the eldest heir of the Southern clan, one of the 5 great clans. Hyeon Gonghui wondered why the Southern Sword was butting into this. The squint-eyed man stepped before Vu Nguyen, introducing himself. I am the Southern Sword, heir of the Southern clan. Surely you've heard of me, though I don't care much for fame. But if I set my mind to it, surpassing the Hathain 7 is nothing. So who are you that makes those people over there so afraid? After he finished, silence answered. The Southern Sword laughed and pointed at Vu Nguyen. Is he deaf? Why won't he say a word? The Southern Sword glanced contemptuously. Hyeon Gonghui. He immediately swung his sword from his severed arms, cursing loudly. Damn it, are you looking down on me? Southern Sword, I asked first. The Southern Sword didn't hesitate and drew his sword. Vu Nguyen tossed the wine flask the old woman gave him. The flask flew into the Southern Sword's face. He cried out in pain. Seizing the moment, Vu Nguyen threw 2 punches simultaneously, one to the face, one to Hyeon Gonghui's arm. Munho and the other 2 companions moved together. Munho cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's come to this. I'll kill that bastard. All 5 charged at Vu Nguyen. They thought, even if Fungoyan is the northern sword being attacked by 5 masters, he couldn't possibly withstand it. Fungoyan didn't flinch. He dodged swiftly and punched the southern sword in the face, then kneed Hyonghui, then turned and landed an uppercut on Mun Ho's chin, then a kick. An elbow took down the remaining 2. As Fungoyan grabbed the southern sword's collar, he was still glaring. Fungoyan unleashed a flurry of punches to his face. The southern sword was beaten bloody. Collapsing, the other 4 were battered, struggling to their feet. His cold figure stood in the night, making the group shrink back in fear. They stammered in confusion, unable to speak. "You." One of them fiercely gripped his sword, charging fiercely at him. He coldly swept his sword, sending him flying back. Sheathing his sword, he said coldly, "How can you all be so arrogant?" With that, he charged with his sword again and again, each strike attacking that man, his eyes cold. Mercy. A long sword stroke grazed his face, sending him flying. He placed the blade before his eyes, the man sweating. Behind him, another bloodied man refused to yield and charged. He turned, his cold sword resting lightly on his neck. He squeezed his eyes shut in fear, as if awaiting death. He looked at him in terror, stammering, "I haven't used my full power, those from Dinnet are few, but now, his skill is overwhelming. Soon it will be complete business. Only a golden martial artist remains. Now, let the one with a destiny continue." No, business people, subscribe to my channel. What? You're all in Van Trungthayan territory. I think you know the consequences if you kill someone, so I'll leave. Today, this fight is enough. I hope you understand. Treat this as a minor accident. Don't forget to clean up. But if anyone doesn't want to heed my words, he turned with a sharp gaze, then I won't mind killing you all. Don't forget that. In the silent night, the space was quiet as if nothing had happened. On another side, the old man coldly glanced. Kwang Min was using all his inner strength. Before, he unleashed his full power in a mighty strike, as if achieving something. Kwang Min joyfully shouted. The man beside him also clapped in praise. Kwang Min proudly turned and pointed at Tran Fungoyan, saying, "Brother, do you see? I'll catch up to you soon." "Right, ha." The man beside him immediately reminded, "Watch your mouth, you there. Be humble and respect your elders." The man beside him softly said, "Understood. So that's it. A master whose presence can't be sensed, but meeting people lie. That is just the beginning. Later, you'll meet far more terrifying people. Forget, are we in enemy territory now? Who knows what trouble we'll run into. But I must say, that fight with those small fries, well done." He turned to look at him. The old man said, "Too soft. It'll make them bolder. The martial world isn't an easy place. If you don't hold your ground, they'll knock you down before you can defend yourself. Don't mention my past." He laughed loudly and continued, "So whatever you do to them helps them. Avoid those sinister schemes. Before act, I will think it through carefully." Having said that, he turned and laughed heartily, his smile reaching his ears. "I just thought of an idea. Get ready. Let's go." Must visit. At the administrative hall, inside the room filled with official documents, outside a voice called, "Someone from Son Ho Mon seeks an audience." The man inside was surprised. Son Ho Mon. "Let them in." The door opened and a stout man entered, looking at him. "You all wait outside first." The man inside smiled. "Oh my, I didn't expect Elder that kind of Son Ho Mon to personally come to my room. So Ray, I can't welcome you more warmly. Recent events have kept me so busy." That Tin sneered. "No matter. With great power comes responsibility. I know Minister Kwon is a busy man." Kwon stood up and smiled. "Since the elder understands, have a seat." The man before him was Van Trung Thien's internal minister, Hoan Dai Thua, responsible for managing the internal records of Van Trung Thien. For this reason, he held significant influence over the future of Van Trung Thien, becoming a prominent figure. That Tin sat down and said, "I'll speak frankly." After a long period of time, he was stunned by those words, eyes wide, stammering, "Oh my, how could this be? Have those two-headed demons infiltrated our sects?" 7 Stars frowned and said, "Exactly. I'm sure it's not just Sun Ho sect. Many other sects have had innocent disciples fall to them." Huan Dai Tu said in a low voice, "This is worse than I thought." 7 Stars added, "Has Van Trung Thien noticed their existence yet?" Huan Dai Tu, he said gravely, "Unfortunately, all our attention is now focused on Tingza, which is why we haven't been gathering intelligence." True. 7 Stars frowned and said, "After this, Sun Ho's sect has suffered a loss of reputation, but also people's trust. That's why I came here to ask Van Trung Thien to help investigate the true mastermind behind those two-headed demons." Huan Dai Tu frown. "This is a significant matter. I can't decide alone. I'll send your request to Gu Tian." As dusk fell, Huan Dai Tu sat alone in his room, lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "It's been a while, old friend." A hearty laugh echoed through the room. The voice spoke again. "I didn't expect you were still alive. Have you calmed down yet?" "Not at all. I'm even crazier than before." You haven't changed a bit, still glued to those boring books." This old man is still glad to see you again." What brings you here?" "I bet it's not just to visit an old friend." "Right. I need 3 things. First, a map of the Northern Lake region. Second, all the blueprints of Van Trung Thien. And finally, classified information on Bac Tin Mon." In the dead of night, at Sathon Sek, a group surrounded the area, faces filled with murderous intent. A notorious assassin organization known for ruthless killing. A cold voice rang out, "How generous. You want me to wipe out an entire sect?" He clutched the silver in his hand, his face cold, then left. "Who's the target this time?" Mon Hao, still furious from the last incident. His brow furrowed, uttered a name, Bakiam. At midnight, the surrounding space was eerily silent. At the Grand Hall in Van Trung Thien, inside a large house, Chen Vu Nguyen was reading a book intently. He quickly closed the book he had just read. Chen Vu Nguyen yawned and placed the book on the shelf. He turned his head and looked at the scene. He surveyed his surroundings, thinking he'd be here for 2 days. Watching Ha Chen Nguyet and Chuang Dai Tu sitting across from each other, discussing business. He thought they never seemed tired. The owner of this place was Chuang Dai Tu. He'd heard he was a fellow disciple of Tam Nhan Jia. That old man had said Chuang Dai Tu's ancestors had collected many texts. Therefore, with at least 200 years of history, this place was considered a paradise of knowledge, a place every scholar dreamed of visiting. That's why he had become such an outstanding scholar today. Chuang Dai Tu, listening to him, could sense this man's profound knowledge. Lai Tam Nhan Jia. Though he complained, the two were still very close. Chuang Dai Tu crossed his arms and asked Ha Chen Nguyet, "So, have you come up with a plan yet?" Ha Chen Nguyet straightened up, rolling the scroll, and said, "To change the fate of this world, of course." Chuang Dai Tu frowned, looking at him, pondering what to say. After a while, Ha Chen Nguyet and Chen Vu Nguyen left, stepping outside. Chen Nguyet stretched. "Has it been 3 days? A bit of sunlight makes me feel much better." Chuang Dai Tu hesitated. "But who is he? Is he a clothes aide?" He turned, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "You just noticed. I'm sure you've heard many rumors about Bakiam, right?" Ha Chen Nguyet turned and said calmly, "He is Bakiam, the last descendant of Bac Tin Mon." Hearing this, Chuang Dai Tu said, "I see, Bakiam." He suddenly froze for a few seconds, then jumped, eyes wide in shock, recalling his request in the room. "I need 3 things. First, a map of the Northern Lake region. Second, all the blueprints of Van Trung Thien. And finally, classified information on Bac Tin Mon." Neff, seeming to realize something, his eyes widened. "Wait, the classified information about Bac Tin Mon. What the hell is that about?" Ha Chen Nguyet. He turned and said coldly, "You finally figured it out, eh?" Chuang Dai Tu. "Since we were young, we spent so much time studying. Do you really want to spend your life enduring under Van Trung Thien's thumb?" Why else would we have worked so hard just to maintain this place? If we're destined to be failures, then why not try living for once? For our own desires. I'm not forcing you to side with me, but you should think about your own fate soon. Well, thank you for your help. Chung Dai Tu was stunned, sweating profusely, then exclaimed, "You madman." In the city of Chang'an, a scene no less solemn, majestic, with houses built on mountain peaks. In the inn, people bustled in and out. At a table, a hand gently picked up a piece of meat from the hot pot and placed it into the bowl across. Anhatuit was startled, looking at the man before her. Lu Huan looked at her, smiling soft. "Hey, we've earned quite a bit here in Chang'an, so I wanted to treat you. Eat up, don't be shy." The people traveling with Lu Huan's caravan were also speechless. "You should care about us first, you lecherous fool." And Lu Huan ignored his brothers, smiling at the girl. "Eat the meat while it's hot." Anhatuit ate the meat while muttering, "I don't know, every time I eat this, I remember something." Lu Huan was surprised to hear that and asked, "What is it?" Before he could finish, a figure appeared behind him. He quickly turned around. A large man looked at him gravely. "Finally, found you, you bastard." Seeing her eating happily, he added, "You dare to eat and drink merrily after killing my brothers." The man beside him turned and said, "Excuse me, sir, please avoid the meal. I think there's some misunderstanding here." Ignoring Lu Huan's explanation, "Protecting you makes you one of those bad guys. If I had to guess." She recalled the 3 men. "You lie by robbing and killing, then raping women." Lu Huan, facing her, was utterly shocked. "Miss." She coldly glanced at the leader of the 3 demons. "When you look down on others' lives, what right do you have to claim others are different?" The 4th-toed demon gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "You wretch." He roared in anger and charged at the group. "I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces to avenge my brothers." Just as he lunged to attack, the door burst open. It burst open. Angry people stepped in, pointing at the monsters. "Representatives of Kunlun sect, we will punish you." The 4th-toed demon exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, the Kunlun bastards are here." And he stared at the group. "Why don't you shut up before this?" His eyes bulged, staring in horror and astonishment as he saw the heads of his comrades, sensing the smell of his brother's blood on this woman. "So why do you Kunlun people have their heads?" He roared in fury. "You bastards, I'll kill you all." A fierce battle erupted in the inn, with the Kunlun group and Anhatuit caught in the middle. She stared wide-eyed at the scene, muttering, "Foolish." Before her eyes was the figure of someone shielding her, slowly fading. That was Lu Huan. He had used his body to shield her from the blow, paid with his life. She muttered, "Why?" He turned his head and smiled at her. "Miss, are you all right?" Hearing this, she seemed to snap awake, remembering. A familiar face appeared in her mind. She clutched her head in pain, recalling forgotten memories of her and Chen Wuyin at Baktianmon. Back then, the 4th-toed demon kicked away the body of Lu Huan that had shielded Hatuit. The battle was so intense that the Kunlun members dared not advance. The leader of the Kunlun sect said worriedly, "Damn it, we need to hurry," and before he could finish, he was startled by the scene before. The 4th-toed demon was in a similar state, staring at her in shock, unable to speak. At this moment, Hatuit had transformed into Baekza. Her entire body radiated a cold, chilling aura. Her long hair had turned white, her eyes as white as snow. The air around seemed to freeze under the pressure Hatuit exuded. They scattered in panic. The ugly man stared, stammering, "What the hell is this?" She coldly raised her hand. "In my eyes, you are nothing but a tiny insect. Die." With that, she unleashed a sphere of power, slashing straight at his neck. He exclaimed in shock. "You!" Before he could finish, his vision faded. He fell to the ground. The leader stared in shock, drenched in sweat. "Right, just lie what we witnessed before. They were killed by the light wheel. Huang Lunban?" Nguyen. And that cold aura, could it be the legendary Baekza? The legendary Baekza. On this side, the group nervously watched the man who had lost half his body, lying in a corner. They all jumped in fright at the figure and hurriedly fled. She walked over, looking at him as if recalling a past memory. She said softly, "Brother, no need. You saw I could easily handle someone like him." And, hearing this, tears streamed down his face as he smiled, finally at peace, and closed his eyes, passing away. Looking at the scene, she quietly recalled the images of him and whispered, "But I still want to. Thank you, Lu Chunghwan." She recalled a familiar image, sighed. "Who are you? Why appear in my head? It's giving me a headache." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "White Knight Daoist Nun." Hearing the voice, she glanced, surprised. "Dao Go," the group said sternly. "Kunlun sect." She was surprised to hear that and said, "If so, do whatever you want. What are you waiting for? You should be thanking me." The group spoke up. "No, that's not it. Though they deserve to die, there are certain rules that everyone must follow. If you dare to slaughter them outright like that, then what? To them, it's no different from us. We also discovered something. You are Baekza Huunyan of Dingza, representing Konglong. Stay right there." She coldly looked at them. "As you said, they are murderers, and they also just attacked those merchants, though they were simple, hard-working people. I had to bring justice for their deaths. Putting that aside, do you think they should suffer while waiting for you? Call standards and rules." He gritted his teeth. "You dare insult the honor of the renowned Kunlun sect?" "Need to check," she said. "Honor? How can you be so ignorant? And you call me Baekza Dao Go? Long ago, you bastard Sortin Za as tyrants, but to me, Dingza has never done anything immoral. If surviving is a sin, then all living beings in this world are full of sin. Dear, and why are you the ones to judge others' lives? Who gave you that right? Stop making up rules for justice. Know your place, Kunlun sect thugs." She raised an eyebrow and said angrily, "I, Baekza Huunyan, am the only one who has the right to judge them." On this side, in a house, the space was eerily quiet. "I thought the inns would be crowded. Why is this place so empty?" You're right. The food isn't bad." He poured wine and said, "Consider this our last meal." He was surprised. Holding his glass, he offered the glass and said, "The last meal before our plan." Chen Nguyen heard this and said, "Sure you won't regret this? We don't know how long this will take." He pondered. "My calculation says it won't be long. The plan begins. I hope you haven't forgotten the words you said by the lake that day. If your final wish is revenge, then take revenge. If it's to rule the martial world, then rule. No turning back, only forward. So drink up." He raised his glass and asked, "Is there anything else you want me to do?" He replied, "The only thing I want is to see it through to the end and watch those people pay. That's all I want." Chen Nguyen heard this and said, "It seems the future can't be achieved without blood." He drank and said, "You'll have to take them all down. Yourself? All of them. A scholar's duty is to bring the soul to the plan, but never to directly get his hands dirty. Knowing what the master needs and charting a path for the future, then preparing everything for the journey ahead." He said calmly, "Time to face it. Wait, from the beginning to the end, we've been enemies." He laughed heartily and said, "Good, very good." Chen Nguyen was put to the test. He then said, "All right, I'm very pleased." Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He quickly kicked his chair away. He stumbled. A sharp sword from below thrust straight up through the table. Assassins flew in from the side, attacking both of them. He calmly reached for the hot pot. Gently turning, he flung it. He stood, grabbed the pot, and hurled it. The space around was in chaos. He immediately rushed toward him, pulling a robe over him. Looking around and saying, "You know, this robe can reduce damage. Keep it on." Then he glanced around. About 30 assassins were. There were about 40 more outside. Looks like we're facing nearly 80 in total. Never expected to run into such a massive force here in Van Trong Thien. He draws his sword, glaring. He thinks I sensed nothing, despite my guard. They're all masters. Hey Shieldsviet. Stay back. Let's retreat. Right, killing in Van Trong Thien matters no longer. Our top priority is getting out alive. Step behind me, Vũ Nguyen. Trần Vũ Nguyen frowns, his intense gaze locked on those ahead. Trần Vũ Nguyen raises his sword to shield Ha Trần Nguyệt. Stay behind me. Ha Trần Nguyệt agrees, hiding behind him. Their expressions turn vicious, their blades glinting sharply. He sweeps his other hand across the enemy's midsection. The sound of impact creating from their temples. Trần Vũ Nguyen pulls his sword from the two bodies, swinging it to flick away the blood. He steps forward, their bodies tense in panic as they whisper anxiously. He's too fast. No wonder the bounty is high. He marvels, yet while fighting my men, he still protected someone behind him. Incredible, absolutely unbelievable. He swiftly brings his sword down from above to counter the attack, forcing Trần Vũ Nguyen and Ha Trần Nguyệt to step back. Kill him. He swings back with a counter-strike, hitting the stomach and drawing a cry of agony. Seeing this, the rest grow even more furious. They charge forward with all their might. But before touching Trần Vũ Nguyen, their arms are severed. Trần Vũ Nguyen moves so fast only an after-image remains, visible as a mere blur. In just a few seconds, he uses Ha Trần Nguyệt stands still under Trần Vũ Nguyen's protection. He marvels, so fast. Trần Vũ Nguyen's gaze looks devoid of reason, gripping the sword hilt as he strikes. He moves in. Trần Vũ Nguyen's eyes widen, pupils contracting, gaze icy like a corpse. Seeing his expression, thinking he has the upper hand, he laughs smugly. You see that? Good. This is our chance to. Before he can finish, his words turn into a mutter. Trần Vũ Nguyen holds his sword steady, clashing blades, then smashes his scabbard hard against the enemy's head, and keeps charging forward. Trần Vũ Nguyen steps back lightly. Each of his steps is extremely steady, cries of pain and fresh blood in his wake. Trần Vũ Nguyen. Ha Trần Nguyệt footsteps must. He looks back and realizes he hit a wall. At this moment, Trần Vũ Nguyen and Ha Trần Nguyệt are cornered, watching enemies with cautious eyes. Ha Trần Nguyệt looks with guilt at his back, still fighting against an overwhelming number of foes. May one, he couldn't escape because of me. And even though Ha Trần Nguyệt could have escaped. He couldn't escape because of me. Although Ha Trần. He frowns, trying to think of a countermeasure. However, in this moment, those conditions are hard to meet. Conditions. The only one capable of illusion arts without prep is none other than Hua of the Ximon family. If I recall, Huiling of the Ximon family can do this. Sweat beads on his forehead as he thinks anxiously. Compared to that old man, she can't compare. Why am I thinking about the Ximon family now? What should I do? Internal energy gathers in Ha Trần Nguyệt palm, a blue glow wrapping around his hand. It's too early to use this. Must not repeat the same mistake. Focus on the Xuan brothers. Trần Vũ Nguyen narrows his eyes, focusing his mind. Trần Vũ Nguyen sweeps his sword upward, slashing the shoulder behind him. Behind. He muses, there are more than I thought. Protecting someone in a cramped space while fighting. Yet despite these thoughts, Trần Vũ Nguyen's momentum does not wane. He stares at the purple glowing blade in his hand. Despite countless kills, not a speck of blood. Should I use a palm strike to clear them all out? But this space is too cramped. But this space is too narrow. Chen Wuyen frowns in annoyance. I'll flatten this tavern and everything around it. Not to mention there might be more outside. I can't figure out what to do, or else. Before he can finish, his eyes widen at a realization. Chen Wuyen reacts instantly and spins around. Before Ha Chengwei can track his movement, Mu Wan pulls his elbow back, wrapping his arm around his neck. To force him down, dodging a sharp blade, piercing through the wall, taking a stab to his shoulder. Fresh blood sprays from the wound. Chen Wuyen's expression doesn't change despite injury. Ha Chengwei looks worriedly at Chen Wuyen, injured for saving him. Are you alright? No. Chen Wuyen keeps his eyes fixed on the blade, frowning as he calmly reassures Ha Chengwei. I'm fine, just a minor scratch. Besides, it seems the walls aren't safe anymore either. Run. He shields Ha Chengwei from all sides. He runs parallel to Ha Chengwei and Chen Wuyen. Both look at him with a mix of anger and shock. Do you think you can outrun us? Dare. Chen Wuyen remains completely unfazed. Then he steps forward, slashing upward from stomach to chest. Blood sprays along the arc of the slash. Chen Wuyen coldly watches the blood splattering as if what he's cutting aren't human beings, but mere lifeless objects. It feels like these enemies are endless. So annoying. Blood stains the tiled floor red. Chen Wuyen and Ha Chengwei stand back to back surroundings. Ha Chengwei glances sideways at Chen Wuyen. Mo Wan, you don't need to mind me. Why not wipe them out with one strike to save time? And two swords spin in midair. Hurtling forward lay hidden weapons at dizzying speed. Chen Wuyen turned serious. All right, perhaps it's time. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward, thrusting his sword at Ha Chengwei. Ha Chengwei panics. Chen Wuyen senses the anomaly and looks back. In the nick of time, twin swords appear in his hands. His gaze flashing with murderous intent, in front of Ha Chengwei. Ha Chengwei is too dazed to grasp the situation. Who is this now? Before they charge, green-cloaked figures appear behind them, wearing bamboo hats that obscure their faces, wearing bamboo hats that hide their faces. Who are they? When did they get close? And where are the people outside? Chen Wuyen is stunned by the sight before him. Ha Chen, it's an ambush. Amidst the chaos, the newcomer pulls down his scarf. Down. He turns back and says sincerely, "Forgive your subordinate. I was delayed by tailors. Came late." Mo Tuong stands with a sturdy build, both hands gripping his twin swords firmly, his gaze resolute as he speaks. "My lord." Them. Chaos unfolds in their field of vision, countless voices and screams ringing out together. A group of masked figures suddenly appears, striking down enemies, sending blood splattering, and causing the assassins to cry out in alarm, confused about the people outside. Since when did they? Piercing screams echo. It's an ambush. They barely manage to shout before sounds ring out, and one by one they fall under the blade of the masked man who came to save Mu Wan and Ha Chengwei. He removes his mask and speaks. "Forgive your subordinate. It is Mo Tuong. I was delayed because I had to deal with some tailors." Chen Wuyen is utterly surprised and shocked, only able to gasp Mo Sang while sheathing his sword in its scabbard. "My lord." Mo Tuong puts away his swords, then steps closer to Chen Wuyen. "Mo Tuong, you've grown a lot taller. Truly a fine man." Gesturing in welcome. "I used the Black Moon to scout for you." Recent, he recounts. "Indeed, a mysterious man came looking for me, surely sent by the Black Moon." Tô Mộ Thượng nods in response. Tô Mộ Thượng nods in reply. I never dared show myself, watched by many eyes. Also due to the position I've attained, heading an elite faction of the Central Alliance. I'm so sorry. I must thank you for not forgetting me after all these years. You've suffered, living under surveillance for me. Vu Nguyen feels a pang of guilt. I should thank my lord for saving my life. I gathered information about you, but had to dodge the Central Heaven Alliance's watchful eyes. He replies politely. Ha Cheng-Nguyet clears his throat loudly, interrupting their conversation and making Vu Nguyen and Tô Mộ Thượng turn to look. Then, realizing, Vu Nguyen gives an ah and introduces. This is Ha Cheng-Nguyet, the three-eye scholar assisting me. The three-eye scholar who has been helping me. And this is Tô Mộ Thượng. Upon hearing the introduction, Mo Sang speaks. I am Tô Mộ Thượng. Nice to meet you. Tô Mộ Thượng replies cordially upon hearing that. A pleasure. Em Ha Cheng-Nguyet. You're a strong man we can trust. I know this is our first meeting, but please forgive my impudence. Are the people with him truly trustworthy? He looks at Tô Mộ Thượng subordinates. Don't worry, they're all my people. Discuss details later. Let me deal with these scum. Tô Mộ Thượng draws his sword, then tells Vu Nguyen and Cheng-Nguyet, you two go ahead. The outsiders have been cleared out by us. See you later, my lord. Understood. And remember to be careful. Vu Nguyen instructs. Thanks, Tô Mộ Thượng. Cheng-Nguyet replies. Vu Nguyen nods at Mo Sang. As Tô Mộ Thượng nods back to Vu Nguyen, both see the sentiment that all must be cautious. Trần Vu Nguyen and Ha Cheng-Nguyet rush out of the hut, leaving Tô Mộ Thượng alone with the battle. He glances inward and then, no one dares touch my lord while I'm here. Lord, while I'm still here. Arrogant bastards. Capture at least one alive. Yes, he shouts. Kill the rest without mercy. Cheng Yin and Han Nguyet sprint away immediately. Suddenly, a figure appears beside them, startling Vu Nguyen into alertness. He cautiously draws his sword, preparing to strike first to gain the upper hand, aiming to seize the initiative, just as he draws his blade to attack. A voice calls out, "Stop." It's just me. Turns out to be King Ren with a panicked expression. King Ren of the Black Moon. Woo, let me catch my breath. Han Nguyet says, save greetings for later. Assassins lie in wait ahead. And more importantly, the Central Alliance people outside are coming. King Ren reports to Vu Nguyen and Cheng-Nguyet. He looks shaken, prompting Cheng-Nguyet to exclaim, so fast. It seems both sides want to make a move at the same time. Cheng-Nguyet rubs his chin, his forehead slick with sweat. Then this is a trap, because Alliance members aren't allowed to kill without authorization. You say it, and I think so too. It seems someone leaked the news. King Ren replies. Vu Nguyen remains silent, deep in thought. If so, these ambushes might be a trick by the faction whose objective lies with the Central Alliance. Hayu continues analyzing what happened. This works to our advantage, he says. What the hell are you talking about? Hayu looks confused, tired. He snaps at Cheng-Nguyet. No matter how strong those assassins are, they're just pawns of the Central Alliance. And if captured, they'll go to the Alliance dungeons. Then there will be a meeting among the pillars of the Central Heaven Alliance. We will target that meeting. I have prepared everything. All right, regardless of how you put it. We shouldn't waste time standing here. We're facing a major battle soon. Let's go. Get out of here quickly, the Black Moon Man says. Vu Nguyen, trust me. He pats his shoulder and reassures him. Understood. Go hurry up. Hayu looks at him. Vu Nguyen looks back. Take care of the three-eye scholar, King Ren. Thanks for coming to help. No thanks needed. I'm doing what I should. Hayu supports Cheng-Nguyet. Bright moonlight casts down upon the ground. King Ren is trembling. He grits his teeth, hoisting Hayu onto his back and hurrying away. Go wild, Vu Nguyen. He thinks. I'll fry you from those chains. Meanwhile, assassins are on Vu Nguyen's trail. Suddenly, one stops dead in his tracks. The group halts, seeing a figure blocking their path. The person blocking them is Trần Vu Nguyen, believing King Ren has carried Ha Cheng-Nguyet away. His expression suddenly turns fierce. He has unleashed his slaughter mode. Right now, he looks like a ghost, an executioner bringing death to the assassins. He thinks to himself, they're here. Then this time there should be no problems. Ging Ren and the three-eyed scholar Ha Chunwit should have reached a safe distance by now, though not certain. I can't let that distract me. Just keeping them busy for a while will do. Fighting freely without needing to protect anyone. Thinking this, Vu Nguyen lets out a breath. I don't have to protect anyone anymore. He cracks his neck, making it pop, as he asks the opposing assassins. Naturally. Even if I ask who sent you, no answer. Right. Yeah, right. The assassins look panicked at his words. Not a single one dares to speak. Vu Nguyen grips his sword hilt tightly, taking a ready stance to attack. Right now, he is no different from an executioner. Ghostly aura radiates, forming a protective vortex. Vu Nguyen says, let's finish this quickly. Chen. With those words, Sword Ki shoots an arrow through the assassins. Vu Nguyen is behind them, while the assassins still stand frozen, not understanding what just happened. Splattered across his blade are drops of blood, flying into the air and falling like a red rain staining the ground. Chen Vu Nguyen wields his sword against the men, his gaze and movements swift and terrifying. He easily cuts down quite a few of them. The remaining men back away in fear, stammering. Are they insane? What the hell is going on? After seeing the Northern Blade cut down so many, some thugs still refuse to yield. Could the Northern Blade be fiercer than rumors? Damn it. Without hesitation, Mu Won charged straight at the remaining ruffians. Panic seized them so they couldn't even run. With some screaming in terror. He's coming. What are you doing, you bastard? Get up already. At that moment, Mu Won leaped high, both hands gripping his sword, pointing at them, and then, there was no net. He severed those thugs' heads in seconds. Having dispatched a few more of the ruffians, he landed lightly back on the ground. The rest watched in creeping fear. Mu Won dashed like the wind toward the last two. The final two. One held his sword and screamed. The other swung his blade and cursed. Damn it. There. But they were simply not in the same league as Mu Won. Before they could react, he closed the distance. His arms wide with his sword ready to slit their throats. Blood spluttered everywhere around him. It wasn't over. He had to face more. Because their numbers were massive. One ringleader thought in sheer panic. 80 men infiltrated the inn initially. Then another 27 broke in, and 27 more from this alley. Could he have wiped out all 80 at the inn? Still waited for us here. He braced his legs, ready to fight Mu Won. This is absurd. He's a monster. A demon who only knows how to slaughter. He rushed forward nervously, thinking, at this rate, the Iron Ghost sect is finished. Right in front of him, a thick car of white smoke closed in on Mu Won. Then he and his cohorts approached Mu Won, pointing their blades at Mu Won's face, triumphantly thinking that just one strike, even a single strike would be enough. As the sword tips drew closer to Mu Won, he showed no reaction, letting them move. The ringleader smiled slyly, thinking, Northern Blade, go to hell. At that moment, Mu Won wore an icy expression, waiting for them to strike. To counter, Mu Won unleashed the demonic phantom sword technique. His ultimate skill created thousands of slashes, filling the pitch-black sky with flashes of light. A cascade of dark figures fell amidst blood, with blood raining down, creating a terror, grotesque and ruthless scene all around. The ringleader from earlier was still alive. He sat slumped, trembling as he thought, damn it, our entire force is wiped out. Recalling the moment he spoke with Moonho, he cursed, I should have just killed that bastard Moonho back then. Mu Won began walking toward him. The mere sight of him sent a jolt of terror. Mu Won closed in on the leader faster. Terrified, the man cried out, spare me. Finally, only inches separated them, realizing he had no chance left. He stammered out, it wasn't me. Jija Moonho was the one who. Before he could finish, Mu Won lopped off his head. Blood splattered, filling Mu Won's mouth. He let out a long sigh after the battle, wiped his mouth with his hand, and sheathed his sword, muttering, as I thought, it was that bastard. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Not long after, another group rushed onto the scene. But for some reason, they ground to a halt. At the unexpected spectacle before them, sheer panic was written all over their faces and in their eyes. Before them sat a man casually resting, atop a wretched corpse amidst dead bodies. Under the dark night sky, one man couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this? This mountain of corpses?" He cursed under his breath upon seeing Muon sitting there so calmly. Damn it, damn it. Why didn't anyone warn me of this maniac? Then, overwhelmed and sweating profusely, he couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, sweat dripping down his face, We are soldiers of the Central Alliance. This territory belongs to, without the Alliance's permission. No one is allowed to cause casualties. Surrender quietly at once." Hearing the voices across from him, Muon raised his head to look. He calmly raised both hands to surrender, his face completely devoid of fear. The guard was startled by his willing surrender and thought, is he actually surrendering so easily? Then Muon stood up. While the Alliance men rushed forward, the leader barked, "What are you standing for? Here." Confiscate his weapon, detain that man. Two guards strode toward him, as one of them stood beside him. Reaching for his sword, Muon warned him, "Hold on, that sword is a bit special. No one besides me can wield it." The guard scoffed, sweat pouring down his face. "Who are you trying to fool?" True to Muon's words. The moment he touched the hilt, electricity coursed from the blade, shocking him and making his holdie shudder. Muon glanced over and said, "See, told you so." The other guard was clueless, asking, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Got beaten up by a stray current." Finally, the guard collapsed, falling, while Muon adjusted his sword, leaving the remaining men dumbfounded. He said, "Didn't I tell you? I'll surrender peacefully." Ignoring the trembling guard weighed down by dread, he added, "I certainly won't draw my sword against you." Of course, even in a dungeon, he wouldn't draw his sword. Finally, Muon was dragged away on orders. Drag him away. Here. Elsewhere, deep in a forest under a full moon, a man sat quietly alone, gazing into the distance waiting for someone. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared, their face completely hidden. The figure approached and reported to Tomotung sitting nearby. "Lord To, as you instructed. We captured one alive, and the bodies have been disposed of." However, the subordinate hesitated to speak. Then continued a few seconds later, "The guest you asked us to protect surrendered and was escorted to the Central Heavenly Alliance." Tomotung was shocked that Chen Wu Nguyen surrendered. He didn't expect it at all. He fell into deep thought. Those men were numerous indeed. But why would the master surrender so willingly? He pondered with a serious look. The master must have let himself be captured. He probably has his own reasons for this. The minion looked at Tomotung and asked, "Is there anything else you need, sir?" Instead of answering, Tomotung remained lost in thought, recalling when Chen Wuyet once told him, "Are the subordinates you trust truly reliable?" The memory left a bitter taste in his mouth. He muttered to himself internally, 5 years ago, at the Xuning branch, I endured brutal torture there for nearly a year. Though called a low-rank warrior, I was nothing more than a slave closely watched at the Xuning branch. That's where I met them. A group of slaves bound, covered in hundreds of wounds, were being driven hard to work. A man stood there shouting orders. "Hey beggars, you crept into the Xuning branch to steal, right under Commander Shang Manchiek's nose, to steal food. I'll make an example of you, throw them in the cells, starve them, and execute them, kill them all." That day, Tomotung was carrying 2 heavy buckets when he caught sight of something and turned. A bowl of rice, the size of a hand, was handed out. The imprisoned slaves were startled and asked, "Why are you giving this to us?" "Stop staring, just take it already." Tomotung calmly replied, "I'm no different from a slave here either. If I get caught, I'll pay for it, so eat up. Looking at you reminds me of myself 2 years ago. Back then, Ayung Do Mo Tuong was once forced into slavery, making his empathy for those people understandable. As deputy commander, I failed to protect my team, leaving them to be brutally murdered. They probably never had a proper meal before dying, having to work right away while likely starving. They must have been so hungry back then, he added with a heavy, sorrow tone, and in the end, they were all killed so absurdly. Do Mo Tuong turned his back toward the prison cells, bowed his head, and instructed them, as your senior brother. What I couldn't do for them, I want to do for you. Just to ease my own guilt, even a little bit, so don't feel burdened by this. Leaning his back dejectedly against the prison bars, he said, You must have been desperate to resort to stealing food from the Central Heavenly Alliance's Xuning branch. It all stems from the gap between rich and poor. Righteousness, honor, those trivial things, ultimately come down to merely trying to survive. A look of melancholy flashed in his eyes. He went on, ignoring those reaching for the food. I had a close friend who stole the woman I loved. I truly wanted to kill that guy at all costs. Do Mo Tuong recalled the man he had mentioned, lying lifeless on the ground, bleeding. He continued. Yet in the end, that man died in vain. His death solved nothing at all. Resentment, revenge, they all turned to nothingness. With that, Do Mo Tuong stood up to work, not forgetting to warn the slaves. Shang Manchiok may act tough, but he won't go far. At all costs, try to stay alive. Then he whispered to himself. The words I spoke to them were also the words I wanted to tell myself. I earned Shang Manchiok's approval. He thought, they sought me out. They followed my instructions and escaped that place. They searched for me, asked me to teach them martial arts, and wanted to work under my command. When they asked me to take them in, I told them, I am now an enemy of the world, living a perilous life, hunted for the rest of my days. But they replied that they had already died once. They wanted to use their second life to help me. What does it matter if they become enemies for my sake? How absurd. Returning to the present, Do Mo Tuong stared intently at his subordinate. Flustered, the man stammered. Senior brother, I mean, Lord To, if you have something to say, spit it out. Don't stare. Do Mo Tuong handed him some gold and said, nothing. You've worked hard. Go get something to eat. The man replied, Thank you. Will you be joining us for a meal? Do Mo Tuong covered his face with his sleeve and said, I still have work to do. Back with Ha Chunwit's group after they escaped, and returned to the Central Heavenly Alliance's estate. A startled cry suddenly rang out. Muon was thrown in the dungeon. What's going on? Is that true? He only fought back in self-defense. What crime did he commit? What crime did he commit? What were you doing while Muon was dragged off? Well, hearing Đường Kỳ Vấn, Ha Chân Nguyệt and Thanh Nhân calmly exchanged glances and told him to calm down. Calm down. Things turning out this way isn't necessarily bad, so please try to control your agitation. Đường Kỳ Vấn asked in surprise. Not a bad thing. What on earth do you mean? Do you have any idea what kind of place the Central Heavenly Alliance is to say that calling it a den of tigers doesn't cover its danger? Its danger. The malice hidden inside is beyond imagination. Anything outsiders can imagine. Once thrown into that prison, getting him out is hard. Do you have no clue what torture he'll endure? That you can say something like that? Đường Kỳ Vấn continued, not to mention the law enforcement division will definitely get involved. If that happens, Trần Vũ Nguyên identity is exposed. Is just a matter of time. I don't care how strong Muon is, fundamentally. He is still at a disadvantage. If everything gets exposed, what are we going to do? The Central Heavenly Alliance will crush him. Đường Mỹ Linh spoke up, telling Đường Kỳ Vấn to listen to the master strategist first. At that, Ha Chunwit finally spoke up. This is a huge matter. Never before has a single faction in the martial world wielded such immense power. The Central Heavenly Alliance was just an alliance, but it built its own independent strength, even without support from other sects. The Central Heavenly Alliance recruits forces everywhere. It has become a giant monster with independent might. Even at this very moment, the Alliance is pulling in warriors across Jiangyu to expand its influence over the martial world. Is this normal behavior? When the Alliance is no longer just a simple alliance, meant to protect peace in the martial world. Yet he commands the entire martial world, but no one in the martial world finds this strange, or feels bothered by it. Right. Moreover, based on my understanding, this will never come to pass. More than anyone, martial artists love freedom and hate, yet they still accept the rule of the Alliance. Wen Chongtian, the martial world is clearly very strange now. Ha Chunwit believed that if this went on, Wen Chongtian's rule would be consolidated. Currently, no one in the martial world opposes him. Can break Wen Chongtian's ruling system. Duong Kivan, hearing this, asked what exactly he meant to say. Ha Chunwit calmly continued. We can use revenge as our pretext now. Only Wu Nguyen can shake that ruling system. Even if just a little. He clenched his fist. No matter what, as long as Wu Nguyen stays there, they will come to harass him. Because Wen Chongtian and Wu Nguyen, their fates are destined to be inseparable. So we entered that vortex of fate first. Moreover, Wu Nguyen is a kid more talented than you think. His actions are proving it. That very point. The one who orchestrated this assassination and set that fate in motion will soon realize how foolish he was. Another issue is that they might plan to use Bak Tien Tu Chu. As you said, the enforcement hall will intervene, and even the Nine Heavens might get involved. Ha Chunwit, with sharp, calculating eyes, concluded, and we're targeting those very things. He turned to Than Yun and said, Come, Than Yun, let's go pair together. Than Yun looked at Chunwit, wanting to say something, but held back, staying silent. Suddenly Mangwit Lang spoke up, ordering Than Yun, for now, go help Chen Thiu here. This is also my command. The Moon Lord of the Black Moon. She gave the order with a stern expression. Receiving the order from Mangwit Lang, his master, Than Yun looked at Ha Chunwit for a moment, then spoke. All right, let's go. I don't know how things will turn out. This is truly asking for trouble. Suddenly, Min Lu Sun from outside spoke up in panic, having overheard that guy has been arrested already. Huh, is this true? This startled the group of Ha Chunwit. Min Lu Sun shouted, Why are you all so calm? Still sitting here. We must go rescue him now. Master, aren't you a hero? Hurry and go, save him. It's time for Min Lu Sun to step up. Hearing this, the whole group of Duong Kiai didn't know what to say to this blockhead anymore. Duong Mile's face showed a hint of sadness, thinking to herself, Wu Nguyen Thiu Hiệp. Later, at the Tai Mon estate, a woman who looked masculine, probably due to years of training, walked toward the person sitting in contemplation, calling out calmly, Young lady. It turned out she was also from the Tai Mon family. A bodyguard, 7th filial youth, Nam Lien Toto. Then, she reported to the powerful-looking woman. Also present, Bak Yam caused a massacre at Wen Trung Thien and was imprisoned. That woman also came from the Tai Mon family. 7th filial heaven, Nam Tai Mon Huệ Linh. She was startled when she heard Lien Toto say this, quickly standing and slamming her hand hard on the table. She couldn't believe it and blurted out, What? Bak Yam. Then she turned to look at her and said, Is it true? So he's someone from another place. From Hai Gak, 7th filial heaven, Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. Veins visible on his face, he laughed heartily and asked back, Bak Yam is in prison. She, on this side, continued seriously, Is that Chen Wu Nguyen of Bak Tien Mon or not? We must look carefully. Then suddenly, she ordered the two people, Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa and Lien Toto, standing there to hurry to the prison immediately. In another distant place, towering mountains with fresh and breezy scenery. This place is Shaanxi province, King Zo. At this moment, on that mountain, a group of bandits looting food, lots of provisions appearing up there, stopped their actions when they saw a tall, muscular man walking boldly toward them, speaking with an arrogant tone, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Damn it, who's that guy this early? It turned out that tall man came from Bakwikwok, 7th filial heaven. His name is Damtutian. Then he spoke with a cold expression, asking, "Are you thieves looting on the land of Shaanxi province, or are you secret agents?" One bandit, hearing this, spoke up with a confused tone, "What is that guy saying? Secret agents? What secret agents? Whatever you have on you, hand it over now." Damtutian, hearing that guy say this, replied with a mocking, contemptuous laugh, "If you're not secret agents, why are you robbing innocent villagers like this?" That guy was still bold, not knowing fear, at this moment, chewing something in his mouth while saying, "You madman, what language is he speaking? Only secret agents can rob, but we're not." Huh. Hearing that guy say that, Toothian couldn't hold back anymore. He would teach them a valuable lesson about what manners are. His two hands at that moment, his two hands now glowed with light covering both palms. Then he spoke fiercely to teach them. "A stubborn donkey needs heavy beating to wake up. With your combined strength, you can't even met a secret agent. Yet you go around beating and robbing innocent folks. The people suffering have asked Damtutian here to help." Then, without waiting any longer, his eyes now also showed small flashes of light emanating from his pupils. He prepared to act, throwing out a few moves. "What's what?" he angrily said. "I will judge you, acting on heaven's behalf." That guy still didn't know fear. He spat out what was in his mouth and cursed angrily. "You want to die that badly?" Before he could finish, Damtutian flew over and used his strong arm to press his head down. Painfully, with all his strength, he shoved his face into the ground, cracking the dry earth pieces. Several rocks flew out with the impact. The guy he dealt with passed out on the spot. His face at this moment remained eerily calm. The two guys holding weapons, witnessing this, were terrified. Suddenly, Damtutian appeared behind those two. But before they could notice, he used his strong hands to grab both of their heads and slammed them together painfully. Without mercy, blood sprayed everywhere. His gaze shifted to the other side. It turned out the looters had. The looters seemed to have sensed his ruthlessness, so they all fled one by one. But while he wasn't paying attention to them, Damtutian didn't want to let them off. Again, continuing to teach them a lesson, his sharp, cold gaze radiating fierce him. They seemed to sense him approaching as they turned to look behind, from up high. Toothian clenched his fists with two streaks of light, covering both hands, terrifying them so much they couldn't move. And then, a massive explosion erupted on the mountain, terrifying and loud, shattering the silence. Around his figure now were only white smoke, wild and cold. Those bandit thugs were nearly all dead, meeting their ancestors up above. Not long after, in a village, everyone was very happy, excitedly cheering his name to celebrate. Recovering their foot, Damtutian, Damtutian, hero Damtutian, Damtutian, Damtutian. In the distance was the figure of a man, over 8 meters tall, carrying several bags filled with food recovered from the bandits. Damtutian was walking toward the villagers, and they cheered and praised him, saying, "Indeed, Lord Damtutian is the best. Thank you, Damtutian, Damtutian, hero Damtutian." Hearing everyone praise him, Toothian felt a bit embarrassed, and he said, "I'm truly flattered." Then everyone kept cheering. Hero Damtutian. Suddenly an elderly man stepped out from the crowd of villagers, perhaps the village chief, walking toward Damtutian and speaking respectfully. "Oh my, you've worked so hard this time. Thank you, Lord Damtutian." He, not being modest, as someone who'd done a good deed, said, "It's nothing. Whenever you need help, just come find me." "But, have you found out about that suspicious demon I mentioned last time?" Then, He leaned in to whisper to Dam Tu Thien, to relay what needed saying, that thing. More importantly, a letter from Daimon Huelin arrived. Hearing this, he pondered, then blurted out, asking, Huelin. Then he continued, his expression changed. The letter says Bak Yim is in the Vân Trung Thien prison. Dam Tu Thien fell silent upon hearing this. After a few seconds, he spoke again. It seems I must return to Vân Trung Thien. Now, at this moment, in another scene, 3 people, Daimon Huelin, Thẩm Nguyên Nghĩa, and Lin Toto, all 3 appeared in one frame with serious and authoritative expressions. A calm evening scene with sunset light. Birds flying across the sky. Somewhere, a man with a scary appearance sat frowning in annoyance, hurriedly burying something. He muttered, I never thought I'd have to bury these strange things. Ha Jun. Nguyet stood at a distance watching him turn, sigh, then vanish in a flash and leave. The scene was quiet, sunset covering the sky. Within Ha Jun Nguyet's resident, Tanyan, dressed like a ninja, walked over. To Ha Jun Nguyet. He pointed at the paper. This side is done for today. Tomorrow we'll go to the other side. Ha Jun Nguyet rolled up paper and said to him, You did well today. See you tomorrow. They waved goodbye. After seeing him off, Ha Jun Nguyet looked at Ming Lu Sun sitting lost in thought. He walked over and asked, What are you doing sitting there all alone? That's a bit strange. Ha. Jun Nguyet made an awkward face in reply. So in the end, after getting beaten, you've become more human. Ah, I miss the days of getting beaten up. Min Lu Sun angrily shouted. Didn't this happen because he was too arrogant? No one could touch him. Besides, I've never even seen him train. Ha Jun Nguyet glanced at him and sighed. Do you know what he's had to go through? The painful images of Chen Vu Nguyen. The days of being a prisoner and tortured shaped him into who he is now. Even in that harsh environment, he gave his all just to survive, and he spent 7 years in hiding, training to perfect himself. Do you think he was lucky to be born into a prestigious family, or was he the chosen one? Ha Jun Nguyet refuted it. Nonsense. Even after going through all that with nothing in his hands, all he wanted was a normal life. The reason he didn't train was, he paused. For someone with such deep inner energy, the battles he's been through are his training. Every single moment of his life is constant practice. When imprisoned, no one can stop him. He's not an ordinary person. He'll use everything to walk a path full of thorns, defeating them again and again, growing stronger as Bak Yim. Min Lu Sun was silent, pondering, seeming to think. At first, you might think, being born into a prestigious family is great, but he never had wealth or an easy life. Every day was just torture, and finding ways to survive. In the sea, Ha Jun Nguyet was telling, the image of Chen Vu Nguyen holding an object, striking the person in front of him with a calm face, still remembering to advise him, everyone has their own Sitari. I don't know about you, but do you plan to become a filthy thief that people despise? Min Lu Sun frowned, made a sound, then shouted loudly. Ha Jun Nguyet turned to ask him, What? He thought helplessly. This kid, really, doesn't he know that Vu Nguyen is the last sect leader of Bak Thien? Morn, truly foolish, really. Min Lu Sun silently thought, You're amazing. Hurry up and get out of there. Don't go back to training. Ha Jun Nguyet was still watching. Min Lu Sun thought, after spending time with Vu Nguyen, he must have figured it out by now, but it's better to know nothing. He patted Min Lu Sun's shoulder, encouraging, Don't worry, let him focus on training more. Go on, try your best. That's all we can do now. At this moment, elsewhere, Chen Vu Nguyen was sitting in an iron cage, his back against the wall, deep in thought. I'm gradually meeting opponents that are interesting, right? So why do I feel useless, even in battle? With assassins protecting the three-eyed scholar, their performance is disappointing. First time protecting someone, so there's fear. Pitiful, must finish everything quickly before martial skills need review. I can't lose focus, no matter the situation. Must stay calm. An entity, a source of energy. Everything exists for a reason. Each thing is unique. The ground bathed in light, me remaining. I startle when someone calls. Trần Vũ Nguyên looks up. It's Thẩm Viễn Lý and Từ Môn Huệ Linh. Trần Vũ Nguyên looks up. It's Thẩm Viễn Lý and Từ Môn Huệ Linh. Thẩm Viễn Lý, hands clasped behind his back, asks, long time no see, 7 year. Từ Môn Huệ Linh walks beside him, staring at Trần Vũ Nguyên in surprise. So he's really him, she thinks. I can't believe he's still alive, the lost sect leader of Bacthian Môn, Trần Vũ Nguyên, now living as Bacchium. She remembers that scene from years ago. So much, just like that. Knowing we stood before things we could only flee. And Trần Vũ Nguyên sits in the cage, silent. Thẩm Viễn Lý, hands behind his back, curses, you damn nuisance. You've been hiding all this time. That's hard to do. Huh. There. You've been hiding your strength for 7 years, despite a master. Thẩm Viễn Lý remembers how easily he being defeated back then. Sure. Trần Vũ Nguyên calmly replies, because I still need to survive. Thẩm Viễn Lý rests, laughing scornfully. Haha, you dare deceive me. Trần Vũ Nguyên remains calm. You only have one eye left, right? This remark triggers Thẩm Viễn Lý fury. His hands grip both sides of the bars. The iron seems ready to tear. His rage is visible through his veins. Thẩm Viễn Lý roars, you bastard. My sister Tuni died because of you. Trần Vũ Nguyên maintains his calm, sitting in meditation pose, about to reply. I'm also sorry about that, but... Hearing this, Thẩm Viễn Lý face. He pauses for a few seconds, remembering the image and words of his father. Thẩm Vũ Nguyên, what use are you? You couldn't even protect your sister when she was beaten to the point of not finding her killer. Where were you? Useless. I can't believe I have such a useless son who can't do anything right. Thẩm Viễn, anything, Lee thinks, then goes mad, clenching the bars as if to charge inside. His eyes flash with rage as he shouts, No. Then why are you here? Huh. The more he speaks, the angrier he gets, gripping the iron bars. You're a damn nuisance. If we hadn't gone to Bacthian Môn, this wouldn't have happened. Now what? Happened. Thẩm Viễn Lý goes insane, laughing. Thẩm Viễn Lý, will tear you into pieces. Ha ha ha. You're Trần Vũ Nguyên, unafraid, calmly replies. Brother Thẩm, calm down. He tries to open the bars inside, as if to kill Trần Vũ Nguyên, but Từ Môn Huệ Linh quickly stops him. She places a hand on his shoulder, advising Brother Thẩm, calm down. He turns his furious gaze to Từ Môn Huệ Linh. She looks straight at Trần Vũ Nguyên. Her eyes convey to Thẩm Viễn Lý, we must not fall for his provocation. Not now. Time. Let's go back. Thẩm Viễn Lý seems to hear those words. He turns angrily and leaves. Before departing, he threatens, you will surely die by my hand. Thẩm Viễn Lý has left, but his anger remains. Where 5 finger marks are imprinted, now only Trần Vũ Nguyên and Từ Môn Huệ Linh remain. Finally, she speaks. Sir Trần, it's been a while, a long time. 7 years already. First, I apologize for Brother Thẩm. So you really are Bacchium, huh? Trần Vũ Nguyên replies, perhaps that's a name others gave me. Từ Môn Huệ Linh, there silently, thinking, with things, people in the martial world question destroying Bacthian. Môn back then was right. But now, the sect leader is right before me. What should I do? Kill, recruit, use him. The option 3 seems most feasible. And most feasible. After a moment of thought, Từ Môn Huệ Linh asks Sir Trần, do you want to defy heaven's will? Vũ Nguyên, calm without any change, replies, if I must defy heaven's men, then I'll gladly do it. Từ Môn Huệ Linh is surprised, pitiful. Then I wish you victory in that battle. See you later. Từ Môn Huệ Linh turns and leaves. After walking a distance, she thinks, was he really captured so easily? Outside the prison door, someone is already waiting. Seeing Từ Môn Huệ Linh step out, a man says to her, young lady, are you done? Young Master Thẩm left? Him is Liên Tô Tố. Từ Môn Huệ Linh doesn't answer him but calls, Giang Hộ Về, I have a question. Từ Môn Huệ Linh frowns, looking at the guard with displeasure. and orders. Didn't you hear me? I said release him. The guard, eyes wide, stammers for a moment. The higher-ups just received a report about this, so now we don't have the authority to release him. You say the higher-ups already know, but as she's speaking, someone interrupts her. What a beautiful day. She hears a loud voice, says nothing more. Beautiful. The man looks around, marveling. Should I have a few drinks? I miss it. Ha Chen Nguyệt is walking when... Stop. Ha says Từ Môn Huệ Linh screw, standing opposite. He is surprised. Oh. Seeing him, Từ Môn Huệ Linh phrase, darkening, somewhat surprised, stammering, the three-eyed scholar. Ha Chen Nguyệt. Ha Chen Nguyệt. Who's this? Isn't it the all-knowing young lady? Long time no see. On the bustling street. Tha Môn Hao is dead drunk, holding a wine jar, waving his limbs, walking and singing. No return without drinking. Empty the cup, empty the cup. His face is flushed red, smiling and self-admiring. Look at that. He shouldn't have messed with me. Tha Môn Hao is the swordsman of Tam Viên Kiêm Phái. Louder. Die. Who dares to act tough with me? PF'd. See. I told you. See clearly. Those who dare to be rude. A masked stranger covers his mouth and drags him into the darkness, leaving the wine jar on the ground. Tây Môn Tiểu Thư is stunned. Scholar, what business do you have here? Aren't you supposed to be in Yunnan? Ha Chen Nguyệt replies, TSK, the Tây Môn family, yet your information is poor. Is so slow. I haven't been here long. He says with a frightening expression. Do you remember how I conquered the inner demon? And Mon bestowed upon me 5 years ago. Perhaps that puzzle was too hard, because I thought my brain was about to melt. Out. Tin. Out. I lived like a madman for years. Ha, thanks to you, I've grown even more. Uff. Anyway, back to the main issue. My friend caused some trouble and got imprisoned. That's why I'm here. Tây Môn Tiểu Thư is stunned. He says he conquered that thing. Is Vũ Nguyên Thiếu Hiệp your friend? Ha Chen Nguyệt reply, yeah, you know him. Seems like you just met him. Tiểu Thư thinks, Ha Chen Nguyệt, the person I've been most wary of for 5 years. At the banquet of Đại học Gia Thạch Đại. The first time I met him, I was amazed. With no backing at all. Relying only on his own effort, he reached that realm. That's truly absurd. I must crush such terrifying people. But with my ability alone, I can't. In the end, there's no other way. I'm searching for my grandfather's formulas. Formulas distilled from centuries of Tây Môn family wisdom. How much suffering did I endure? I hope he doesn't hinder me, just disappear. The one-of-a-kind genius, Tây Môn Hoa, who revived an entire family on the brink of extinction. In that small head of grandfathers, held all the principles of the world, living as the sun. Being the descendant of such a great man, made life full of expectations from those around and burdens to bear. Besides those people, I had to lie to please and meet. Grandfather's expectations, that was an extremely hard life. Grandfather's expectations, an extremely hard life to surpass grandfather's fame. No, even just to come close to that fame. I had to strive like crazy. And then one day, everyone in the world praised me. Tây Môn Hoa is the true genius of the family. Perhaps that made my parents' burden lighter. Lightened. I was very determined. True, for an ordinary person, I was an outstanding genius. But I learned one thing. And grandfather probably knew it too. My ability could only go so far. I'm not the genius grandfather expected. Perhaps the genius who reaches the realm my grandfather sought is this very person. Had Tran Noyet, but that person is on the side of Trần Vũ Nguyên. Tây Môn Tiểu Thư says to Ha Chen Nguyệt, then I'll pray you two have a joyful reunion. He replies, thank you, young lady of Tây Môn, goodbye. After returning, she calls a gathering of the Than Long. Hội not a single person missing. Ha Chen Nguyệt returns with a cheerful expression. Trần Vũ Nguyên says, seems seeing me in prison makes you quite happy. He replies, that expression lie, you've been bitten by a dog, you should have seen it. Trần Vũ Nguyên replies, are those matters you'd handle yourself? Going well. Ha Chen Nguyệt replies. Of course. I'm preparing very thoroughly, so you focus on training, building your strength. A big battle. Outside the bars, Giang Tiểu Thư brings food to Vũ Nguyên Thiếu. Yep. You probably haven't eaten anything yet. Right. Please secretly have some of this. Trần Vũ Nguyên Tuân. Surprise. Ha Chen Nguyệt stands in a corner, muttering softly. Seeing you safe is enough. Right. I need to go. Where's the latrine? Tiểu Thư still cares about Vũ Nguyên Thiếu Hiệp, asking, are you hurt anywhere? Did you sleep well? After all, prison can't be comfortable. Trần Vũ Nguyên replies, I'm fine. Jiang continues, you must be uncomfortable, but please bear with it a little. Both uncle and the demon catcher scholar are preparing to rescue you. Do you need anything? I'll bring it. Trần Vũ Nguyên hesitates, then says, Giang Tiểu Thư, I have someone in my heart. With a sad expression, replies, I knew it. Please eat now. You must be hungry. Chew well. Vũ Nguyên says, it's delicious. Thank you. Giang Tiểu Thư. When night falls, moonlight appears. Trần Vũ Nguyên, sitting, suddenly sees a shadow appear at the door. It's Kim Chu Tướng, head of the enforcement hall. He says, you were arrested for slaughtering dozens. Right. As you said, you obediently sit and await death. The enforcement hall head continues, you just need evidence to prove it's true. Now isn't the time for an official trial. My coming to the prison at midnight has another reason. I couldn't eat, I couldn't rest, so I came. Answer my questions with complete honesty. He asks loudly. Bác Yim, who exactly are you? Vũ Nguyên slowly lifts his head. Fear begins to show on Kim Chu Tướng face. Suddenly, something affects him. Da Mun Hao wakes up, tied up, and says, Who did this? What kind of game are you playing? He sees a person hanging upside down. Face covered in blood and swollen. He says, Deet, that's right, that person instigated me. Please release me. He continues, Da Mun Hao, you're the one who instigated Sathon, right? No. Da Mun Hao replies, What are you talking about? I didn't. I'm Da Mun Hao of Tam Hoan Kiếm Môn, a member of Thanh Long Hội. Don't think you can get away with this. Untie me now. The shadow before him suddenly speaks. So you won't admit it willingly. I knew it would be lie this. Want to hear a Tsitari. Long ago, I too, to keep a secret, endured torture. The shadow removes his clothes, revealing scars from 8 months of torture. But in the end, I never confessed. How? Let's see how long you can hold out. At the Thanh Long gathering, Từ Môn Huệ Linh stands opposite a fierce crowd. She says, I told you to gather everyone. So where's Da Mun Hao? Jia Den says, I haven't seen him for weeks. Jia Trang adds, weeks now, since that commotion, truly haven't seen him. People are avoiding it too. Từ Môn Huệ Linh thinks, Da Mun Hao of Tam Viên Kiếm Phái? I thought he'd completed his mission. What is he doing? We have a good turnout. She looks at the black-haired man. Special mention to Công Huy Thiếu Hiệp, a member of Hạ Thiên Thất Bì who has joined our assembly. Từ Môn Huệ Linh says, I also thank all the heroes who have joined the Thanh Long Hội, a martial assembly that will become a shining star in the martial world. I suddenly called everyone here because a major matter has arrived. She mentions Trần Vũ Nguyên. I think everyone knows the newly famous figure, Bác Yim. Right, he recently slaughtered countless lives within Vân Trung Thien's territory. Từ Môn Huệ Linh continues, now he's been captured. He must know this is a grave crime in Vân Trung Thien. She fabricates. Yet he deliberately committed it. It's highly likely he has an accomplice helping him. There, according to reports, someone reported this right after the massacre took place for the Central Heavenly Alliance. This could be a scheme. Everyone shares the same thought. It's definitely that bastard from the Tang family. Lady Sima frowned. But what is the most important matter? The Northern Blade is someone who should supposedly be dead already. He is Jin Muon, leader of the Northern Heavens. The twins, the dark-haired man, and the warrior, startled in shock. She announced, revealing this to everyone, to spread it outside. I am here to tell you. You must not touch him. As everyone knows, The Silent Knight is preparing to make a comeback, she continued. Therefore, we will select a leader for the ghost unit. The deputy leader and supervisors are all people from our Azure Dragon Society. Shen Yuanli showed impatience, biting his lip. This way, we can gain more recognition and win the public's trust. Under Lady Simmer's lead, they felt terrified of facing the Silent Knight, and whispered about the Northern Blade as a savior. Imagine if the news that the Northern Heavens sect leader is alive gets out. Shen Yuanli spat to the side. Lady Simmer looked serious. Things are complicated now that Tang family sided with him based on what he's doing. It's possible the other major sects have also started making moves. We cannot mess with him. Her eyes filled with resentment because of such short-sighted thinking. We are threatened by the ghost of the Northern Heavens. Things that should be secret are now exposed. Now the interrogation unit has the report. Whether the higher-ups realize it is a matter of time, Lady Simmer said seriously. Jin Muwan is the key factor that can help our society escape this crisis. So I'll say it again, do not touch him. Absolutely, she continued. Everyone should try to get recruited into this ghost unit. The twins looked gloomy. We are completely finished. We are finished. A figure in a white robe walked over. Shen Yuanli raised his hand in greeting. He asked, "Looks like your mission to help the people in Shanxi is complete." Everyone, this is the leader of the Azure Dragon Society, Dam Suqian. Those around looked on in secret admiration. It really is Dam Suqian. How imposing. He is so strong. This is my first time witnessing such staggering martial prowess with my own eyes. He recalled saying, I just want to met against Azure Dragon Society leader Dam Suqian. Bring him to me. He thought, I have no interest in the society. I want to test my skills against him since we both belong to the lower seven heavens. A wretch like me couldn't do a thing against the Northern Blade. Compared to him, I have no talent. Damn it. Inside him, it felt like an endless reservoir of power. The dark-haired man watched the aura radiating from Dam Suqian's body. I can feel it. This is the terrifying power that overshadows everything at the Central Heavenly. The group sat around a conference table. Elder Cat Wanhong interrogated the leader of the Northern Heavens. Jin Muwan, so what? Elder Yu Chungwol calmly said, this is indeed troublesome. Supervisor Wall Sungchi continued, according to the reports filed 7 years ago, he was indeed dead. I never expected him to still be alive. Nangong Chunsan spoke loudly. The Northern Heavens was wiped out long ago. Shouldn't their descendants meet the same fate? He's been captured anyway. It's best to execute him as soon as possible. A Nangong member known as Nangong Gong, who was always highly regarded and expected to win, was utterly defeated by the Northern Blade. And now someone says he is the final sect leader of the Northern Heavens, Jin Muwan. We must take this opportunity to eliminate him. Nangong Gong humiliated. Elder Orkir Hwasun agreed. He is right. If someone from the Northern Heavens walks the Central Heavenly Alliance's territory with their head held high without consequence, people in the martial world will view us as a joke. Tang Kaiman asked in confusion. Weren't the mistakes and sins of the Northern Heavens wiped clean after Jin Guanho, wasn't it? Now you turn your coats and want to kill his son. What the hell is Jin Muwan thinking? Elder Tai Leixin objected. Tang Kaiman, an elder of the Tang family, the poison master. He may not excel in martial arts, but when it comes to poisons, none surpass him. He holds too much influence. He holds too much influence for anyone to ignore. Elder Jinin raised a question. How dared he slaughter people without permission? Isn't that reason enough to convict him? Mount Hua's 7 stars continued. Although the report mentions the victims were unarmed, the Northern Blade claimed he only killed those assassins in self-defense. We must investigate and gather evidence. Taoist Master Du Guang spoke. Gongdong Monastery agrees as well. I have met him before. He truly is a good man, not some demonic fiend roaming the world. Mu Mountain's Nam Suryo said seriously. I, the successor of Mu Mountain, representing my sect, agree with the Tang family. Mount Hua and Gongdong Monastery. Elder Sima Gongqian said doubtfully. Look at them. The Tang family. Mount Hua, Gongdong, and Mu Mountain stand with him. Fellow elders. Doesn't anyone think he could be a man of the northern heavens, the son of the traitor who colluded with the silent night. Tang Kaimon frowned. Aren't those words ridiculous? Namsurayo, this meeting is for sect representatives. Oish, to express views. Who is swaying whom here? Who is swaying whom here? Elder Bakeley sneered. He's not wrong, is he? Interrogation leader Jum Jusan shouted. Enough. I didn't invite you all here to fight or defend your stances. Please calm down, everyone, he thought to himself. Jin Mu-won, Northern Heaven's fifth leader. If handled poorly, it hurts the Alliance's prestige. Even if obedient in his cell, he's a major problem, a major problem. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Leader, won't you say something? Does Nine Skies have nothing to say? Alliance leader Quan Daesul hesitated. If Nine Skies meddles in it will only make the situation graver and attract more attention. I think you can all resolve this properly. No, 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 no. Some fear the silent night. Others want separation. Quan Daesul raised his hand and announced, let's settle it once and for all. Since the ghost extermination unit is forming, let's put him on trial. In front of all our warriors. What do you all think? He looked toward the interrogation unit. I'll let the interrogation unit handle his offenses. As for his role as the Northern Heavens leader colluding with the Silent Night, that also needs someone in charge. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking in. Right on time. Quan Daesul watched the red-robed man enter and spoke. You're late, you know. Everyone, let's welcome him together. The red-robed man greeted them with presents. Greetings, long time no see. That person was none other than the demonic fiend swordsman, Yeon Tianhua. In the moonlight, Dam Sucheon sat lazily, leaning on a rooftop. Looking down, Dam Sucheon's gaze held deep thought. He recalled his talk with Lady Sima. She comforted him. You've worked hard, Sucheon. He replied. Don't worry, it wasn't difficult, but I heard the Northern Blade is locked up. Lady Sima said. Have you heard already? I was about to mention it. That's right. He is indeed Jin Mu-won of Northern Heavens. Yeah. Her reply left Dam Sucheon momentarily dazed. Lady Sima asked, would you like to go see him? I can tell the guards in advance. Dear. Dam Sucheon turned his head away. No. Knowing it's Jin Mu-won is enough for me. He recalled their previous encounter. Even though we met him long ago, I knew he wasn't the type to harm the innocent. Dam Sucheon turned to tell Lady Sima his wish. I hope to have the chance to spar with him fairly, at a status he truly deserves. He ended his daydream, his eyes still fixed downward. Then he looked up at the night sky. Inside his cell, Jin Mu-won glanced through the small window above. But he quickly lowered his head. Jin Mu-won fell silent, though apart. Both men shared the same sentiment. The full moon illuminated the entire sky. Dam Sucheon had left the rooftop. Meanwhile, Jin Mu-won sat quietly. Suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked by. The movement made him instantly alert. Before Jin Mu-won stood Zhou Qianwu, grinning. Mu-won, is that really you? Zhou Qianwu leaned in close to Jin Mu-won. Though his mouth smiled, deep within his pupils was a sinister look, devoid of former warmth. He said, My, Jin Mu-won, is it you, junior brother? Jin Mu-won looked at him, instantly provoked. His feet suddenly sprang up, his hands gripping his blade as he slashed. His gaze radiated intense fury. That terrifying aura felt as though it could kill someone without touching them. If Zhou Qianwu hadn't possessed the skill to block it just in time, his life might have been taken by the intent in those hateful eyes and that blade. Zhou Qianwu kept that disgusting smile plastered on his face as he leaned back, casually blocking Jin Mu-won's strike. Even though he was pushed back quite a distance by the impact, everything around was practically obscured by swirling dirt, sand, dust, and wind. Dirt, sand, and dust swirled into a storm. Zhou Qianwu's face was bruised and purple. He smiled wryly at Jin Mu-won, who was still pouring all his strength into the push. Jin Mu-won's eyes bulged, his tone carrying a mocking edge. I'm just too hep pie. Long time no see. Senior brother Yuan Qiang. He recalled the image of the past, a senior brother who would pat his head, whose smile truly made him feel comforted. Back when they were at Northern Heavens, he used to be extremely thoughtful. Someone he always wanted to be near. Jin Muon lowered his stance, anchoring his feet to attack Zhou Qianwu. His eyes turned pitch black, only sockets visible, as if he had shed his former self. He laughed. Ha ha ha. I see. So it really was you, Muon. Of course that's the case. There was no way my father would have been killed off by the Silent Night. Jin Muon calmly continued. I didn't expect to meet you here, brother. You're with the Central Alliance now, not Yunnan. The seemingly sturdy iron bars that had locked up Jin Muon earlier now had a gaping hole in the middle. Zhou Qianwu replied calmly, stepping back to avoid Jin Muon's blade, then raised his hand to signal surrender. He raised his hand in surrender. They invited me to join the Ghost Extermination Unit. Since my father was killed by Silent Night, keeping me as a hostage is useless. Since my father was killed by Silent Night, keeping me as a hostage is useless now. The Iron Authority sect is buried. I don't want it. I'm still thinking about it. Jin Muon's face darkened slightly. Muon, I'm sorry for not being able to help. When the Northern Heavens was destroyed along with the death of the sect leader back then, I really had no other choice. Subscribe to my Go for more videos. Subscribe to my Go. To not miss attractive videos, slaughtering Silent Night bastards is your specialty. Right, no matter how many he faked, it's no problem. There's no way that could happen. He calmed down, slowly shaking his head. Jin Muon, well done. I have to thank you for that. It must not have been easy. That's the first step to revenge. Right, I understand. Wanting revenge is natural. Good. Jin Muon was baffled, his face suspicious as he asked Zhou Qianwu, what's with that reaction? Shouldn't you be sad? Perhaps having a father lie. Zhou Qianwu had cast too big a shadow over him. He was a boulder blocking my future. No matter how I tried, he never acknowledged me. He just wanted to torture his son to vent. So why should I feel sad for a man like that? Zhou Qianwu continued calm. Now I find out he was killed by my brother, and I'm still haunted by your father's death. The Northern Heavens sect leader, is it alright if I call him that? Hearing that, Jin Muon grew more indignant. Veins popped on both sides of his forehead and the corners of his eyes, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He said, just because your father didn't lurp you, you dared to practice the blood demon art. Closed tight, smiling so wide the corners of his mouth pulled back to his cheeks, then dropped back into that eerie, fake smile. Inside, he surely wasn't feeling well. Yet in just a single moment, the atmosphere seemed to change. As complex as a tangled mess, his face suddenly turned icy cold. Staring fixedly at Jin Muon, Zhou Qianwu lowered his head, scratching his head, frustration showing on the face that had just been smiling, wrestling with emotions, letting out harsh, ragged breaths. He slid his hand behind him, straining to escape the suffocating feeling that was clearly choking him. Chu Sung-kyung smirked widely, his eyes wide with blazing fury, his face barely resembling a human's. He was definitely enraged and annoyed. How do you know about that? Jin Wuon stood there witnessing it all, his pupils glowing like fire. He had assumed a ready sword stance. It was Seal Hua, the sword showing a woman's figure, shedding tears, but not just from sorrow. They also showed surging resentment. I witnessed it, and is this now how you feel? Chu Sung-kyung's pupils widened. He suddenly realized something. This bastard finally recalled the event from back then, intoxicated by the feeling of powder fragrance mixed with fresh blood. What the hell? It wasn't that female Taoist. He doubted. Did she transform into a vengeful spirit and follow Jin Wuon? Ridiculous. Chu Sung-kyung licked his lips. Jin Wuon, you and I were destined to cross blades to the death. The cross appeared, stained with blood and his own ghastly achievements. Unsure if he could laugh, Jin Woo-won glared and charged at him. "You bastard!" Jin Woo-won furious, eyes devoid of trust in his senior brother. He drew a bright arc toward Chu Sung-kyung. If not for his swift blade and dark sorcery, would have long returned to hell where someone awaits to punish him. The Chu Sung-kyung I knew was chivalrous, never refusing anyone, never this cruel. He was a warm and kind person. Was it all fake? Jin Woo-won swiftly turned around. Lay a gust of wind slashing at him, but was blocked, the light reflecting off the blade, making it feel even more oppressive. He asked, "Are you even yourself anymore?" Chu Sung-kyung glided behind him. Jin Woo-won, you should know, to survive you must lie for yourself. Don't ever think of anyone else. It's all just deception. Jin Woo-won suddenly spun his sword. This time that dog wasn't as quick. Part of his hair bun was sliced off. "In the end, you're just a selfish bastard. Himself, you filthy scum." His sharp nails glowed red. Lie. Chu Sung-kyung pressed his hand against Jin Woo-won's blade to block it. He looked at his martial brother, their gazes clashing to create sparks. An intense pressure. "Don't say that. Honestly. To get where I am is thanks to what I learned in the Northern Heavenly Sect. No one knows, but to me, this is everything. You're just a beast who abandoned humanity." "No, worse than a beast." Jin Woo-won sneered. "Truly the aura of a hero." Fine, I admit, I'm not even worthy of the word beast." Suddenly, from outside, two guards holding torches shouted, "What's going on here?" Chu Sung-kyung leaped backward, saying, "Let's stop here." Still that sickeningly fake smile of his. He pulled up his hood. He pulled his hood over and said gently, "I came to confirm if this is the Northern Sword. If so, I wanted to ask if you'd join me." Great achievements. But it seems the answer is no. He turned around preparing to leave. "One more thing. Everything has two sides. And so does everything in this world. This is a cruel, inhuman place. Remember that." His eyes seemed resolved to enact heaven's justice. The sword crackled with lightning as if resolved. "Lay its master. Chu Sun-kyu, you remember this too. You will die by this sword. I swear it. Seal Hua, I'm sorry. Please wait a little longer." Chu Sun-kyung laughed mockingly at that. How adorable. Then he vanished cowardly. "He's running. Catch him. There's an intruder." In the still dead of night, the only light guiding the path was the dim moonlight. Chu Sung-kyung glided away. He glided while feeling the wounded hand. "Bleeding. Damn, he's unbelievably strong. He almost cut my hand off." Chu Sung-kyung showed a contemptuous smile. Jin Woo-won, pitiful. What a waste. The evening sunset fell upon the town, making everything glow red. Jin Woo was pointing around, searching something. On the other side, Jang Dae-se was same. Cheong-in on another side was also the same, probably eagerly searching for something. Suddenly one of them noticed. "Damn, troublesome," he said to Jin Woo. "Hey, looks like someone's tailing us. Following us." Jin Woo widened his eyes, with a hint of worry and doubt. Could this be Westgate's Hyrin? The other asked, "Is he still alive?" "The one we mentioned. I'll cut his tail first. You keep searching. Leave that group to you." She blocked the view so he couldn't tail Jin Woo. Jang Dae-se suddenly called Jin Woo. His hair disheveled. Looking at the paper, he said, "Jin Woo, I think we found it. At a section of the old massive city wall." A brush was trembling on white paper. Unknown what it was writing, the brush trembled because the hunched old man was holding it in his mouth, not his hands. Suddenly, the brush in his mouth lost its grip and fell, clattering onto the ground, as if despairing over his crippled body. He fell back with a sigh. Jin Woo stepped forward, picked up the brush and handed it to him. Jin Woo removed his hat, unable to hold back a smirk. "We've caught our fish. Quite a big one," the old man asked. "Who are you people? Go play somewhere else. All of you, get lost." Hajin Wall looked at him. A mocking smile. I know your identity. And what are you waiting for? Bite your lip. Hajin Wall looked at him with contempt. The fugitive. Fifth sect leader, Jin Wuwon. He's here in Yunjongqian. At the Ghost Extermination Squad selection, the arena announced the competition rules. Those wishing to join the Ghost Extermination Squad must gain recognition from the 3 judges up here, or be known by martial world experts. The crowd below murmured, What? What the hell are you people talking about? You should have stated these conditions beforehand. Mentioning it now, the crowd began murmuring. Faces full of discontent and cursing, and shouting echoing noisily in the space. A few people whispered among themselves. A disappointed voice cursing rang out. I knew it. These people always put on airs. Now how many people are considered experts? Now we need 3 of them to recognize us. If you're not from a prestigious family, don't bother. A martial artist spoke up indignantly. I want to join the Ghost Extermination Squad to gain fame, but now you say we need qualifications. What about unknown martial artists like us? Do you take us for grass? The other martial artists agreed. Right, you said it would be fair. Process. The conditions today are ridiculous. In the end, all the cursing converged into one phrase. We want fairness. Du Wongkang, seeing this, shouted to the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. I am the Outer Pavilion Master, Du Wongkang. Please calm down and listen to me. Recently we captured a criminal who committed heinous crimes. Everyone remembers the Northern Heavenly incident 10 years ago. Northern Heavenly leader, Jin Guanho, the one who should have resisted the Silent Night, instead colluded with them to deceive the world. Our Yunjongqian was extremely merciful, sparing the life of his son. But now that bastard has reappeared. He might be plotting to rise with the Silent Night. Surely he'll scheme with the Silent to take revenge on us, Du Wongkang said. He emphasized the son of Jin Guanho. He is the Northern Sword. You've heard of him. The Northern Sword is the son of a criminal. To persuade the martial artists below, we've decided to hold a public trial today. Event, hoping everyone will attend to witness it. Being part of the trial means upholding justice. Martial world. Right. He affirmed their benefits if they followed him. If so, you will be approved into the squad. The crowd below calmed down. Du Wongkang's words persuaded the majority. Standing in that crowd, Du Wongkang standing above saw no objection. Below, he thought to himself, soon, we'll see how they view us. Du Wongkang recalled his talk with Quan Dae-sung, his hand holding the decree. Do you really want us to reveal all this? Quan Dae-sung clasped his hands, smirking. That's right. Read it all and don't miss anything. Must convey everything to the martial artists. This is what the 9 Heavens has instructed. Quan Dae-sung said. He instructed Du Wongkang with detailed orders. So absolutely no mistakes allowed. The decree made him sweat. Du Wongkang's sharp gaze returned to reality. Holding the decree, he shouted to the artists. All right, we'll begin when everyone is ready. There are many people here, so please cooperate. In the bustling crowd, a group was approaching. They wore covered robes along with sharp weapons. Dangerous weapons. The leader smirked with a snort. The Iron Military Society removed their robes. The leader of the Iron Military Society, Long Wusong, spoke. So that's how it is. He stroked his chin. So many people gathered here. That kid will appear now. Right in the middle of the Ghost Extermination selection. The tall old man Lim Jin-yeop wondered. That guy, Jin Mu-won, how was he captured? Anyway, Gong Sun-cheng and Dam Jin-hong guess. He's not the careless type. Perhaps he was caught in a moment of negligence. Right. Seems after gaining some fame he's become. Jai Song-rong said expressionlessly. Freda confused, but he's genuinely strong. Man Jeong shrugged. A person when newly famous, being careless is common. Vice leader Che Yakran finally spoke up. I'm certain he deliberately let himself be exposed. Team leader Jung Lee Woo-hwan agreed with Che Yakran. I think so too. He's not the type to make such a Careless mistake. There must be a reason he let himself be captured. He narrowed his eyes, hand on his chin. More importantly, beside him is the three-eyed scholar, Ha Jinwoo, with everything I know of them. This is part of a plan. Leader Long Wusong, hearing the Iron Military Society say this also. The Northern Sword, Jin Muon, even with his Northern Heavenly Sect foundation and great strength. This enemy is Yun Zhengqian. Yun Zhengqian is mighty. Long Wusong's gaze grew sharp. I think this time he'll have to be tougher. Long Wusong changed his attitude quickly. He scratched his head. Oh heavens, who cares? At least we made it here. He said to his Iron Military Society. This is Yun Zhengqian. Stay safe and don't do anything stupid. I don't want to draw attention right after arriving, so wandering around will be difficult. Che Yuk ran annoyed. She looked at her leader. You're the one who needs to be careful here. Who's the troublemaker? Long Wusong laughed sheepishly. Me. At the central hall of Seujin Hairin. From outside came Shim Won Yui's voice. May I come in? Hairin was fixing her hair. Come in. Shim Won Yui entered, seeing her expression seemed not too good. It's that day now. And also, that man called the three-eyed scholar. Shim Won Yui put his hands on his hips, turning to look at Hairin. Can't we just send assassins to kill him? Seojin Hairin closed her eyes, annoyed. He's the type that even if he dies, his schemes won't be affected. I'm sure he's calculated everything thoroughly, so even without him everything continues. Hearing Hairin's praise for the three-eyed scholar, Shim Won Yui frowned. Is he really that brilliant? You're exaggerating. A burly man with long hair sat up from the bed nearby. Shim Won Yui turned around. Shim Won Yui, seeing his friend, greeted him. Good friend, you're back. Stop saying such things again. Shim Won Yui shrugged, confused. What? Despicable. What's despicable? This is strategy. What are you talking about? Man sat up, silent for a moment, then spoke. Do you think our Blue Dragon Society needs lowly methods? We must be fair and transparent. Hairin and Shim Won Yui looked on coldly. From outside came a call. Young mistress. Hairin. Hairin replied. I'm here, sister. Come in. Ryon So ran in and told the three. Everything has begun. Let's move out too. Two blades clashed hard against each other. White Dragon caravans Huang Chiol and Guak Munjeong were dueling, drenched in sweat. Their bodies. They swung powerful strikes at each. Slightly tired, Huang Qiu suggested. Today, hearing him, Guak Munjeong hesitated. I still want to keep going. Master, I have strength. Let's train a bit more. Right. Master Hong Chiat breathed heavily. You get stronger every day, you know. The image of you swinging your sword feels like yesterday. Quach Van Din replied. That's thanks to you, Master. A long-haired man clutching paper rushed over to the masters and disciples. Hey old Ho. Hoang Chiat looked puzzled. That old man shouted. Look at this. He handed the paper to Hoang Chiat, out of breath. Hoang Chiat and Quach Van Din's faces turned. Serious. Senior brother. What? Missing. Tran Vung Nguyen sat, head bowed, not saying a word. The standing official sneered mockingly. The trial will begin soon. Those arrogant ones who don't know their limits will see. He continued. I hope you understand. Let everything begin. Sect leader Tran Vung Nguyen pushed himself up. Fine, he told that guard without hesitation. Let's go. Kim Chu Tuong and Tran Vung Nguyen walked toward the trial. I stepped toward the trial, so drop this line. Swap in a few lines over here. A somewhat familiar voice. Also need to make it more serious. Nam Xuanvu was mid-speech when he spotted Tran Vung Nguyen, asking, Chief Judge, why is a prisoner walking? He spoke up, hands on hips, face displeased, freely without an expert guarding him. And he still has his weapon too. What is this? His weapon too. What is this? How are you people doing your jobs? It's unnecessary. This matter is already approved. It's truly unnecessary. This matter has already been approved until he is confirmed as a criminal, with courtesy. Nam Xuanvu asked in confusion. What are you saying? He thought, is this old man Sinal saying? He thought, is this old man Sinal a show? Kim Chu Tuong continued, today we hold a major event. He and Tran Vu Nguyen stepped. A major event. As he finished, he and Tran Vu Nguyen stepped, turned to look at Tran Vu Nguyen, thinking, he looks exactly like his father. Can he do what he did? Kim Chu Tuong recalled years ago. Walking beside Tron Hao. Then he spoke. Hey, sect leader, I hope you can pass through this. Hey, sect leader, I hope you can pass through this. As he came out of the dark, the light dazzled him. By reflex, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Tran Vu Nguyen was stunned to see thousands of people below. He slowly walked down the spiral stairs. All right, everyone, attention. I am Nam Xuanvu. Below, he slowly walked down the spiral stairs, turning his head left and right. Both sides were spiral stairs. The selection of the Kwai Diet Tim, the crowd below, buzzed. It's the silver-tongued Nam Xuanvu, representative for Van Trung Thien. His voice was Lai, immediately buzzed. It's the silver-tongued Nam Xuanvu. He will be the representative for Van Trung Thien to continue the ceremony. Nam Xuanvu's voice was Lai. Here once again depends on the battle's outcome. With the Tinda, every time we appear, there are losses. Nam Xuanvu clenched his chest. Face pain. Nam Xuanvu suddenly changed his tone, his face turning serious. Here once again depends on the outcome of the battle. Over 10,000 people lost their lives. Those precious lives fell. Our fathers died at their hands protecting innocent. After several hundred years, we have all witnessed the cruelty of, for this noble cause. Tears streamed down his face in defense of justice. Our fathers and grandfathers all died at their hands protecting innocent civilians with unwavering loyalty. Our turn to fight and protect what our ancestors left behind. The Kwai Diet Tim will fight the Tinda, and yet there may be much blood and tears, but people will remember us. Nam Xuanvu spread. Van Trung Thien will sacrifice everything to help the Tim. Be much bloodshed. The Kwai Diet Tim will be top experts. The crowd, his arms wide. Van Trung Thien will sacrifice everything to help the Kwai Diet Tim grow stronger day by day. We will be an incredibly powerful force. Besides that, there are also secret techniques that help the Kwai Diet Tim become top experts for the next generation. The crowd below cheered in unison. I'm sure you all know what a public trial is. Vu smiled smug. Originally, today was supposed to be the selection ceremony first, but there is an important matter that we have decided to hold first, which is the trial. I'm sure, thought the Tinda, Bak Thien Mon. Xuanvu pointed toward Tran Vu Nguyen. He is the main character of today's trial. Tran Quan Hao owed 10 years ago has returned. Friends, they are the ones who sold us out. History has repeated itself. His father betrayed us. Nam Xuanvu pointed at Tran Vu Nguyen again. He led the crowd, using his identity as a criminal's son. Come time to settle. To kill innocent civilians in Van Trung Thien, who begged us for help. Isn't this infuriating? Lai father, Lai son, who knows, he might be colluding with Tinda. Tran Vu Nguyen watched Nam Xuanvu, then led the crowd. With the identity of being the son of a criminal, he dared to kill many innocent civilians within the territory of Van Trung Thien. He frowned in disappointment, sinking into his thoughts. Who knows, he might even be colluding. Tran Vu Nguyen paid no attention to his words. Tran Vu Nguyen silently watched Nam Xuanvu, then turned to look at the people below hurling insults. Punish the criminal. Has he no shame? Lai father, Lai son, kill him, kill him. Tran Vu Nguyen watched the crowd furiously. Nam Xuanvu saw no reaction, so he shouted, Father, this is what they... Hey prisoner, why are you spacing out? Confess, admit it. Tran Vu Nguyen paid no attention to his words. He was still grieving for his father, as they treated my father. Seeing no answer, Nam Xuanvu, him lie this. Nguyen's face darkened. He remembered his father, and the days of his youth enduring suffering. I guess I can understand it somewhat now. After a moment, Tran Vu Nguyen roared, Enough. Hey you prisoner, what are you spacing out for? Confess now. Tran Vu Nguyen thought more, and his face grew angrier, biting his lip hard. I am the son of Bak Tuong Quan Tran Hao, the hero who protected the North for all of you. Laughed smugly. Ha, and I, Tran Vu Nguyen, am the 5th generation. Your reputation because it is a shame. Tran Vu, sect leader of Bak Thien. I am Bakiam Tran Vu Nguyen, of his father and the days of his youth enduring much suffering. The sound echoed so loudly that Nam Xuan Vu, expression, roared, enough. Tran Vu Nguyen suddenly channeled his energy and shouted, most of all, the group of Taemon Hu Lin, the Iron Army, and the martial artists were shocked. Tran Quan Hao, the hero who protected the North for all of you, and I, Tran Vu Nguyen, am the 5th generation sect leader of Bak Thien. I am Bak Kiem Tran Vu Nguyen. His voice rang out, causing everyone at the trial to fall silent. The sound echoed so loudly that Nam Xuan Vu, who moments ago was sweating cold, and the elders of the various sects were also startled. Most of all, the group of Taemon Hulin and Tham Nguyen, Nghia along with Dam Tu Thien. Down below, the group of Atran Nguyat, the Iron Army of Long Vuthan, and the martial artists. Everyone's faces were tense, waiting for what would happen next.